Chapter 781. Haha, Yan Chenyu, do you really think that Jiang Chen will come back to save you? You're too naive. Jiang Chen has just conquered the 4 major regions, and he's very busy right now. Also, how would he know that we're going to attack the eastern continent? We don't know how far this place is from the divine continent, and with your cultivation, there's no way you'll be able to send a message over. Therefore, don't count on Jiang Chen. I advise you to surrender now, bring Jiang Chen's father, and follow us to the divine continent. As long as you and Zhang Zhenhai follow us, I promise I won't hurt anyone here. Elder Lu said. He knew that Yan Chenyu wasn't easy to deal with. If he could subdue her without fighting, he would be more than willing to do so. Just wait for Brother Chen's wrath. Yan Chenyu's eyes were burning with anger. Elder Lu was right. If she didn't use the power of the Island of Ice and Jiang Chen had the bronze token to enter the Island of Ice, Yan Chenyu wouldn't be able to send a message to Jiang Chen from the eastern continent. However, things were different now. Jiang Chen had already received the news and he must be rushing back now. Yan Chenyu, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you continue to be stubborn, I will break this ice screen and kill everyone here. Elder Lu's chi fluctuated wildly. A glinting mace appeared in his hand. It was a terrifying minor saint weapon that could unleash an extremely powerful force. Old dog, you talk too much nonsense. When Jiang Chen comes back, he will skin you alive. Yu Zihan shouted at the sky. Since he couldn't defeat Elder Lu, he had to curse him to his heart's content. Little bastard, when I break this ice screen, you will be the first one to die. Elder Lu's murderous intent soared to the sky. He shouted again, don't waste any more time. Attack. Rumble. More than a dozen powerful experts once again attacked at the same time. The entire sky was filled with 7 colored rays of light, which converged into waves of powerful energy light beams. They fiercely collided with the ice curtain created by the smoke and dust rain, causing the ice curtain to emit cracking sounds. It seemed as if it would shatter at any time. However, the ice curtain was not as fragile as it seemed. Yan Chenyu had used the power of the Island of Ice to condense the ice curtain. Its defense was amazing. The only drawback was that only she could support it. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to fight against the people of Tianyi Gate. Elder Lu's plan was very simple. He wanted to destroy everything here before the 4th grade minor saint arrived. He wanted to capture Yan Chenyu and Zhang Zhenhai to save his face. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen had already known about what happened here and was rushing back. What should we do? These people are too strong. Looks like little you won't be able to hold on for too long. Zhang Zhenhai was extremely worried. Look, those people are too strong. The pressure they emitted is suffocating me. How can there be such powerful people in the heavens and earth? We're doomed. Our martial saint dynasty is doomed. If young lady Yan Chenyu can't stop them and the ice curtain is broken, it will be our doomsday. In front of those people, we're just like ants. They can blow us into dust with just a breath. That's right. Unfortunately, we can't do anything to help. We can only rely on Miss Yan Chenyu herself. All our hopes are now on her. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were sighing. They had never experienced such a scene. It was like doomsday. When Jiang Chen and Martial Saint Dynasty fought in the past, it was the first time that Martial Saint Dynasty had experienced such a great turmoil. Today was the second time, a devastating turmoil. Everyone, don't worry. I have already sent a message to Jiang Chen. He will be back soon. Yan Chenyu's voice was loud and clear, falling into the ears of everyone in Martial Saint Dynasty. When they heard the name Jiang Chen, many people couldn't help but be shocked. That white-clothed young man was already a god in their hearts. He was an omnipotent god. As long as Jiang Chen was back, no matter how strong the enemy was, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chen-er, Zhang Zhenhai said in a low voice. He thought of his proud son. No matter what kind of situation he was in, he would always be able to smile. With such a son, what else could he ask for? All right, as long as my brother is back, these people will be finished. Wu Jiu was also excited. Father, Jiang Chen has been in the divine continent for such a long time. Can he really grow to such a powerful level? Wu Lang asked doubtfully. He, nothing is impossible when it comes to him. The appearance of these men is enough to prove how powerful he is. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, they wouldn't have come to the eastern continent to deal with us. Wu Jiu chuckled. Wu Lang sighed. His eyes were filled with infatuation. When he met Jiang Chen for the first time, Jiang Chen's strength was far weaker than him. In such a short time, Jiang Chen had grown so much that he couldn't even catch up to him. He considered himself a genius, but compared to Jiang Chen, he couldn't even be considered a genius. Rumble. The raging energy continued to wreak havoc in the sky, causing the ice curtain to shake and crack after crack. However, as soon as these cracks appeared, they were repaired by the rain of smoke, preventing them from expanding further. This was the power of the island of ice. However, the opponent's energy was too strong. Yan Chenyu had to use the power of the island of ice to repair the ice curtain. If this continued, Yan Chenyu wouldn't be able to hold on. Brother Chen, I can only hold on for one more day. You must come back soon. Yan Chenyu prayed in her heart. She could only hold on for one more day, but if Jiang Chen didn't come back after one day, Martial Saint Dynasty would be finished. In the void, two silhouettes were flickering. They disappeared with each step they took. Every time they disappeared, they would be thousands of miles away. These two silhouettes were none other than Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Jiang Chen was hurrying on with his journey. His face was so gloomy that it could almost condense frost. He had no idea what had happened to his family, but he was sure that it wouldn't be anything good. The Huang dog knew how Jiang Chen felt at the moment. He was wise enough to keep quiet along the way. He knew how important Martial Saint Dynasty was to Jiang Chen. If something happened to Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen's anger would sweep across the entire continent. While Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were rushing back to the eastern continent, a powerful minor saint was also flying towards the eastern continent. He was an elder with a cultivation of 4th grade minor saint. One day later, the experts of Tianyi Gate who had been attacking for a day and a night had a ferocious look on their faces, especially Elder Lu. His hair stood up in anger. So many of them had been attacking for a day and a night, but none of them could break the ice barrier. It was really shameful. However, Yan Chenyu wasn't having an easy time either. She was already at the end of her tether. She could only hold on for an hour at most. Her eyes kept looking at the void, hoping that the white-robed man would suddenly appear. Motherfucker! How could this woman be so strong? She could hold on for such a long time. I can't hold on any longer. Someone of Tianyi Gate couldn't help but curse. Continue attacking. She is also at the end of her tether. She can't hold on any longer. We can't give her the chance to recover. Elder Lu gritted his teeth. Hung Long. Another round of attacks began, and the chaotic energy light waves collided with the ice screen. Barf. Yan Chenyu was greatly shaken. She spurted out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Elder Lu and the others became excited. Their attacks became more violent. Not good. Xiao Yu is injured. Yan Zhanyun looked worried when he saw Yan Chenyu spurting out blood. Why hasn't Jiang Chen appeared yet? Xiao Yu can't hold on any longer. Once the ice barrier is broken, Martial Saint Dynasty will be turned into nothingness. Wu Lang's tone was solemn. No one could remain calm at this moment. Chen Er will definitely appear. Jiang Zhenhai's tone was firm. He believed in his son. Hung Long. At this moment, the void suddenly trembled. A silhouette suddenly appeared like a ghost. However, it wasn't Jiang Chen who appeared, but an elder in gray robe. This elder's chi was even more powerful than Elder Lu's. He was actually a powerful 4th grade minor saint. So many of us can't break the defense. How shameful. The elder couldn't help but sneer at them after he appeared. Elder Lu's face darkened. The 4th grade minor saint of the sect had arrived. Elder Zhuang, we are about to break it. The defense of this woman's ice barrier is amazing. You don't need to do anything. Elder Lu said. This scene was witnessed by the people of Martial Saint Dynasty. Their faces were filled with despair. The Jiang Chen that they were expecting didn't appear. Instead, an even stronger enemy appeared. What could they do now? Yan Chenyu couldn't hold on any longer. Now, an even stronger enemy had appeared. They were afraid that the ice barrier would shatter in an instant. It was over. There was no hope left. Enough. Don't waste any more time here. It's really shameful. Let me finish her off. Elder Zhuang's tone was cold. While saying that, he suddenly reached out his hand. Boundless light flashed and converged into a huge bright palm, slamming on the ice barrier. Hong Long, the ice barrier was shattered and evaporated by the terrifying energy. Pu Yen Chenyu was greatly shaken. She spurted out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Her body was shaking, trying her best not to falls. Xiao Yu! Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Zhenhai exclaimed at the same time. Yen Chenyu had suffered a serious injury. The opponent was too strong. There was no way she could resist. At this moment, everyone was in complete despair. Who is Jiang Zhenhai? Stand out! Elder Zhuang said loudly. In my opinion, there is no need to talk nonsense. Let's eliminate the entire martial saint dynasty. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. A 9th-grade combat emperor shouted. His murderous intent soared to the sky. Chapter 782. This sudden turn of events had attracted everyone's attention. A 9th-grade combat emperor was killed just like that. Not even a piece of him was left. It was enough to show the strength of the newcomer. Whether it was the experts of Tianyi Gate or the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, all of them raised their heads and looked at a spot in the sky. They saw ripples in the void. 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared like lightning. One of them was a white-clothed man who seemed to be in his 20s. His handsome face was filled with resoluteness and the chi of a king. Beside him was a Da Huang dog that was even more majestic than a ferocious tiger. Brother Chen! Yen Chenyu exclaimed. A bright smile appeared on her face. She knew that Jiang Chen would appear. He wouldn't let anything happen to them. As long as Jiang Chen was back, they wouldn't be afraid no matter how many enemies there were. Chen brother. Jiang Zhanhai, Wu Jiao and the others were pleasantly surprised. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty were also surprised. They had already given up all hope when they saw Jiang Chen. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent man. The current Jiang Chen didn't look much different compared to the time when he left the Eastern continent, but his chi had changed drastically. How could the combat king be compared to the minor saint now? They weren't on the same level. After Jiang Chen appeared, he immediately saw the situation of Martial Saint Dynasty. The half-destroyed buildings were in a mess. The broken buildings were stained with the blood of the Martial Saint Dynasty's disciples. It was imaginable how many people had died there. However, after scanning the place with his divine sense, he found that all the important figures were still alive. This made him heave a sigh of relief. But immediately, his anger rose to the sky. Jiang Chen saw the injured Yen Chenyu. He saw her pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth. This was the lover that he had been thinking about day and night. For her family and friends, she had fought against so many experts alone. She was injured once again. Invading my homeland is an unforgivable crime. Jiang Chen uttered these words coldly. His eyes were like a cold knife that swept across all the people of Tianyi Gate. He had guessed many things on his way here, but he didn't expect such a situation to happen. From the clothes and cultivation of these people, he could tell that they were the people of Tianyi Gate. Jiang Chen had never thought that Tianyi Gate would send people to the Eastern continent to harm his family in order to deal with him. How could a big sect be so shameless? He couldn't tolerate this. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and anyone who touched it would die. Everything that had happened today had triggered the anger in Jiang Chen's heart. He was like an ancient beast that was about to go berserk, and he was about to go berserk. Jiang Chen, why did you come back? Elder Lu couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw Jiang Chen. Not only him, even the 4th-grade minor saint Elder Zhuang was shocked. His face darkened. Before he came here, he already knew what Jiang Chen had done in Xuanyu. Not even a 5th-grade minor saint was a match for him. Even though he didn't see it with his own eyes, it was true that Jiang Chen had conquered the 4 domains. This made Elder Zhuang feel a sense of fear when he saw Jiang Chen. Many of them hadn't seen Jiang Chen before, but everyone in Tianyi Gate knew Jiang Chen's appearance. Most importantly, there was always a Da Huang dog beside Jiang Chen. Such an obvious symbol couldn't be wrong. The people of Tianyi Gate? Great. This is great. You will never know what kind of price Tianyi Gate will have to pay for what they have done today. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, but it couldn't hide the cold light that was flickering in his eyes. A bone-chilling killing intent was released from Jiang Chen's body, covering the sky and earth like a gale. Everyone in Tianyi Gate's facial expression changed. The name of a man was like the shadow of a tree. The name Jiang Chen was a great deterrent. Everyone here will die today. None of you will leave this place alive. Jiang Chen's words had sentenced all the people of Tianyi Gate to death. Fuck you. How dare you hurt Xiaoyu? Master Dog will tear you apart. De Huang Dog was already infuriated. He dragged his majestic body and rushed to the side of the fourth-grade minor Saint Elder Zhuang in a blink of an eye. Without saying a word, he opened his bloody mouth and bit at Elder Zhuang. Quickly, spread out and capture the people below. Jiang Chen is too scary. We are no match for him. Elder Lu's reaction was also extremely fast. He knew of Jiang Chen's strength, and the only thing they could do now was to rely on their superior numbers. Before Jiang Chen could kill everyone, they would separate some people to capture the people below and use them to threaten Jiang Chen. Only in this way would they have a chance of survival. If not, they would die without a doubt. There would not be the slightest accident. Voila, however, Jiang Chen wouldn't give them any chance. The five-elemental sphere was like an ocean, emitting five-colored light. It instantly sealed the void and enveloped all the people of Tianyi Gate. The five-elemental sphere was very scary. Over 100 minor saints from the four domains were trapped by Jiang Chen, but they couldn't get out, let alone the people of Tianyi Gate. This is the power of the sphere. How can his sphere be so strong? We can't get out and are trapped by his sphere. How is this possible? Elder Lu's face turned pale with fright. Without confronting Jiang Chen, it was impossible to know how scary Jiang Chen was. The scene that happened next was horrifying. Even those who were watching couldn't help but feel horrified, let alone those who were in the midst of it. Arg screams were heard incessantly. No one saw any movement from Jiang Chen, but the bodies of the 9 ninth-grade combat emperors who were trapped in the five-elemental sphere exploded and turned into a mist of blood. In a blink of an eye, all the 9th-grade combat emperors had died without exception. My God! How strong is Brother Jiang Chen now? Wu Jiu opened his mouth wide in shock. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. Brother Jiang is really a rare genius. I will never be able to reach his level in this lifetime. Wu Lang couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Haha. Jiang Zhenhai burst into laughter. He recalled the time when he was in Fragrant Sky City. Jiang Chen was just a spoiled brat, a complete trash. He had wasted so many herbs, but he was only at the first level of Qi realm. At that time, Jiang Zhenhai wouldn't have dreamt that his spoiled brat son would grow to this level one day. The 9 ninth-grade combat emperors were dead, leaving only 4 minor saints. Each of them was shivering in fear. They hadn't felt such fear ever since they had become minor saints. Now that they were trapped in Jiang Chen's sphere, they could feel the threat of death. Arg! On the other side, Elder Zhuang let out a miserable shriek. One of his arms was torn off by Big Yellow. It was dripping with blood, and the white bones were exposed to the air. Big Yellow was extremely ferocious. He opened his mouth wide and bit Elder Zhuang's leg. Crack, crack, crack. Although Elder Zhuang was a 4th-grade minor saint, he was nothing in front of a 3rd-grade minor demon Saint De Huang Dog. If De Huang Dog wanted to kill Elder Zhuang, he could kill him instantly. However, De Huang Dog didn't want to let him die so easily. It was this old man who had hurt Xiaoyu. The relationship between De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu was very good. Ugh! Another blood-curdling scream was heard. One of Elder Zhuang's legs was torn off by De Huang Dog. He was a dignified 4th-grade minor saint, but he had never been in such an embarrassing situation before. Being a 4th-grade minor saint represented power, but Elder Zhuang had never felt so weak before. In front of De Huang Dog, he was like a puppet that had no strength to resist. Qila the next moment, another blood-curdling scream was heard. Elder Zhuang's other arm and leg were torn off by De Huang Dog. All his limbs were torn off and fell to the ground. Such a cruel scene made the people of Martial Saint Dynasty shiver in fear. Even though they knew that De Huang Dog was one of them, it was their first time witnessing such a horrifying scene. They couldn't get used to it. Plus, this dog had a notorious reputation. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? Arg! Elder Zhuang threatened, but before he could finish his words, De Huang Dog had already bitten off his head. A mighty 4th-grade minor saint had died on the spot in the most miserable way. It could be said that he had died without a burial place. The bloody scene was too horrifying. The powerful group of Tianyi Gate had been annihilated in an instant. Only 4 of them were left. The current 4 of them had lost their previous imposing manner. Each of them was shivering in fear. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were like 2 killing gods. Jiang Chen, you can't kill us. Otherwise, Tianyi Gate will never let you go. Elder Lu said. Jiang Chen sneered. This old man had lived like a dog for so many years. How could he still spout such nonsense at this moment? Did he really think that Jiang Chen would spare his life? Jiang Chen laughed mockingly. Did he really think that there was still room for reconciliation between Jiang Chen and Tianyi Gate? Did he really think that Jiang Chen was afraid of Tianyi Gate? It was simply ridiculous. What you have done today is unforgivable. Death is already the lightest punishment for you. I have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead, but you don't have the right to make me waste my time on you. Tianyi Gate will have to bear the most severe consequences for today's mistake. After killing you all, I will personally go to Tianyi Gate and turn your sect into ruins. I will make Tianyi Gate disappear completely from this world. Jiang Chen was like a god of death. With just a sentence, he had sentenced the people of Tianyi Gate to death. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and disappeared. In the next moment, along with 4 miserable screams, Elder Lu and the other 3 died tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. They were killed in an instant. Chapter 783. Jiang Chen was too powerful. Even if he didn't transform into his dragon form, these people couldn't be compared to him. These people from Tianyi Gate dared to harm his family and friends. This made Jiang Chen very angry. Even if he killed all of them, it didn't relieve the hatred in Jiang Chen's heart. The doomsday-like scene was instantly resolved. Everyone in Martial Saint Dynasty heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the way they looked at Jiang Chen and Huang Dog had undergone a drastic change. In their impression, Jiang Chen was already the strongest in the Eastern continent, but the power he displayed today was still beyond their imagination. The people of Martial Saint Dynasty knew very well how strong those people from the Heavenly Sect were. In front of them, they were no different from ants. They could only be crushed to death. However, Jiang Chen's appearance had only taken him a minute to kill all of them. Not even their ashes were left. That's right. That's right. Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu shouted. She turned into a ray of light and threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. After such a long time, she finally saw her lover again. It was hard for her to control her emotions. Jiang Chen let Yan Chenyu hug him. His face was full of smiles. This was the woman whom he would protect with everything in his life. She was a part of his life. However, Jiang Chen was very surprised to see Yan Chenyu again. He was surprised because of her growth. It seemed like the inheritance of the ice god was very powerful. It allowed her to reach the 1st grade minor saint. This was something that Jiang Chen didn't expect. Yan Chenyu was probably the only minor saint expert in the history of the Eastern continent. Xiaoyu, how are your injuries? Jiang Chen asked softly. Thinking of the effort that Yan Chenyu had put in to fight so many people, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel distressed. I'm fine. It's just a little shock. I can heal myself. Yan Chenyu buried her head in Jiang Chen's chest and did not want to move away. It was as if she wanted time to stop at this moment. After a while, the two separated. Yan Chenyu saw De Huang Dog and immediately went to greet him. Puppy dog, you're even more valiant now. You're really amazing. Yan Chenyu patted De Huang Dog's head. Only Yan Chenyu dared to do such a thing. Even Jiang Chen didn't dare to do so. Little you is the amazing one. You hid on Island of Ice, and as soon as you came out, you've become a little saint. That bastard dared to bully you just now, so Lord Dog has already torn him to pieces. De Huang Dog shook his arrogant head. After that, Jiang Chen flew down from the sky and landed in front of Jiang Zhenhai and the others. He bowed to Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun. Jiang Zhenhai could not bear to see Jiang Chen again. If he did not see Jiang Chen and Yan Chenyu hugging each other, he would have flown up to them. Dad, you've suffered a lot, Jiang Chen said with a smile. In his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. If he came back a little later, his father would have met with an accident. He couldn't help but feel scared when he thought about it. If something bad happened to Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Chen didn't know whether he would turn into a crazy killing machine or not. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. My son is becoming more and more powerful. I'm happy for you. Jiang Zhenhai helped Jiang Chen up and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with his strong hands. This was the biggest pride of his life. Brother, I never thought that you've grown to such a level. I'm really happy for you. Wu Jiao walked up to Jiang Chen as well. Seeing that Jiang Chen had grown so much, Wu Jiu was naturally happy. He was grateful to Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. Back in Inferno Hell, if it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have died long ago. Back in the Martial Saint dynasty, when he was framed and imprisoned by the Imperial Emperor, it was Jiang Chen who saved him. It could be said that his life, his empire, everything he had now, were all given to him by Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi. Yu Zihan walked up to Jiang Chen with a bright smile on his face. Good brother. Jiang Chen patted Yu Zihan's shoulder. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Jiang Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable happiness. All right, it's not easy for my brother to come back. We should have a good gathering. Let's talk somewhere else. Wu Jiu said with a smile. In the backyard of the Imperial Palace, a group of upper echelons were gathered together. Chen who are those people? Zhang Zhenhai asked. Those people were too powerful. Dad, they are a superpower in the divine continent called Tianyi Gate. I have a grudge with this superpower, and they have tried to kill me many times, but they never succeeded. I never thought that they would target you guys this time. This is my mistake, and I will definitely make Tianyi Gate pay for this. Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. Attacking his own family was something that he would never forgive. Tianyi Gate had crossed Jiang Chen's bottom line, and Tianyi Gate had to be eliminated. If not, something like this would happen again, and he wouldn't be so lucky the next time. This time, it's all thanks to Xiao Yu. If she didn't stop them, the Martial Saint dynasty wouldn't have lasted until you came back. Wu Jiu told them about how Yan Chenyu fought against powerful enemies and killed a third-grade minor demon saint. Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog felt very lucky that Yan Chenyu stayed behind when they left. Otherwise, what happened today would be a disaster for the Martial Saint dynasty. Also, Brother Chen has the bronze plate that leads to the Island of Ice. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to pass the news to Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu said. Her watery eyes looked at Jiang Chen and said, Brother Chen, I want to follow you when you leave this time. All right, we will leave tomorrow, but this time, I will arrange everything before we leave. Jiang Chen nodded. Yan Chenyu was now a first-grade minor saint. There was no room for her to improve if she continued to stay in the eastern continent. Yan Chenyu must have already obtained the inheritance of the ice god, so there was no need for her to stay in the Island of Ice to cultivate. However, this time, Jiang Chen couldn't be like the last time. He needed to be fully prepared and make himself impregnable. Chen are you leaving so soon? Hearing that Jiang Chen was going to leave tomorrow, Jiang Zhenhai felt reluctant. Dad, the matter of Tianyi Gate has to be settled as soon as possible. This force has crossed my bottom line. How dare they come to deal with you? If they did it once, there will be a second time. When I go back, I will settle the score with Tianyi Gate once and for all. Jiang Chen said firmly. He couldn't tolerate what Tianyi Gate had done. You can deal with your own matters. Jiang Zhenhai nodded. Jiang Chen was a rare genius, a favored son of heaven. He was destined to soar in the 9 heavens. Although he didn't go to the divine continent, he knew that Jiang Chen must be doing very well in the divine continent. Jiang Chen still had a long way to go. The only thing he could do was to be proud of having such a son. That night, Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenhai talked a lot about the divine continent. It had been a long time since the father and son sat down and had a good chat. They talked for the whole day until dawn. Dad, I need to go out and do something. I will bid farewell to you later. Jiang Chen said and disappeared in a flash. He sent a message to the Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu. 2 men and a dog appeared on a desolate mountain range. It was a desolate place. Not even a single demonic beast could be seen. Brother Chen, what are we doing here? Yan Chenyu asked. Crossing the tribulation. Jiang Chen said faintly. He was going to deal with Tianyi Gate this time. Given his current strength, he could only kill a 5th-grade minor saint even in his half-dragon form. Tianyi Gate was a very powerful force in the Western domain. They had at least a 6th-grade minor saint protecting them. Therefore, Jiang Chen must be fully prepared before dealing with Tianyi Gate. With the help of the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Chen would be able to break through to 2nd-grade minor saint. At that time, killing a 6th-grade minor saint would be a piece of cake for him. The 2 of you just watch from afar. Don't get too close to it. You 2 can carefully feel the heavenly might of the heavenly tribulation. Paying attention to the heavenly tribulation in advance will be beneficial to both of you in the future. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu. De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu were both minor saints now. Given their talent, it was only a matter of time before they advanced to the great saint realm. At that time, the saint tribulation would befall them. De Huang Dog had seen him crossing the tribulation before, so it was fine. Yan Chenyu never knew what the heavenly tribulation was. It would be beneficial for her to experience it in advance. As for the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen didn't tell them that their cultivation grade was too low. They wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the saint tribulation. It would be disadvantageous to them if they came here. De Huang Dog knew how terrifying the saint tribulation was. He immediately flew away. Yan Chenyu followed De Huang Dog and came to an open field far away from the mountain range. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the dusky sky. He let out a long breath. He had passed the 9 major tribulations, and he had no idea what kind of tribulation this time would be, and he had no idea how terrifying it would be. However, he had a strong foundation, and he was well prepared. Plus, with the help of the dragon transformation skill, he had nothing to fear. Hung Long. A surge of qi rushed out from the top of Jiang Chen's head and turned into a golden beam of light that pierced through the clouds. Suddenly, the entire sky changed dramatically. The originally dark sky was now covered by a large patch of dark clouds. The dark clouds were extremely thick, as if a devil mountain was descending. Hung Long. Another rumbling sound rang out as the black clouds started to flicker with the roar of thunder. Bolts of lightning crackled and crackled. The black lightning was as thick as ink and made people feel an endless pressure. This was the might of the heavens. Under this powerful pressure, people would feel a sense of suffocation. Such a strong heaven's might. Yan Chenyu's face was full of surprise. She felt uncomfortable even though she was standing so far away. It was imaginable how much pressure Jiang Chen had to bear under the heaven's might. Double 11 is coming. Come and recharge quickly. The highest rebate is 60%. Chapter 784. Thunder rumbled, and the entire mountain range looked like it was the end of the world. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the pressure from the heavenly might caused the mountains below to crumble and turn into ruins. Rumble. A stream of black light poured down like a waterfall, striking down at Jiang Chen's head. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain, allowing the lightning to strike his body. Pa pa pa. The lightning crackled, but it didn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen already had the experience of going through heavenly tribulations. No matter how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was, it wouldn't be too strong at the beginning. With Jiang Chen's current strength, not only would this lightning not cause any harm to him, the lightning energy contained in it would be absorbed by Jiang Chen, using it to temper his body, which would bring him endless benefits. Black lightning, it's really rare, but this heavenly tribulation hasn't revealed its true power yet. I still have no idea what kind of powerful heavenly tribulation it is, but I don't have time to worry about it. I have enough herbs now, and I'm going to concoct some 9 solar less rond pill while the Martial Saint Dynasty needs to grow stronger. If I can get these 9 solar less rond pill, many geniuses will be born in the dynasty, and their future achievements will be limitless. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The Martial Saint Dynasty was his hometown, and no matter where he went, it would always affect his heart. Furthermore, he still had a long way to go. The Pure Land, the Immortal World, or even better worlds. At that time, he wouldn't have time to care about his family. He knew very well that if he wanted to protect his home, the best way was to make it stronger. Only then would he not have to worry about his family. Jiang Chen had many ways to make the Martial Saint Dynasty stronger, and the concoction of the 9 solar less rond pill was just the first step. Rumble. The thunderclouds raged once again, and a total of 3 black thunderbolts condensed. The entire sky was densely packed with thunderbolts, and they interweaved like a spider web. One could imagine the terrifying energy contained in them. Jiang Chen, who was beneath the lightning, remained indifferent. With a flip of his palm, the true thunderfire and true dragon flames appeared at the same time, forming a sea of fire. Next, one spiritual herb after another fell into Jiang Chen's hand, falling into the sea of fire. The 3 thunderbolts once again poured down like a tide, drowning Jiang Chen entirely. The horrifying thunderbolts made Yan Chenyu, who was watching from afar, tremble in fear. Her face was full of worry. Don't worry, this guy is fine. He can even concoct pills. De Huang Dog said while wagging his thick tail. He didn't seem to care at all. He knew how strong Jiang Chen was. Ever since he broke through to the combat soul realm, Jiang Chen had been struck 3 times by the heavenly thunderbolts, and he had gained a lot of experience. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had accumulated a huge amount of thunderbolts in his body, giving him a great immunity to thunderbolts. Ordinary heavenly tribulation couldn't harm him at all. Even the extremely powerful heavenly tribulation couldn't threaten Jiang Chen in the beginning. Jiang Chen wanted to use this time to concoct the pill. Once the terrifying heavenly tribulation descended, he would have to focus all his attention on the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Chen's palms danced in the sea of thunderbolts as he began concocting the 9 solar-less rond pill. His concoction technique was extremely exquisite. Although it looked simple, it wasn't something that ordinary people could concoct. The great soul derivation skill had provided him with a strong foundation. The reason why he was able to concoct the legendary 9 solar-less rond pill in the midst of thunderbolts was mostly because of the great soul derivation skill. The heavenly saint's sword let out a loud roar and flew out from Jiang Chen's body, falling into the terrifying sea of thunderbolts. No matter how the thunderbolts struck it, the heavenly saint's sword remained indestructible. Instead, because of the tempering of the thunderbolts, it had become even stronger. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for half an hour. As Jiang Chen was well prepared, he was able to concoct more 9 solar-less rond pills. In just half an hour, he had concocted a total of 12 9 solar-less rond pills. It was a bountiful harvest. Great! With these 9 solar-less rond pill, the overall strength of the martial saint dynasty will be greatly improved in the near future. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was very clear about the effects of the 9 solar-less rond pill, especially for those with ordinary talents. The talents of the people of the martial saint dynasty could only be considered ordinary when compared to the people of the divine continent. Coupled with the difference in cultivation conditions, their achievements were limited. However, if they took the 9 solar-less rond pill, their talents would undergo a tremendous change. The powerful 9 solar-less rond pill could even provide great help to great saint experts, let alone ordinary people. The lightning began to roar. As if it could feel the power of the person who was going through the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly might rolled even more violently. The dark clouds were twice as thick as before. Jiang Chen's power had completely infuriated the heavenly might. Countless of black lightning bolts were 10 times denser than before. The sky was already bright, but it still looked like the end of the world. The entire mountain range had been completely destroyed. Jiang Chen raised his head. He knew that the truly terrifying lightning tribulation was about to arrive. Those lightning bolts were just the appetizer. Although they couldn't hurt him, they couldn't stimulate his potential. If it was just those lightning bolts, Jiang Chen wouldn't have any hope of breaking through to the 2nd-grade minor saint. The dark clouds began to tumble. The pitch-black lightning constantly wriggled and intertwined with each other. In the end, it directly formed a black dragon. The dragon looked to be dozens of feet long. Its cold eyes were filled with demonic nature. This was a demonic dragon. Every part of its body was filled with demonic nature. Devil dragon tribulation. Jiang Chen's facial expression changed. The appearance of the devil dragon finally made Jiang Chen know what kind of tribulation he was going through. It was the legendary devil dragon tribulation. This was a tribulation that would make countless people pale. According to the ancient records, this tribulation would only appear when a great saint ascended to immortality. It was rarely seen during normal times. Damn it! This brat is really unlucky. It's the devil dragon tribulation. De Huang Dog couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the devil dragon tribulation. What is the devil dragon tribulation? Is it very scary? Yan Chenyu asked worriedly. She could tell from De Huang Dog's tone that this devil dragon tribulation must be a horrifying tribulation. Otherwise, De Huang Dog wouldn't have such a big reaction. That's right. According to the records, this kind of tribulation is the most horrifying. It's not the power of the thunder tribulation itself, but the devilish aura of the devil dragon. When the devil dragon attacks, it can directly attack the human soul. You should know that no matter how strong a person is, the soul is the weakest part of the person. Once the soul is attacked by the devil spirit, the devilish aura will invade the deepest part of the soul and turn the soul into a devil. In this way, the person who is going through the tribulation will be possessed by the devil spirit. He will be completely demonized and die tragically under the heavens tribulation. Even if he survives the tribulation, he will become a peerless devil king. He will lose his nature and become a killing machine that only knows how to kill. Big Yellow began to explain. He had the body of a divine beast, and as his cultivation base improved, he would be able to awaken more of his innate abilities. Apart from his innate abilities, he also had a lot of ancient records. So, he was very clear about the lightning tribulation. Among all the heavens tribulations, the devil-dragon tribulation was definitely not the most powerful one. However, to a cultivator, it was definitely the most horrifying. Many people would rather go through a heavens tribulation with a powerful attack than touch the devil-dragon tribulation. Brother Chen, you can do it. Yan Chenyu was even more worried. However, she believed that Jiang Chen would succeed. In her mind, there was no difficulty that could stop Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face darkened. He finally knew why the lightning was black. It was the characteristic of the legendary devil-dragon tribulation. Even he did not have absolute confidence in dealing with the horrifying devil-dragon tribulation. Come on, I will guard my heart. Let's see how you can disturb me. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated as he provoked the demonic spirit. Although the devil-dragon tribulation was horrifying, he was not afraid. It was useless to be afraid. He still had to face it. The more horrifying the heavens tribulation was, the more benefits he would gain once he passed it. Once the demonic nature of the devil-dragon tribulation could no longer affect him, his mind would change like a phoenix rising from the ashes. In the future, anything that tried to disturb him would be useless to him. Sometimes, the improvement of one's mind was even rarer than one's own strength. The black demonic dragon dragged its long body and swooped down from the sky. Facing the terrifying demonic dragon, Jiang Chen's facial expression did not change. He did not even think about resisting. He knew that the demonic dragon's attack was not strong. His body was strong enough to resist it. What he needed to do now was to resist the demonic nature of the demonic dragon. At this time, the Great Soul Derivation Technique played a key role. Because of the Great Soul Derivation Technique, Jiang Chen's soul was extremely strong. It was much stronger than ordinary people. It was not easy for the demonic dragon to invade Jiang Chen's soul. The demonic dragon opened its mouth and swallowed Jiang Chen. The terrifying demonic spirit turned into a black lightning sea again, covering the entire sky. Yan Chenyu and a Huang dog could only see darkness. They could not see Jiang Chen's figure. They could not help but worry. Don't worry. This guy will be fine, De Huang dog said. It was useless to worry at this time. Facing the heavens tribulation, no matter how strong they could not help Jiang Chen at all. They did not even dare to approach the center of the heavens tribulation. Otherwise, if they attracted their own heavens tribulation, they would not even have a place to cry. Chapter 785. The entire mountain range was filled with black lightning. The mountain range had been completely destroyed. At this moment, nothing could be seen in the center of the sea of lightning. Yan Chenyu and a Huang dog stood far away and could not see Jiang Chen's situation clearly. The legendary dragon's calamity was so horrifying that no one in this world dared to say that they were absolutely sure that they could survive it. Even Jiang Chen did not dare to do so. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing in the sea of lightning with his eyes closed, letting the lightning strike his body. It did not cause any harm to him, but the invisible demonic nature penetrated into the depth of Jiang Chen's soul, trying to demonize Jiang Chen completely. Wah! The fierce impact made Jiang Chen's soul feel a tearing pain. Under the impact of the origin, Jiang Chen spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, this pain was nothing to him. The Great Soul Derivation skill was activated crazily to resist the demonic nature brought by the heaven's wrath. Demonic nature was different from attacking power. It was not something that could be resisted by physical strength. Even for Jiang Chen, it was extremely difficult to deal with it. Moreover, the demonic nature in this calamity was far from an ordinary devil's. The demonic nature penetrated every nook and cranny of Jiang Chen's body crazily. Even with the Great Soul Derivation skill, the process of resistance was still extremely uncomfortable. In the following time, Jiang Chen's emotions fluctuated greatly. All kinds of negative emotions kept appearing, which seriously affected Jiang Chen's origin. Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a roar. It was like the roar of a devil king: anger, melancholy, sorrow, slaughter, greed, bloodthirst. Jiang Chen's eyes had turned blood red, as if a peerless devil had appeared. His bones were producing cracking sounds, and his face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen in this battle. Jiang Chen's face was covered with black devilish energy. This was a battle that came from the depths of his soul, and even the dragon transformation skill couldn't help Jiang Chen. Brother Chen will be all right, right? That roar just now was so scary. Yan Chenyu was even more worried. She had never heard Jiang Chen scream like this before. She could almost feel Jiang Chen's pain. It was a struggle that came from the depths of his origin. No one could replace it. Jiang Chen had to fight it himself. Little you, don't worry. He'll be fine. De Huang Dog comforted him. In fact, he was also extremely worried at this moment. He had been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time, but he had never heard Jiang Chen roar like this before. There were too many negative emotions mixed in it. It could be imagined that Jiang Chen was currently enduring the huge impact of the demonic nature and was fighting against it with his life. This was a different kind of battle. It was a battle against the heavens, a battle against oneself, and a battle against one's own soul. Jiang Chen was in extreme pain. His whole body was trembling. Great soul derivation skill, edifying light. Jiang Chen's voice was a bit hoarse. He crazily operated the great soul derivation skill and cast the edifying light at the same time. These two skills were the best to fight against the demonic nature. Gradually, Jiang Chen's emotions calmed down. His whole body calmed down, but his eyes were still blood red. He sat cross-legged in the void with his black hair fluttering in the wind. He was in a special state. At this moment, two Jiang Chens appeared in the depth of Jiang Chen's soul. One was Jiang Chen in white, and the other was Jiang Chen in black. The white-robed Jiang Chen looked exactly like Jiang Chen. The black-robed Jiang Chen stood opposite him with a sneer. His eyes were filled with demonic nature, and there were demonic marks on his face and between his eyebrows. Jiang Chen knew that this black-robed him was formed because of the dragon's edge. Everyone had a demonic side, and everyone had two sides. The dragon's edge had materialized the demonic side of Jiang Chen. Hee. Release your desires. Your greed, your laziness, all of them. The demonic Jiang Chen let out a cold laugh. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He suddenly made a move. The first move was the true dragon palm, slapping toward his demonic self. The demonic Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He also struck out the true dragon palm, which collided with Jiang Chen's attack, forming a soul storm. I am you and you are me. Look, you even want to kill yourself and you still say that you are not a demonic self? The demonic Jiang Chen said with a smile. I will kill you and I will be me. I will make you disappear from this world, never to appear again. The demonic Jiang Chen said Lung Leng. Haha, ignorant. I told you I am you and you can't kill me. Since you want to make a move, let's see who can control this body. The demonic Jiang Chen laughed loudly. With a swish, a long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Heavenly Saint sword, but it was indeed a demonic Heavenly Saint sword. It slashed toward Jiang Chen. Rumble. In the depths of their souls, the two demonic Jiang Chen started a life and death battle. Neither of them would give way. Jiang Chen understood that the demonic self had been stimulated by the dragon tribulation. They were now fighting for the control of the body. Once the demonic self obtained the control of the body, he would be completely demonized. From then on, he would become a murderous and greedy person. No, he would become a great demon that would harm the world. Wah! Jiang Chen, who was in the sea of lightning, kept spurting out blood. The edifying light kept wandering around his body, keeping Jiang Chen awake. His soul was in the void, and this kind of battle had caused great damage to Jiang Chen. But now, Jiang Chen had no way to retreat. He could only continue to fight against the demonic self. This battle lasted for an hour. During this hour, the Black Sea of Lightning did not change at all. De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu were worried, but there was nothing they could do. In the void, the two Jiang Chens who had been fighting for an hour were panting and sweating profusely. See, you can't kill me. Don't waste your efforts. Let's control the body together. What do you think? The demonic Jiang Chen said. Don't even think about it. Jiang Chen's tone was firm. Stubborn. The demonic Jiang Chen was annoyed. It can't go on like this. I am fighting with the demonic self now, and it will consume a lot of my mental power and soul power. The great soul derivation technique can no longer sustain it. This guy's strength is exactly the same as mine. It is basically impossible to kill him. Jiang Chen frowned. At this time, he had to think of a way to deal with it. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jiang Chen's mind. As the saying goes, life and death are determined by fate. I am cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and I am fighting against the heavens. Fighting against the heavens means death. However, once I succeed, I will live. There is only a fine line between life and death. Everyone will die, but there is a way to live. Come on! Jiang Chen shouted again. He raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand and slashed at the demonic self. The demonic Jiang Chen also launched an attack. However, this time, Jiang Chen did not really fight with his opponent. The moment he attacked, he stopped his attack and let his opponent's sword pierce into his body. At the moment when the cold long sword pierced into his body, Jiang Chen's soul felt a tearing pain. Arg! At the same time, the devil Jiang Chen let out a blood-curdling scream. The devil Jiang Chen had killed himself, but instead, he was suffering endless pain. Wah! In the next moment, Jiang Chen spurted out another mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes, looking incomparably tired. However, the sea of lightning around him disappeared like the tide. In just a few breaths of time, the sea of lightning had disappeared, and the dark clouds above it had also dispersed. The entire heaven and earth had returned to its original state. Seeing the miserable Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu and a Huang dog quickly went up to him. "Chen Gij, are you okay?" Yan Chenyu asked with concern. "I am fine." Jiang Chen smiled. "Boy, you are awesome. You even defeated the dragon tribulation. How did you do it?" The Huang dog asked excitedly. "I did not understand the true essence of the dragon tribulation at first. The dragon tribulation itself is a trial of life and death. Once I understand the true essence of life and death, I will be able to defeat the dragon tribulation." A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Now, he finally understood that the battle in the deepest part of his soul was just an illusion, just like his great illusion realm. If he couldn't break free from it, he would never be able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. In fact, every person who was demonized by the dragon tribulation was living in an illusion. In the illusion, there was a demonic self that was forever controlled by the demonic self. At the last moment, Jiang Chen comprehended the true meaning of life and death. He used suicide to destroy the illusory realm, destroying his devil nature and breaking the devil-dragon tribulation. It was an extremely bold decision, but he had succeeded. This dragon tribulation had given Jiang Chen endless benefits. He could even break the illusion of the dragon tribulation. There would be nothing that could confuse his mind in the future. Moreover, he had understood the true essence of life and death. His mental state had undergone an unimaginable change. Although he couldn't see it in a short period of time, the true essence of life and death would play an important role in his cultivation sooner or later. One should know that the path of cultivation was endless. There would be a lot of true essence waiting for him to comprehend. Wang suddenly, a buzzing sound was heard in Jiang Chen's Qi Si. Countless dragon marks and yuan force were surging like tides. At this moment, Jiang Chen was impacted by the dragon tribulation. His potential was stimulated again. New dragon marks began to form, pushing Jiang Chen to advance to the second-grade minor saint. Haha, he is going to advance to the second-grade minor saint. What a monster! De Huang dog laughed. Chapter 786. The number of dragon marks increased. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, with the help of the lightning tribulation, he had condensed a total of 2,000 new dragon marks. Not only did it allow Jiang Chen to advance to second-grade minor saint, it also allowed him to reach the peak of second-grade minor saint. Feeling his current strength, Jiang Chen couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. With his current combat strength, he could easily kill a fifth-grade minor saint. Under the effect of his dragon transformation, he could easily kill a sixth-grade minor saint. He could even fight against an ordinary seventh-grade minor saint. Of course, in order to kill a seventh-grade minor saint, Jiang Chen would need to advance to the third-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen tidied his clothes. After advancing to the second-grade minor saint, he had recovered all the energy he had consumed to fight the Heart's Devil. His body had returned to its peak and he was many times stronger than when he was a first-grade minor saint. "Brother Chen, how do you feel?" Yan Chenyu asked with concern. "I feel better than ever. I have already advanced to the second-grade minor saint. With my dragon transformation, killing a sixth-grade minor saint is just a piece of cake. When I return, the first thing I will do is to go to the Western Domain and annihilate Tianyi Gate. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. His killing intent was revealed. What Tianyi Gate had done had completely infuriated him. If he didn't eradicate this force, he didn't know how many times such incident would happen in the future. This sect is truly hateful. I will go with you, Yan Chenyu said. Her eyes flickered with cold light. The incident in Martial Saint Dynasty was too dangerous. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely arrival, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiaoyu, how is your 9 Yin meridians? Jiang Chen asked. I've obtained the inheritance of the Ice God and fused with the Heart of Glacier. The Heart of Glacier has completely fused with my 9 Yin meridians. Moreover, I've already condensed half of the Heart of the Ice God. Once I completely condense the Heart of the Ice God, my cultivation will undergo an earth-shattering change. Yan Chenyu said excitedly. She did not want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. With her current cultivation, she was no longer a burden to Jiang Chen. Thinking that she would soon be able to enter the Divine Continent with Jiang Chen, she was even more excited. Ice God's Heart? Very well, Xiaoyu, I might be able to help you. I have half a drop of heavenly earth pure water here. After you refine it, your cultivation grade will advance to 2nd grade minor saint or even higher. If you take the 9 yang less rond pill, your cultivation grade will increase again. Jiang Chen said. The inheritance of the Ice God was terrifying, plus Yan Chenyu. With the addition of Yan Chenyu's 9 Yin meridians, her future achievement was destined to be unimaginable. Yan Chenyu was only a 1st grade minor saint now, but she already had the power to fight a 3rd grade minor saint. She was already considered as an abnormal being among abnormal beings. The characteristics of the heavenly earth pure water was the most suitable for Yan Chenyu. It was even more suitable than his water dragon seal. In the past, he left half of the heavenly earth pure water for Yan Chenyu. It was imaginable that if Yan Chenyu could get the help of the heavenly earth pure water, even if she couldn't condense the heart of the Ice God, she would still have a great improvement. At that time, her cultivation grade would advance to 2nd grade minor saint or even 3rd grade minor saint. More importantly, Yan Chenyu had yet to take the 9 yang less rond pill. With the help of the 9 yang less rond pill, she would be able to reach the 4th grade minor saint in a short period of time. At that time, she would be truly powerful. Thank you, Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu held Jiang Chen's arm. As long as she could stay by Jiang Chen's side, she would feel extremely happy. I didn't expect that the tribulation would take so long. There are still many things to take care of in Martial Saint Dynasty. Let's go back now. I'm afraid that we won't be able to go back today. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. It was almost noon. 2 people and a dog turned into 3 rays of light and flew towards the direction of Martial Saint Dynasty. On the way, Jiang Chen passed the remaining half of the heavenly earth pure water to Yan Chenyu. After returning to Martial Saint Dynasty, Yan Chenyu didn't waste any time. She immediately went back to her residence to refine the heavenly earth pure water. In the Martial Saint Palace, all the higher-ups of Martial Saint Dynasty had gathered together. Jiang Chen glanced around and saw the familiar faces of those people. Jiang Chen, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Jiao, Wu Lang, Yu Zihan, Daoist Black, Guishan, Guan Yun. These were Jiang Chen's family and friends. Looking at them reminded Jiang Chen of what had happened in Eastern Continent. Everyone could see that Jiang Chen's qi was much stronger than yesterday. Obviously, his cultivation grade had advanced to another level. They couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Such a person could no longer be described as a genius. He was absolutely a monstrous genius. Chen Er, when are you going to leave? Jiang Zhenhai asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Before I leave, I want to make Martial Saint Dynasty stronger. I have some 9 sun less rond pill here. Each of you should take 1. It will be very beneficial to you. Not to mention breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm, you might even become a minor saint in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned his palm and took out 8-9 sun less rond pill. He had concocted 12 pills this time. He had given 1 to Yan Chenyu, so there were still 3 left in his hand. They were still useful to him. As soon as the 9 sun less rond pill appeared, the entire palace was filled with powerful energy waves. The aroma of the pill made them feel relaxed and refreshed. They even felt like they were about to advance to the next realm. Everyone's expression changed. They had never heard of the 9 sun less rond pill before. Even Guishan, an alchemist, had never heard of it before. However, they weren't fools. They could tell how precious this pill was just by looking at it. Besides, with Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade, anything he took out would be the most precious treasure in Martial Saint Dynasty. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned the 9-sun-less rond pill to each of them. What a great pill! Brother, I never thought your skill in alchemy has reached such a terrifying level. It's really hard to imagine. Guoshan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He recalled the first time he met Jiang Chen in the Black Sect. At that time, Jiang Chen was just an outer circle disciple who had just joined the Black Sect, and he was just a tiny mortal core warrior. At that time, Guoshan had never dreamed that Jiang Chen would become what he was today. Brother Gua, you are an alchemist, so you should know that when you consume the pill, you can't consume it all at once. You have to absorb the medicinal energy bit by bit. This pill will transform all of you, and it will also allow your cultivation grade to skyrocket. Jiang Chen reminded them. After all, the 9-sun-less rond pill was different from other pills. None of them here had a high cultivation grade, so if they consumed it all at once, they might not be able to withstand the impact of the medicinal energy, and that would be the opposite of what they wanted. Besides, the 9-sun-less rond pill contained an abundant medicinal energy. The lower the cultivation grade of a cultivator, the greater the benefits he would get after consuming it. Aside from improving his physique and transforming his body, his cultivation grade would also receive a great boost. Chen this time, you will follow you to the Divine Continent. If that's the case, our Martial Saint Dynasty won't have a powerful warrior to protect us. If those people come back, the Martial Saint Dynasty will still be in danger. Zhang Zhenhai said worriedly. That's right, brother. Even if our physiques have improved and we have the chance to break through to a higher realm, it will still take time. The Martial Saint Dynasty is getting stronger and stronger, and it won't be a problem for them to rule the Eastern Continent. However, if those powerful warriors from the Divine Continent come back, we still won't be able to defend ourselves. Wu Jiu said. Don't worry, Brother Zhou. This time, I'll make the necessary arrangements before I leave. Also, when I return, the first thing I'll do is to annihilate the Tianyi Gate to prevent any future troubles. Also, look at this. With a shift of Jiang Chen's divine sense, 3 silhouettes appeared in the main hall. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with vast devil qi. Under the intense pressure, everyone's face instantly turned pale. They felt indescribably uncomfortable, as if they were going to die at any moment. Isha, withdraw your aura. Jiang Chen shouted coldly. Yes, master. Isha and the other 2 didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately withdrew their powerful qi. Only then did Wu Jiu and the others let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes fell on Isha and the other 2. They saw that their bodies were surrounded by black devil qi, and their faces were filled with arrogance. 2 of them even had 2 black horns on their heads. They didn't look like humans at first glance. Regardless of whether they were humans or not, one thing was for sure: their cultivation was too strong. They were even more terrifying than the experts of the Tianyi Gate who came to attack the Martial Saint Dynasty. Isha, the 3 of you listen to me. From now on, you 3 will be responsible for the safety of the entire Martial Saint Dynasty. If anything happens to the people of Martial Saint Dynasty, I'll hold you responsible. Jiang Chen and Leng Leng gave the order. Isha and the other 2 were powerful 3rd-grade minor devil saints. In addition to the powerful bloodline and physique of the devil race, they wouldn't be inferior to any ordinary 4th-grade minor saint. With the 3 of them guarding this place, he could leave with a peace of mind. Yes, master. Isha and the other 2 bowed at the same time. After being edified by Jiang Chen's edifying light, they had become Jiang Chen's slaves. They had no choice but to obey Jiang Chen's order. They wouldn't dare to show any signs of neglect. A single thought from Jiang Chen could take their lives. Go. Find a place to hide yourselves. Unless the Martial Saint Dynasty is in danger, the 3 of you are not allowed to show yourselves. Jiang Chen waved his hand. The deterrence of the 3 powerful minor devil saints was too great. It was better for them not to show themselves. Otherwise, the entire Martial Saint Dynasty would be plunged into chaos. With Isha and the other 2 guarding the Martial Saint Dynasty, Jiang Chen felt relieved. Chapter 787. Isha and the other 2 turned into 3 black beams of light and disappeared. No one knew where they went. With their abilities, if they wanted to hide, No one would be able to notice them even if they were standing right in front of you. Isha and the other two were ordered to protect the Martial Saint dynasty and all the people here. Furthermore, they were not allowed to come out and scare people unless there was any danger. Brother, these three? Wu Jiu was shocked. With his eyesight, it was impossible for him to see through Isha and the other two's true cultivation level. However, he was sure that these three were supreme existences. With them protecting the Martial Saint dynasty in the dark, the Martial Saint dynasty would be absolutely safe. They are all powerful devils that I subdued in the devil realm. Now they are my slaves. They will listen to everything I say and won't dare to be stubborn. With their strength, they are more than enough to protect the Martial Saint dynasty. Furthermore, if anything happens here, they will inform me immediately," said Jiang Chen. Isha and the other three were edified by him, so Jiang Chen could receive their messages through the edifying light. In this way, even if they were to encounter an opponent that they couldn't resist, they would still be able to inform him immediately. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Of course, they had heard of what devils were. They were an extremely powerful species that was ferocious and inhumane, making them extremely difficult to deal with. More importantly, even if one had the ability to kill or defeat them, it was impossible to subdue them and make them your slaves. However, Jiang Chen had done it. Moreover, he had subdued 3 powerful devils at once. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Brother, your methods are really brilliant. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. With the protection of these 3 supreme existences, the Martial Saint dynasty will be impregnable. We don't have to worry about anything anymore. Wu Jiu sighed. He finally understood that Jiang Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was an existence that he couldn't even touch. Besides that, I will also leave some powerful combat weapons here. I will join forces with De Huang to set up a formation in this region of the Martial Saint dynasty. It will increase the density of the natural Yuan Qi by 10 times, turning this place into a sacred place for cultivation in the eastern continent. Jiang Chen said. Wu Jiu and the others were pleasantly surprised upon hearing Jiang Chen's words. In the entire eastern continent, the Martial Saint dynasty was definitely the place with the densest natural Yuan energy. If one were to talk about cultivation treasures, it would definitely be the Martial Saint dynasty. But now, Jiang Chen was going to increase the natural Yuan energy of this place by 10 times, turning it into a treasure land among treasure lands. This was something that could excite anyone. There's no time to lose, De Huang. Let's do it now. After we finish setting up the formation, we'll wait for little Yu to refine the true water, and then we'll return to the Divine Prefecture, to the western region. Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. This time, he would not give Tianyi Gate too much time and opportunity. He had to get rid of such a formidable enemy as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog set up a rare and mystical formation outside the Martial Saint dynasty. As expected, the natural Yuan energy of this place was increased by 10 times. It was already late at night, but Yan Chenyu had yet to come out. It seems like we can't leave today. However, with little Yu's physique, she will be able to refine the true water much faster than ordinary people. She will be able to refine it by tomorrow. Let's leave tomorrow. I'll have more time to accompany my father. Jiang Chen looked at the sky and knew that it was impossible for them to leave today. Since it was not easy for him to come back, he decided to stay and accompany Jiang Zhenhai. He didn't know when he would be able to come back again. That night, the father and son had a long talk. Jiang Chen told Jiang Zhenhai a lot of problems related to cultivation and helped him solve many problems. Unknowingly, the night had passed. Early the next morning, an icy cold aura suddenly soared into the sky from somewhere in the Martial Saint dynasty. It pierced through the clouds and condensed into a cold beam of light. The beam of light was so powerful that it even froze the clouds in the sky. Little Yu has advanced, De Huang Dog said excitedly. Judging from her qi, she should be a 3rd-grade minor saint. The power of the true water is really not bad. Jiang Chen nodded. His face was filled with surprise. Yan Chenyu's 9 Yin meridians were already very powerful. Now that she had advanced to the 3rd-grade minor saint, she would be considered as one of the top existences in the divine continent. She would be respected and valued wherever she went. Yan Chenyu's qi didn't stop after reaching the 3rd-grade minor saint. Apart from the heavenly earth pure water, she had also obtained a 9-sun-less Rond pill. The two of them complemented each other, doubling the impact on her. Kacha! That unstoppable chi produced a cracking sound once again. It was as if a glacier in the sky had suddenly cracked open. Smoke and dust rose all the way to the sky, advancing to the 4th grade minor saint before stopping. 4th grade minor saint. Haha, little you is too powerful. She has surpassed me. It seems like Master Dog will have to work harder. Big Yellow couldn't hide the excitement in his voice. Given Yen Qinyu's innate talent and her cultivation base of 4th grade minor saint, she could even defeat a 6th grade minor saint. The double impact of the heavenly earth pure water and the 9 sun less Rond pill has pushed little Yu to the 4th grade minor saint. This is indeed an exciting result, but it seems like her ice god's heart hasn't been fully condensed yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be a 4th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this time, a ray of white light rushed to the front of Jiang Chen. It was Yen Qinyu who looked like a white fairy. Brother Chen, I have advanced to the 4th grade minor saint. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for me. I won't be a burden if I follow you now. Yen Qinyu was very excited. The thought of going to the divine continent with Jiang Chen filled her heart with happiness. Of course. Not only is little Yu not a burden, she is also a great help. Jiang Chen pinched Yen Qinyu's nose. If little Yu was here when the Northern and Southern dynasties and White Tiger attacked the Nebula sect, it wouldn't have been so difficult. In the sky above the Martial Saint dynasty, 2 people were standing opposite each other. Both of them were filled with sadness. Yen Qinyu was hugging Yen Zhanyun. Her heart was filled with reluctance. Dad, your daughter is unfilial. I can't stay by your side for a long time. Yen Qinyu's eyes were filled with tears. She was a very emotional person, pure like a white lotus. Silly girl, your father's body is still strong and healthy. With your talent, if you continue to stay here, you will be buried. Your father can be at ease if you follow Chen. You don't need to worry. I won't be lonely when I'm with your father-in-law, Chen said with a smile. Yen Zhanyun said with a smile. Apart from his daughter, she was also his pride. Ever since Yen Qinyu's 9 meridians were cured by Jiang Chen, Yen Zhanyun knew that his daughter would leave him one day. Dad, farewell. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai, then disappeared with Yen Qinyu. He didn't like this kind of farewell scene as it would leave a trace of sadness in people's hearts. Since he had decided to leave, he wouldn't look back. Nebula sect had been busy. Jiang Chen had disappeared for a few days and even Nebula Kid didn't know about it. However, Han Yen and Nangong Wentian knew that Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had suddenly disappeared. While they were guessing, Jiang Chen came back with Yen Qinyu. Xiao Yu. Seeing Yen Qinyu, Han Yen and Nangong Wentian exclaimed at the same time. They couldn't believe their eyes as if they were dreaming. Ah Yen Nan. Yen Qinyu was very happy to see her acquaintances again. She immediately greeted them with a smile. Gua Xiaofei and Mo Sang were stunned when they saw the beauty that suddenly appeared. What surprised them even more was Yen Qinyu's cultivation. Judging from her qi, she was not any weaker than Jiang Chen. Since when did such a genius appear in Xuanyu? Judging from her appearance, she was definitely 1 in a million. She was not inferior to Wu Ningzhu at all. Ah Yen Anan. Who is this girl? Gua Xiaofei asked in a low voice. She is Yen Qinyu, little Chenzi's wife. Han Yen said. Gua Xiaofei and Mo Sang couldn't help but let out a sigh after hearing this. They cursed Jiang Chen for having such good luck to have 2 wives, one more beautiful than the other. Xiao Yu, your current cultivation is too scary. It's as if you are here to deal us a blow. Nangong Wentian said speechlessly. With his eyesight, he could naturally feel the scariness of Yen Qinyu. They had fought hard in the Divine Continent but they were only 9th grade combat emperors, which was still a distance away from the minor saint realm. Yen Qinyu had already surpassed them in the Eastern Continent. Little Chenzi, where have you been these days? How did you meet Xiao Yu? Han Yen asked. I have returned to Martial Saint Dynasty. Something happened to my family. The Tianyi Gate had sent a large number of experts to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. They wanted to capture my father to threaten me. Fortunately, Xiao Yu was there to stop them. That's why I was able to return in time. Jiang Chen told them about what had happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. Instantly, Han Yen and Nangong Wentian were infuriated. The Tianyi Gate is too shameless. They are courting death. Han Yen couldn't help but curse. It seems like the Tianyi Gate's fate is coming to an end. Tyrant, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. Based on his understanding of Jiang Chen, the Tianyi Gate was certainly going to be destroyed. Touching Jiang Chen's family was no different than courting death. That's right. I am going to annihilate the Tianyi Gate now. Tyrant, you are from the Western Domain. You should know a lot about the Tianyi Gate. What do you think of this sect? Chapter 788. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Tyrant thought for a while and said, among the 8 major domains, the Western region is the most special. Because of the existence of the Great Leiyin Temple, the Western region is the strongest among the 8 major domains. Although the size of the Western region is very small compared to the other major domains, the Great Leiyin Temple is an existence that can be compared to the Pure Land. Even if there isn't any power in the Western region that can be compared to the Great Leiyin Temple, the other major domains still can't compare with it. Tyrant paused and continued, Tianyi Gate is a very strong power. As far as I know, the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Chongqing, is already a 7th grade minor saint. Besides that, there should be another 7th grade minor saint in Tianyi Gate. 2 7th grade minor saints? Jiang Chen frowned. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint, but if he were to face a 7th grade minor saint, it would be hard for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint even if he used his dragon form and the power of his saint bone. He didn't want any accidents to happen in this attack on Tianyi Gate. He must kill Tianyi Gate without leaving any future troubles. He didn't care about the other experts of Tianyi Gate, but he couldn't ignore a 7th grade minor saint unless he could advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. If that was the case, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint in his dragon form. Even the powerful Yan Chenyu was only a 4th grade minor saint. She could only deal with a 6th grade minor saint at most. She wouldn't be a match for a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. So given our current strength, we won't have the upper hand if we attack Tianyi Gate. Tyrant said. Tianyi Gate must be annihilated and it must be done quickly. Tomorrow, we will head to the Western Domain and annihilate Tianyi Gate. Jiang Chen's qi fluctuated. Dealing with Tianyi Gate was an urgent matter. He didn't want to waste any time. Do you have any good methods? Tyrant asked. As long as I advance to the 3rd grade minor saint, I can easily kill a 7th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen said. You have advanced to the 2nd grade minor saint right after advancing to the 3rd grade minor saint. Isn't it not an easy task? Tyrant asked. I have my ways. After saying that, Jiang Chen disappeared. He went to the depths of Nebula Sect and found Nebula Kid. Seeing Jiang Chen's appearance, Nebula Kid didn't dare to neglect and immediately stood up from his seat. When he noticed that Jiang Chen's cultivation had improved, Nebula Kid's facial expression changed. Jiang Chen, your cultivation has increased again. How terrifying. Nebula Kid felt helpless in his heart. There was nothing he could do when encountering such a monster. He didn't dare to show any neglect in front of Jiang Chen. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen was already a 2nd grade minor saint, even a 1st grade minor saint like Jiang Chen could kill him as easily as taking something out of his pocket. Those 5th grade minor saints who died in Nebula Sect were still alive. Example of this. Master, do you still remember our agreement? I want to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword now. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. The reason why he came to Nebula Kid was to take back the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. With the help of the Heavenly Saint Sword, his cultivation would advance to the 3rd grade minor saint. At that time, it would be a piece of cake for him to annihilate Tianyi Gate. Of course I remember. Nebula Kid didn't hesitate and immediately took out the Nebula Sword. It was reasonable for Jiang Chen to take back his belongings. Moreover, Nebula Kid had gotten something from Jiang Chen that was far more valuable than the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's Sword. Not to mention the 9 Sun-less Rond pill, Jiang Chen had also helped him to rule the 4 domains and make Nebula Sect flourish. Of course, there was another more important reason. If Jiang Chen wanted to take back the Nebula Sword, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Very good. With the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's Sword, I can advance to the 3rd grade minor saint immediately. But you don't have to worry about it. When I come back from my task, I will help you reforge the Nebula Sword. It won't be any worse than the current one. Jiang Chen waved his hand and sent his divine sense into the Nebula Sword. In an instant, the Heavenly Saint's Sword fragment that was condensed within the sword was drawn out by Jiang Chen, as if it had been summoned by something. Thank you. Nebula Kid clasped his fists at Jiang Chen. Ever since he knew the true identity of Jiang Chen, he had never doubted his decision. Now, it seemed like his decision was incomparably wise. If he chose to go against Jiang Chen, it was hard to imagine what would happen to him now. Swoosh! Jiang Chen didn't say anything else. He disappeared with the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword. What he needed to do next was to refine the fragment and fuse it with the Heavenly Saint's sword to advance to the third-grade minor saint. Tomorrow, he would attack the Tianyi Gate. Refining the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword was an easy task to Jiang Chen. There was a close connection between him and the Heavenly Saint's sword. It was too easy for him to fuse with it. Wang, the Heavenly Saint's sword was trembling violently. It was a kind of excitement, especially the fragment that he had just obtained. It was jumping with excitement. It felt like a fallen leaf returning to its roots. Early the next morning, an incomparably bright sword light soared to the sky. It rippled in the sky above the nebula sect. Endless brilliance was emitting a strong pressure. The Heavenly Saint's sword had become even more mystical. It was much stronger than before. So far, he had already found 4 fragments of the Heavenly Saint's sword. There were only 3 left. Once all 7 fragments were found, the Heavenly Saint's sword would be restored to its peerless glory. The return of the Heavenly Saint's sword naturally brought endless benefits to Jiang Chen. Under the impact, Jiang Chen had formed another 2,000 new dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 65,000. His cultivation had also advanced to the peak of the third-grade minor saint. Jiang Chen turned into a ray of light and grabbed the Heavenly Saint's sword. His qi was unprecedentedly strong. He came to the sky above the courtyard and shouted, "De Huang, Xiao Yu, Tyrant, let's go. Follow me to annihilate the Tianyi Gate." After that, Jiang Chen disappeared in a flash, flying towards the direction of the western domain. Kaka! De Huang dog laughed heartily and chased after Jiang Chen. Yan Chenyu and Tyrant had also disappeared. They exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Their cultivation was still too weak. It wasn't suitable for them to participate in such a battle. This made them feel depressed. They immediately went into seclusion, swearing to break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would be left far behind by Jiang Chen and the others. Tianyi Gate. In the whole of Xuanyu, besides the Great Lightning Tune Temple, Tianyi Gate was considered as one of the major powers. It was also one of the giants in a large area. However, ever since they offended Jiang Chen, Tianyi Gate had suffered many setbacks and losses. This time, the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate were infuriated. In the main hall of Tianyi Gate, even the sect master Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Grand Elder had appeared. They were 2 powerful 7th-grade minor saints. Normally they wouldn't show themselves, but this time, both of them showed up at the same time. Their faces looked incomparably ugly. All the people who were sent to the Eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were dead. The sole jade slip that they left behind was broken, which meant that they were dead. Needless to say, this must be the work of Jiang Chen, because Jiang Chen had annihilated the northern and southern dynasties not long ago and conquered the 4 major domains. This proved that Jiang Chen had the ability to kill their elders. DMN it, this is 2DMN it. The Tianyi Palace has existed for such a long time, but we've never suffered such a great loss. It's a great shame and humiliation. We can't let this matter go like this. A powerful 6th-grade minor saint said furiously. That's right. In my opinion, we should send our most powerful experts to the Eastern continent to annihilate the entire family of Jiang Chen. Another person was also infuriated. His whole body was steaming with murderous intent. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he annihilated all of Jiang Chen's family. The journey is too far and too troublesome. I didn't agree to deal with Jiang Chen's family from the beginning. Moreover, we have already lost the battle. Jiang Chen must be well prepared. If we want to deal with them again, we must do it with great fanfare. If this matter is spread out, it will be a disgrace to us. A white-bearded elder shook his head and said. He didn't agree to continue attacking the Eastern continent. After all, Tianyi Gate was a powerful power. If this matter was spread out, it would affect the reputation of Tianyi Gate. They couldn't afford to lose their face. In my opinion, we don't even need to do anything. With Jiang Chen's character, he will definitely come knocking on our door. That brat's wings have grown big now, and he's doing whatever he wants. If we attack his family, I'm sure he won't let it go, and he will definitely come looking for us. Our target is only Jiang Chen, not his family. His family members pose no threat to us. Another respectable elder said. Humph. If Jiang Chen really comes, I guarantee that he won't be able to return. Even if he has the strength to kill a 5th-grade minor saint, the power of our Tianyi Gate is incomparable to those powers in the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains. It's not something that Jiang Chen can deal with. In any case, Jiang Chen's growth is too fast. We must get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, we will end up like those major powers in the 4 domains. Because of our enmity, our ending will be even worse. Many of the elders of the Tianyi Palace were talking about it. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that a kid at the Battle King realm would become a serious threat in such a short period of time and cause them huge losses. If they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have allowed a tiger to grow in his bosom. They should have killed him earlier. Humph! How could a nobody like him cause such a mess in our sect? All of you are trash. You can't even deal with a brat. Since Jiang Chen wants to come, let him come. This will save us the trouble of finding him. If he dares to come, I will personally kill him. That's right, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. Luo Chongqing said. Chapter 789. Luo Chongqing was really alarmed this time. The Tianyi Gate had never suffered such a huge loss before. He felt that he had to solve this problem himself. As a 7th-grade minor saint, he knew Jiang Chen's potential better than anyone else. If such a genius was given the chance to grow, the consequences would be unimaginable. One day, the Tianyi Gate would be destroyed by Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, they would never have thought that this day would come so quickly. In fact, it was almost about to arrive. While the higher-ups of the Tianyi Gate were having a meeting in the main hall, Jiang Chen and his friends had already appeared in the western domain. Under the guidance of Tyrant, they found the mountain gate of the Tianyi Gate very quickly. The Tianyi mountain range had a circumference of a few thousand miles. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with boundless white fog. It was like a fairyland. Such scenery alone gave people the feeling of forgetting to go home. On this huge mountain range, there was a colossus. It was an enormous sect, the Tianyi Gate. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared outside the Tianyi mountain range. Their bodies exuded a solemn killing intent. This was especially so for that extremely beautiful white-robed woman. The aura that she casually exuded could even freeze the void. It was extremely terrifying. The Tianyi Gate is right in front. Little Chenzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant looked at Jiang Chen. There's nothing much to say. Today, I'm going to erase this power from the Western domain. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. He wouldn't show any mercy or politeness to Tianyi Gate. That day in Martial Saint Dynasty, the experts of Tianyi Gate had destroyed a large number of buildings in Martial Saint Dynasty. At least thousands of innocent people had died. One should know that in the eyes of Tianyi Gate, those who died were all defenseless mortals. Even if Tianyi Gate wanted to capture Jiang Zhenhai, they couldn't treat the lives of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty as if they were grass. It was imaginable that if it wasn't for Yan Qinyu's timely arrival, no one knew how many innocent people would have died in the Martial Saint Dynasty. This was a gruesome crime. The blood of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't be shed in vain. Kaka. Master Dog will go first. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. Fighting and killing had always been his favorite and specialty. Dragging his majestic body, he appeared on the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate in a flash. The mountain gate of Tianyi Gate was huge. It was 100 zhang high. 3 big words were carved on it. Tianyi Gate. Where did this dog come from? How dare he trespass into the mountain gate of Tianyi Gate? Is he courting death? Kill him. How dare a dog be so arrogant? Doesn't he know where he is? Several guards of the mountain gate flew into the sky in anger. In an instant, they surrounded De Huang Dog. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. De Huang Dog didn't even look at them. From his body, many golden rays shot out. Each ray was like an invincible sharp sword. The bodies of several disciples of Tianyi Gate were instantly pierced and burst into blood mist. Rumble, De Huang Dog's head hit the gate of Tianyi Gate. The majestic gate was smashed into powder in an instant. Such a huge movement instantly shocked the entire mountain range. All the elders and disciples on and off the mountain of Tianyi Gate heard it clearly. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Then they flew out one after another. What's going on? Someone is here to make trouble. It's Jiang Chen. It must be Jiang Chen. I didn't expect him to be so fast. Let's go out and have a look. We must kill him today. In the main hall, many of the higher-ups who were still in a meeting were instantly alarmed. However, before they could go out, they heard an earth-shattering roar coming from outside the mountain range. De Huang Dog's body grew bigger once again. He exerted his peerless divine might and cast the soul-crunching tune at Tianyi Gate. Endless sound waves swept out like waves. Those elders and disciples who rushed out from Tianyi Gate were the first to be affected by the sound waves. Ugh! Miserable shrieks lingered in the ears. One by one, figures fell from the sky. Their bodies were covered with blood and died on the spot. De Huang Dog was a third-grade minor demon saint. To these disciples and elders with weak cultivation base, the existence of De Huang Dog was a destructive force that couldn't be resisted at all. Rumble. The death of a large number of elders and disciples wasn't a big deal. Large areas of buildings collapsed under the roar of De Huang Dog, turning into ruins. The scene was very similar to what happened in Martial Saint Dynasty. The power of De Huang Dog's roar not only destroyed a large area of buildings, but also killed hundreds of elders and disciples. It could be said to be extremely brutal. My God! Where did this dog come from? He's too strong. Hurry up and inform the elders that someone has trespassed into Tianyi Gate. This dog is too powerful. Let's retreat quickly. This is a minor demon saint. Only the elders of Minor Saint Realm can deal with it. Everyone was shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in an uproar. None of them dared to be careless. The intruder was too terrifying. Swoosh! At this time, incomparably powerful silhouettes flew out from the interior of Tianyi Gate. There were more than 30 of them. Each of them was a powerful minor saint. Jiang Chen looked at them and deeply felt the power of Tianyi Gate. It wasn't something that any power in Xuanyu could compare with. It seemed like if Tianyi Gate wasn't afraid of Great Master Ran Feng and didn't dare to attack him in the Western Domain, he would have been dead by now. However, that was all in the past. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to be afraid of Tianyi Gate. Today, Tianyi Gate would be completely destroyed in his hands. Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu, and Tyrant flew forward and came to the side of De Huang Dog, facing the experts on the opposite side. On the side of Tianyi Gate, there was a leader. He seemed to be in his 40s. He was very muscular. His face was covered with a full beard. He was wearing a loose green robe. His eyes were cold. His chi was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. No one dared to look at him directly. This man was the master of Tianyi Gate, Luo Chongqing. Beside Luo Chongqing was a 60 to 70-year-old supreme elder. He was also a 7th-grade minor saint, but judging from his chi, he wasn't weaker than Luo Chongqing. These two 7th-grade minor saints were very powerful. Other than that, there were also many other experts of Tianyi Gate. There were 4 6th-grade minor saints, 8 5th-grade minor saints, and the remaining minor saints added up to 20. At this moment, all the minor saints of Tianyi Gate were looking at the destroyed buildings of Tianyi Gate and the elders and disciples who died tragically. Their faces were filled with unprecedented anger. This was a great humiliation. Tianyi Gate had been established for such a long time, but no one had ever dared to come to our sect and kill people. This was simply unimaginable. Then, all of them raised their heads and looked at the opposite side. A white-robed youth and a majestic De Huang Dog. With such a symbol, they didn't need to guess who they were. In addition to the enmity between Tianyi Gate and Jiang Chen, their identity was even more obvious. "You are Jiang Chen?" Luo Chongqing said. His eyes fell on Jiang Chen like 2 sharp swords. "That's right," Jiang Chen said indifferently. "Damn it! Jiang Chen, how dare you come to Tianyi Gate to kill people? You must be tired of living. I will tear you into pieces today." A 6th-grade minor saint elder shouted. It seemed like he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. The dignified Tianyi Gate has always been doing shameless things. You all came to my hometown to kill my family members. Am I not allowed to come to your sect? Let me tell you, Tianyi Gate is finished today. I, Jiang Chen, am here to take revenge. I will make your shameless sect disappear from the Western Domain. Jiang Chen's chi was strong. His murderous aura soared up to the sky. His words seemed like a joke, but he wasn't joking at all. Haha! Ridiculous! This is really ridiculous. A little brat dares to say that he wants to annihilate Tiany Gate? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard in my life. Jiang Chen, how can a few trash like you create trouble in Tiany Gate? You really don't know what's good for you. I alone am enough to kill you. Since you are here, it saves us the trouble of finding you. I will send you to heaven now. A powerful 6th grade minor saint said arrogantly. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. His chi fluctuated and he turned into a whirlwind, rushing at Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog, Yan Chenyu and Tyrant shook their heads at the same time. They gave the elder a pitiful look and retreated at the same time. Ka-cha, a cracking sound was heard from Jiang Chen's arm. A sturdy and powerful blood-red dragon arm emerged. The blood-red dragon claw clawed forward, tearing a huge hole in the void. The powerful true dragon palm was like a terrifying cage, enveloping the elder. What? The 6th grade minor saint's facial expression changed dramatically. The moment Jiang Chen attacked, he could feel Jiang Chen's power. That blood-red dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Jiang Chen's dragon claw was like a huge mountain, suffocating him. Bang Pu, the true dragon palm slammed onto the old man's body, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to resist, but he found out that his entire body was trapped by the true dragon palm, making it extremely difficult for him to move. In other words, with just a single strike, he was completely controlled by Jiang Chen. What? This time, the entire Tiany Gate was in an uproar. Even Luo Chongqing was shocked. Jiang Chen's power was beyond his imagination. A powerful 6th grade minor saint couldn't even withstand a single move from Jiang Chen. How terrifying was this? Chapter 790. Jiang Chen, quickly release Elder Wu. Luo Chongqing's chi fluctuated. His powerful domain spread out. He didn't think that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Now that a 6th grade minor saint had been captured, he had to take Jiang Chen seriously. At the same time, he understood that he had to do it himself in order to kill Jiang Chen. Release? I can release his corpse. Jiang Chen sneered. The true dragon palm suddenly exerted force. All the force was exerted on Elder Wu's head. With a ka-chop sound, Elder Wu's head was smashed into pieces, turning into a mist of blood. Jiang Chen waved his hand and threw a headless corpse to Luo Chongqing. As you wish. I'm returning it to you. Bastard! Luo Chongqing was infuriated. He had never seen such a deranged person before. Not only did he come to cause trouble in Tiany Gate, he even killed a respectable elder of Tiany Gate in front of him. Such a scene was intolerable to him. Today all of you will die. Jiang Chen's murderous intent soared to the sky. He cast out his 5 elemental domain and launched an attack at Luo Chongqing. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Luo Chongqing's murderous intent was stronger than Jiang Chen's. Immediately, he cast out his domain and struck at Jiang Chen. He couldn't remember when was the last time he attacked. As the boss of Tiany Gate, a powerful 7th grade minor saint, he hadn't attacked anyone for a long time. Once he attacked, he would definitely kill. Bang, the 2 domains collided with each other and separated. Jiang Chen was sent flying 100 meters away before he could regain his balance. In comparison, Luo Chongqing's face looked even worse. He looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of horror. Impossible. How can a man possess 5 types of domain at the same time? This is absolutely impossible. Luo Chongqing felt that he had encountered a monster. This was an unimaginable thing. 5 domains directly subverted Luo Chongqing's understanding of cultivation. This person is too terrifying. Fortunately, his cultivation base is still weak. I must get rid of him today. Luo Chongqing gritted his teeth, the fierceness in his eyes becoming even more exuberant. It seems like I have to use my dragon transformation to deal with a 7th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Just now, he had purposely used his own strength to fight against Luo Chongqing, but the result wasn't ideal. Although he could still fight against a 7th grade minor saint, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint. So, he still had to transform into his dragon form. Roar! Jiang Chen faced the sky and let out a dragon roar. The clouds beyond the 9th heaven were directly shattered. A surge of power from ancient times suddenly burst out from his body. His appearance changed drastically in an instant. His body was more than twice as majestic as before. His entire body was covered with blood-red dragon scales. He looked incomparably ferocious and terrifying. Yan Chenyu, who was behind him, opened her mouth wide. This was the first time she saw Jiang Chen transform into his dragon form. Naturally, she was surprised. Don't be afraid, Xiaoyu. This is a type of transformation technique. Under this transformation, Jiang Chen's combat power will be increased by 10 times. Otherwise, even he wouldn't be able to deal with a 7th-grade minor saint. De Huang Dog said. Yan Chenyu nodded, but the appearance of Jiang Chen was still very scary. What kind of monster is this? Transformation technique? I feel that his combat power has increased by a lot. This bastard is really abnormal. I have never heard of this kind of transformation technique before. The elders of Tianyi Gate's facial expression changed. The existence of Jiang Chen was too shocking to them. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that there was such a terrifying technique in this world. Luo Chongqing's facial expression darkened. He could feel that Jiang Chen's power had increased by a lot after his transformation. Even a 7th-grade minor saint like him could feel the tremendous pressure. Supreme Elder, let's attack together and kill him. The rest of you, kill the 2 people and the dog. No, we can't kill that monk. Luo Chongqing said. Killing a monk in Western Domain was simply courting death. If the genius of Great Lightning Tune Temple was killed, the consequences wouldn't be something that Tianyi Gate could bear. Yes. All the minor saint elders nodded. They weren't fools. Their opponent was far scarier than what they had imagined. Otherwise, the sect master and the supreme elder wouldn't have joined forces to deal with Jiang Chen. Dong the supreme elder took a step forward. His huge foot stomped on the void, creating a hole in the void. A black gale came out from the hole. At the same time, the remaining 30-plus minor saints surrounded Yan Chenyu and De Huang Dog. Kaka, you need to have some ability if you want to kill Master Dog. De Huang Dog laughed. Suddenly, a pair of golden light wings grew out from his back. He disappeared in an instant, breaking through the defense of those minor saints and arrived above Tianyi Gate. De Huang Dog opened his huge mouth and roared at the buildings and disciples of Tianyi Gates. Roar! It was the soul-crunching sound again. Endless screams were heard from below. The buildings were collapsing. Tianyi Gate was in a mess. Motherfucker! Stop that damn dog! Someone cursed. A 6th-grade minor saint flew out and attacked De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. He could fight a 5th-grade minor saint, but he was no match for a 6th-grade minor saint. However, De Huang Dog's speed was too fast. It wouldn't be easy for a 6th-grade minor saint to kill him. Kaka De Huang Dog's laughter reverberated in the sky above Tianyi Gate. A 6th-grade minor saint couldn't kill him. This bastard's speed was too fast. He appeared at another place in a blink, wreaking havoc wantonly. To the ordinary elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it was a disaster. Swoosh! Swoosh! 7 to 8 minor saints separated and attacked De Huang Dog. There were 2 6th-grade minor saints among them. Even so, De Huang Dog was still able to deal with them, causing them to roar in anger. This showed how brutal he was. On the other side, 3 minor saints besieged Tyrant. 2 of them were 2nd-grade minor saints and 1 was 3rd-grade minor saint. They didn't put this 1st-grade minor saint in their eyes. Plus, they were instructed to besiege Tyrant, not to kill him. The rest of the minor saints besieged Yan Chenyu, but her facial expression didn't change at all. She was no longer the same as before. Her 4th-grade minor saint strength gave her the ability to suppress a 6th-grade minor saint. In addition to her 9 meridians and Ice God's heart, her attacks were extremely terrifying. Her opponents couldn't withstand it at all. Tyrant, I advise you not to get involved in this mess, a 2nd-grade minor saint said to Tyrant. Amitba. Tyrant uttered a word of Buddhism. Then, he struck the 2nd-grade minor saint who was closest to him with his palm. Motionless Dharma King seal. A giant Dharma King shadow suddenly appeared. It was as big as a mountain. It was extremely terrifying and fast. It hit the 2nd-grade minor saint in an instant. Arg! The 2nd-grade minor saint let out a blood-curdling scream. He was killed by Tyrant's palm. The other 2 minor saints' facial expression changed drastically. They didn't expect that this ordinary-looking tyrant would be so abnormal. He was merely a 1st-grade minor saint, but he was able to kill a 2nd-grade minor saint with just a single strike. What made them depressed was that Tyrant was too cruel. They didn't plan to deal with Tyrant at first, but they couldn't stop him from killing them. Amitba. Tyrant's facial expression didn't change. He looked like an eminent monk. He had obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the 3 lost supreme seals of Buddhism sect. They were the Motionless Bright King Seal, Motionless Lion King Seal and Motionless Dharma King Seal. Each of these seals was extremely terrifying and contained the essence of Buddhism sect. Although Tyrant was only a first-grade minor saint, he could kill a second-grade minor saint effortlessly with these powerful seals. Damn it! Catch him! The third-grade minor saint was infuriated. He suddenly reached out his palm and tried to grab Tyrant. On the other side, Yen Chenyu was displaying her divine power. Even though there was a 6th-grade minor saint besieging her, she wasn't afraid at all. Her profound ice was seeping out, freezing the entire void. Her domain was the legendary Ice God domain. It was extremely powerful. In just a few breaths of time, not only did those minor saints fail to kill her, but 2 of them were killed by her instead. Such a scene was witnessed by Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Elder. They were shocked. Since when did so many abnormal beings appear in this world? Moreover, they had encountered all of them at the same time. The situation in front of them was too terrifying. Tianyi Gate was losing people every second. Minor saint elders were falling one after another. That dog was wreaking havoc wantonly. It took so many minor saints besieging him to stop De Huang Dog, but De Huang Dog was too cunning. It was too difficult to kill him. Luo Chongqing and the Supreme Elder had already noticed that it wouldn't be easy to kill either De Huang Dog or that woman unless they personally attacked. Therefore, they had to join forces to eliminate Jiang Chen as soon as possible. As long as they could kill Jiang Chen, the others wouldn't pose a threat to them. Attack! Luo Chongqing shouted. Together with the Supreme Elder, they attacked Jiang Chen from both sides. 2 powerful 7th-grade minor saints unleashed all of their qi, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Their killing intent soared up to the sky. Their domain was spread out, enveloping Jiang Chen completely. 5 Elemental Domain. Jiang Chen also unleashed his domain. The powerful 5 Elemental Domain was definitely the most abnormal being in this world. Swoosh! The dragon wings on Jiang Chen's back fluttered casually. His body raised a gust of wind. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Supreme Elder. His sharp dragon claws clawed at him. Sky-dominating palm. Chapter 791. Chi-Chi. The Supreme Elder's sky-dominating palm collided with Jiang Chen's dragon claw. It was supposed to be an invincible attack, but what happened was something that the Supreme Elder couldn't accept in his entire life. The resplendent palm print that he struck out produced a sizzling sound and a large amount of sparks. It was torn apart by Jiang Chen's dragon claw bit by bit and finally shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The Supreme Elder exclaimed. He finally knew the scariness of Jiang Chen. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. With a wave of his arm, a long sword that was glowing with blue light appeared. It was the power of the stars. Jiang Chen could tell that this sword was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword at first glance. It seemed like this old man's cultivation method was similar to Nebula Kid's Starlight Sword, which allowed him to absorb the power of the stars. The power of this sword was extraordinary. One look and anyone could tell that it was a supreme treasure. Jiang Chen didn't know how to forge a new combat weapon for Nebula Kid. If he had this sword, he could go back and forge it meticulously. Jiang Chen's attack was extremely fast. It happened in just a few seconds. The Supreme Elder didn't even have the chance to use his sword. Jiang Chen's sharp claw penetrated his chest and crushed his heart into pieces. The Supreme Elder felt the threat of death, but it was too late. He didn't even have the time to scream before his body was crushed by a powerful force. Bang! The 7th-grade minor saint Supreme Elder was instantly killed by Jiang Chen. His entire body was crushed into powder. The long sword was kept by Jiang Chen. It was a miserable scene. Honglong at the same time, Luo Chongqing's attack arrived. What he casted was also a powerful combat technique, but it didn't have any effect on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen in his dragon form was too terrifying. Just his physical body alone had reached an unimaginable level. Jiang Chen stretched out his dragon claw. It contained the true dragon palm. Only by using the true dragon combat skill could he fully display the power of the combat skill. Luo Chongqing's attack was crushed by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen then thrust his sharp claw forward. The boundless force was like a ferocious beast, pushing Luo Chongqing back. Luo Chongqing was much stronger than the Supreme Elder, but Jiang Chen didn't have to spend much effort to kill him. However, Luo Chongqing's facial expression changed dramatically. The Supreme Elder was killed by Jiang Chen in a second. Such a scene was too shocking. It was an unimaginable psychological blow to him. Before today, he couldn't imagine how a third-grade minor saint could kill a seventh-grade minor saint. My God! The Supreme Elder has been killed. How could that Jiang Chen be so terrifying? It's over. Our Tianyi Gate is doomed. That Jiang Chen is too abnormal. Not even a seventh-grade minor saint is his match. I'm afraid that even the sect master is no match for him. How could this happen? The Supreme Elder was killed by him. No one wasn't shocked. The entire Tianyi Gate was in chaos. Even those minor saints who were besieging De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu had a drastic change in their facial expression. They thought that the sect master and the Supreme Elder were both seventh-grade minor saints. Jiang Chen would be the one who would be killed in a second. They didn't expect that the powerful Supreme Elder would be killed in a second. How could they fight this? If the sect master was killed by Jiang Chen, no one in Tianyi Gate would be able to resist the evil star Jiang Chen. I have no enmity with all of you. Originally, I had no enmity with you, and I could even be good friends with you. Back in the Devil Realm, it was you who provoked me first and destroyed our friendship. Later, you sought out the Dark Shadow Organization to kill me. I never thought about how to deal with the First Heaven School, because in my eyes, although the First Heaven School is a great influence in the Western regions, you are not qualified to be taken seriously by me. However, you went to attack my family, which is simply unforgivable. From the moment you sent people to the Eastern continent, you should have known what kind of punishment you would receive. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. His murderous aura was overwhelming. Every step he took forced Luo Chongqing to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen, don't be complacent. Do you think that you are invincible just because you killed the Supreme Elder? Do you think that Tianyi Gate doesn't have any trump cards after ruling the Western domain for so long? Let me tell you, you will pay a heavy price for what you have done today. All of you will die, including your family members. Luo Chongqing said while gritting his teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue shield that looked like a compass suddenly appeared in his hand. The shield was radiating boundless brilliance. One look and anyone could tell that it was a rare treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled, because he could already tell that this shield was a powerful minor saint weapon that was comparable to the brilliant mirror. Just like what Luo Chongqing said, how could a major power like Tianyi Gate not have any trump cards? This combat weapon could indeed enhance his combat strength, but Jiang Chen didn't care about it at all. If Luo Chongqing thought that he could defeat Jiang Chen with just a golden shield, it would be ridiculous. Starlight Shield, show me your power. Luo Chongqing suddenly shouted. The starlight shield in his hand buzzed and trembled violently. Then, an ancient tower located at the center of Tianyi Gate was instantly covered with blue starlight, forming a connection with the starlight shield. Bas! After the starlight shield and the ancient tower were connected, a strong power was immediately emitted. Jiang Chen frowned. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that the starlight shield and the Supreme Elder's long sword were of the same nature. Both of them could draw support from the power of the stars. The ancient tower must have stored a large amount of the power of the stars. Then, it was connected with the starlight shield using a formation, allowing the starlight shield to exert its greatest power. This was the foundation of Tianyi Gate. The stored power of the stars was used to defend against external enemies during critical moments. Look, Sect Master has activated the Starlight Tower. The Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield have fused together, increasing the combat strength by several folds. That Jiang Chen is certainly not a match for Sect Master. Haha, this is the true foundation of Tianyi Gate. No one knows how much power of the stars is stored in the Starlight Tower. It's enough for the Starlight Shield to be used continuously for 3 days and 3 nights. Kill Jiang Chen. He must be killed. This man is too scary. He must be eliminated as soon as possible. The activation of the Starlight Tower allowed the elders of Tianyi Gate to see hope again. They recovered from the haze of Jiang Chen's strength. In their opinion, no matter how powerful Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for the combination of the Starlight Tower and the Starlight Shield. Jiang Chen, You have killed so many people of Tianyi Gate and caused our Tianyi Gate to suffer a great loss. I will make you pay with your blood. Luo Chongqing shouted. He held the starlight shield in his hand and fused it with his domain. The powerful starlight shield shook violently and grew more than twice its original size. It now had a radius of 2 zhang. Luo Chongqing was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen. He raised the starlight shield high and slammed it down on Jiang Chen. Let me see how powerful your starlight shield is. Jiang Chen attacked brazenly. He didn't put the starlight shield in his eyes at all. He didn't even use the heavenly saint's sword. Instead, he cast out the true dragon palm. The huge dragon claw pressed down like a barrier and collided with the starlight shield. Hung long. Both of them collided with each other, producing a loud bang. The void was directly smashed, creating a large amount of sparks. The power of the starlight shield was indeed great. Jiang Chen was sent flying again, but this time, he only flew for 2 zhang before he stabilized his body. No wonder it's a powerful minor saint weapon, a peak existence. Jiang Chen praised. His eyes that were looking at the starlight shield became a little excited. If Nangong Wentian could fuse and refine such a powerful treasure, he would be able to break through to the minor saint realm immediately. Nangong Wentian cultivated the limitless stars transformation and absorbed the power of the stars. The combination of the starlight shield and the limitless stars transformation was perfect. How can this brat's body be so hard? Even the starlight shield couldn't cause any damage to him. Is he still a human? Luo Chongqing was shocked once again. The starlight shield was now supported by the starlight pagoda, making it much more powerful. Even so, it still couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Chen. His opponent's strength was simply appalling. However, what made Luo Chongqing feel relieved was that the starlight shield had finally suppressed Jiang Chen. What a good starlight shield. Come on. Jiang Chen roared again. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand with a clang. The power of the starlight shield didn't make him feel any fear. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. This time, Jiang Chen was supposed to be very relaxed when he attacked the Tianyi Gate. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a strong resistance. This made him very happy. The heavenly saint's sword had completely turned into a dragon sword. It was wrapped in a blood-red light. It looked extremely mystical. The dragon head was the hilt of the sword. The body of the sword was covered with dragon patterns. Adding the fact that the heavenly saint's sword had just fused with the 4th fragment, its quality had improved a lot. Now, the heavenly saint's sword had reached the peak of the minor saint weapon. It wasn't any weaker than the starlight shield and the brilliant mirror. Moreover, the starlight shield was supported by the starlight pagoda while the heavenly saint's sword only needed Jiang Chen to support it. Moreover, the heavenly saint's sword was different from the brilliant mirror. The brilliant mirror consumed a lot of yuan force while the heavenly saint's sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. It had a certain connection with Jiang Chen's origin. Therefore, if Jiang Chen wanted to use the heavenly saint's sword, he could do it as he pleased. Hung long. The starlight shield once again burst into endless brilliance. It attacked Jiang Chen with the momentum of Mount Tai. Jiang Chen's qi was also full of vigor. The heavenly saint's sword carried raging flames, burning the void. A spatial crack was slashed out. The sword light was like a bright waterfall. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the heavenly saint's sword merged into one. Like a meteor, they collided with the starlight shield. Chapter 792. Hong Long. The starlight shield and the heavenly saint's sword collided with each other. No one knew how powerful the collision was. Jiang Chen was like an ancient dragon, too powerful. His entire being was the symbol of invincibility. Under the condition of merging with the heavenly saint's sword, he was able to sweep away everything. Not even the starlight shield was able to withstand his attack. Luo Chongqing, who was holding the starlight shield, was sent flying a few meters away by the heavenly saint's sword. His facial expression changed dramatically. He felt that his arm that was holding the starlight shield was going numb. Even the shield in his hand was about to fly away. The blue starlight rippled. The connection between the starlight shield and the starlight tower began to shake violently. Impossible! How can he be so powerful? Luo Chongqing was truly shocked. He had never been so shocked before. He was a dignified 7th-grade minor saint who was using the starlight shield, but he was once again repelled by a 3rd-grade minor saint. He couldn't believe and accept such a scene. Haha. The starlight shield is nothing. It will still be destroyed by my heavenly saint's sword. Today, your Tianyi Gate will be annihilated. Jiang Chen laughed loudly. His body was filled with boundless combat strength. Even the sky was trembling. The feeling of power made Jiang Chen a little obsessed. The stronger the enemy, the more excited he was. However, it seemed that even with the help of the starlight shield, Luo Chongqing wouldn't be a match for him. Howl the heavenly saint's sword let out a sword howl that soared to the sky. A blood-red sword light rushed to the sky. Under Jiang Chen's control, it once again slashed at Luo Chongqing. The heavenly saint's sword left a dazzling shadow in the void like the Milky Way. Luo Chongqing bellowed in anger. But there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to retreat at this moment. He could only rely on the starlight shield to resist Jiang Chen's violent attack. Hong Long, the two minor saint weapons collided again. As expected, Luo Chongqing was sent flying again. Jiang Chen was getting more and more courageous while Luo Chongqing was getting more and more surprised. If this continued, Luo Chongqing wouldn't be able to resist Jiang Chen's attack for a long time. Look, that Jiang Chen is too ferocious. Sect Master can't stop him anymore. What should we do? Could it be that our Tianyi Gate is finished? How could there be such a perverted person in this world? It's over. Tianyi Gate is finished. The Supreme Elder is dead. Now, even the Sect Master can't stop Jiang Chen. There's no one else in the sect who's more powerful than the Sect Master. The entire Tianyi Gate fell into despair once again. Luo Chongqing's defeat made them unable to see any hope. Rumble, with the heavenly saint's sword in hand, Jiang Chen brought along an unparalleled domineering aura and once again clashed with Luo Chongqing's starlight shield. Without any surprise, Luo Chongqing was sent flying by Jiang Chen for the third time. Wow! After 3 consecutive collisions, even Luo Chongqing found it hard to resist. Every strike from Jiang Chen was like a huge mountain crashing into him. Luo Chongqing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion turned incomparably pale. Looking at Jiang Chen again, he was like a divine dragon that had descended into the world. His battle intent was monstrous, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. The two of them directly formed the clearest contrast. At this point in the battle, Luo Chongqing was no fool. He was very clear that if the battle continued, he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen sooner or later. There was no doubt about this. Escape. No, that was impossible. He was the sect master of Tianyi Gate. If he chose to escape, what would happen to the sect? What would happen to the thousands of elders and disciples? He had the ability to escape, but they didn't have the ability to escape from the clutches of Jiang Chen. At that time, if Jiang Chen vented his anger on the elders and disciples of Tianyi Gate, it would be a disaster for everyone in Tianyi Gate. But what else could they do if they didn't escape? Jiang Chen wouldn't let go of Tianyi Gate either. Quickly, go and invite the experts of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Luo Chongqing shouted. At this time, only the Great Lightning Tune Temple could help them. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was the holy land of Western Domain. It was the most powerful force that ruled the entire Western Domain. The reason why the major powers in Western Domain could live in harmony with each other and rarely fought was because of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The Great Lightning Tune Temple's aim was to create a peaceful Western Domain. Ba. Just as Luo Chongqing's voice faded away, a voice that sounded like a great bell suddenly reverberated in the sky. After that, 2 silhouettes suddenly appeared in the sky above Tianyi Gate. They were 2 eminent monks of Buddha sect. Both of them looked to be in their 40s. Their chi was similar to Luo Chongqing's. Both of them were powerful 7th-grade minor saints like Luo Chongqing. The appearance of 2 eminent monks of minor saint in the Western Domain meant that they were from the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Seeing that the eminent monk from the Tempest Temple had appeared, Luo Chongqing's face was instantly filled with surprise. The other people from the Tianyi Gate were the same. From their point of view, no matter how arrogant Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of the Tempest Temple. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Seeing this, Jiang Chen frowned. The people from the Tempest Temple must have gotten wind of it, so they sent experts to stop him. Benefactor, please stop. The Western region is the holy land of Buddhism. Large-scale slaughter is forbidden here. One of the monks looked at Jiang Chen and said, "It's none of your business. The Tempest Temple better stay out of it." Jiang Chen casually glanced at the monk who spoke. Today, He was determined to annihilate the Tianyi Gate. Even if it was the Tempest Temple, he wouldn't give them any face. In fact, he had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face. If it wasn't for the Tempest Temple, these two would have been dead by now if they dared to stop him. Little brat, don't be too arrogant. This is the holy land of Buddhism. Our Tempest Temple is the overseer of the Western region. We will absolutely not allow you to kill the innocent. The other monk spoke in a rather overbearing tone. It was obvious that his temper wasn't very good. Humph. Jiang Chen coldly snorted. He didn't pay any attention to the two monks. With a sway of his body, he once again launched an attack towards Luo Chongqing. His majestic body instantly appeared in front of Luo Chongqing, and the heavenly saint sword once again slashed at Luo Chongqing, sending him flying. This time, the starlight shield in Luo Chongqing's hand was sent flying as well. Then, Jiang Chen grabbed it and kept it. Voila! The 5-elemental sphere spread out like a tidal wave. With a wallop sound, it enveloped Luo Chongqing. The dragon claw fiercely stretched out, grabbing Luo Chongqing and pulling him towards himself. This series of actions was too fast. Not to mention the two monks. Even Luo Chongqing himself didn't have the time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was imprisoned in Jiang Chen's hand. Even moving had become incomparably difficult. Evil creature, hurry up and help. An eminent monk let out a loud shout and struck out a palm strike at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and a dazzling radiance blasted out, easily dispersing the monk's attack. Evil creature, human blood flows in your body, but you have become neither human nor demon. This is a sign that you have turned into a devil. This poor monk represents the Tempest Temple to execute you. That monk had a bad temper. Once again, he attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was enraged. Even a clay figurine would have 3 points of anger. Let alone him, Jiang Chen. He had already held back with that attack just now, but he didn't expect the other party to be so unforgiving. Did he really think that he could use his identity as a member of the Tempest Temple to oppress him? What a joke. True Dragon Palm. Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed the True Dragon Palm, and with a single slap, he sent the monk flying away. Pooh, that monk spat out blood on the spot. His strength wasn't even as strong as Luo Chongqing. Now that Jiang Chen was in his dragon transformation state, the other party was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. This move didn't kill him directly, but only injured him. That was already very merciful. Bald donkey, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are from the Tempest Temple. The Tempest Temple can't interfere in my, Jiang Chen's, business. Hurry up and get lost. Jiang Chen pointed at the two great experts of the Tempest Temple and scolded them. He didn't give them any face at all. Seeing this situation, Luo Chongqing, who had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands, was in complete despair. He finally knew how strong and terrifying Jiang Chen was. He didn't even give face to the Tempest Temple. Moreover, he scolded two minor saint experts of the Tempest Temple. Bald donkey. This was the first time in the Western domain. Bastard! Great devil! I will definitely eliminate you. The other eminent monk was furious. He was about to attack as well. Buddha light was emitting from his body. As the light flowed, the talisman of Buddha sect appeared. Amitabha. Don't meddle in other people's business. The fault lies with the Tianyi Gate. The people of the Tianyi Gate went to the eastern continent to kill the family of Jiang Chen. This is a shameful way of bullying ordinary people. Tyrant stood out and spoke. He was now a disciple of the Tempest Temple. He didn't want the Tempest Temple to get involved in this matter. He knew Jiang Chen's character too well. He knew how determined Jiang Chen was to annihilate the Tianyi Gate. Even if the God of Heaven came, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. You are a disciple of Buddha sect. How could you walk together with an evildoer? You are a disgrace to our Buddha sect. Not only did the eminent monk not appreciate Tyrant's kindness, he even started to criticize him. You are a disciple of the Tempest Temple? You will be severely punished when you return, and then you will be expelled from the Tempest Temple. The eminent monk who was injured by Jiang Chen said to Tyrant. Seeing the attitude of the two, Tyrant couldn't help but roll his eyes. These two fellows were simply unreasonable. Little monk, step aside. We will return to the Tempest Temple with you later to receive your punishment. The other eminent monk said, Fuck you. Tyrant shook his head and said in a low voice. What did you say? The eminent monk widened his eyes and looked at Tyrant in disbelief. This poor monk said, "Fuck you." Tyrant repeated loudly in a serious manner. In his heart, he didn't have a good impression of the Great Lei Temple. The reason why he joined the Great Lei Temple was because of his master. All these years, the Great Lei Temple had been bothering Great Master Ran Feng. Tyrant hated the Great Lei Temple to begin with. Besides, with his temper, how could he stand these two guys standing in front of him and shouting at him? Chapter 793. When these 4 words were shouted out by Tyrant, the atmosphere instantly became incomparably cold. Apart from that, the 2 eminent monks stared at Tyrant with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with ridicule and disbelief. Was this bastard really a Buddhist? Was he really from the Great Lei Temple? He looked serious, but the moment he spoke, he revealed his true nature. Vulgarities came out of his mouth. This was not the steadiness that a Buddhist disciple should have. If he really was a Buddhist, he must be a scum of the Buddhist sect. That's right, he must be a scum. Insulting the elders is an unforgivable sin. How can Buddhism accept an unfilial son like you? Today, I will clean up the sect first. The senior monk was furious. He suddenly slapped the monk with his palm, courting death. Zhang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of the eminent monk in an instant. His terrifying dragon claw grabbed the eminent monk's arm and exerted force. With a ka-chop sound, the eminent monk's arm was ripped off by Zhang Chen. Arg! The eminent monk immediately let out a blood-curdling scream when his arm was forcefully torn off. Zhang Chen didn't care about him. He took the opportunity to step on the eminent monk's face, sending him flying away. When the other eminent monk saw this, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch the other person. "My arm, my hand!" The eminent monk roared, completely losing his usual dignified demeanor. The 2 eminent monks looked at Zhang Chen in horror. They finally knew how terrifying Zhang Chen was. He wasn't someone they could deal with. In fact, this time, the Great Lei Temple sent them here not only because they were strong enough but also because of the reputation of the Great Lei Temple. However, they didn't expect that the reputation of the Great Lei Temple would be completely useless in front of Zhang Chen. It was ruthlessly smashed into pieces. What was even more insane was that their master actually dared to hurt the higher-ups of the Great Lei Temple. In the western regions, this was simply unimaginable. Audacious madman, do you know what you are doing? If I were you, I would immediately release the sect master of Tianyi Gate and come with us to the Tempest Temple to accept your punishment. You might still have a chance to live. The monk continued to shout at Zhang Chen, as if he couldn't see the situation clearly. In fact, he couldn't be blamed. The Tempest Temple's reputation was too great. In the western region, there had never been anyone who dared to look down on the Tempest Temple. Get out of here right now. Don't think that I won't kill you, Zhang Chen and Lung Lung said. Zhang Chen had already given the Tempest Temple a lot of face by allowing these 2 guys to stand here and talk. However, it didn't mean that Zhang Chen wouldn't dare to kill them. Whether it was his previous life or his current life, he had never had any relationship with the Tempest Temple. In his previous life, he had befriended Ancestor Green Lotus, but Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't a disciple of the Tempest Temples. Ancestor Green Lotus was a free and easy person who practiced medicine to help the people. He was a true living Buddha. Compared to a true Buddha like Ancestor Green Lotus, the current Great Lei Temple didn't live up to its reputation. If the Great Lei Temple was truly the representative of the supreme holy land of Buddhism, Ancestor Green Lotus and Great Master Ran Feng would have joined it. In the ancient times, Buddhism was prosperous and the Gautama Buddha founded the Tempest Temple. However, ever since the Gautama Buddha ascended to the heavens, the Buddhism in Saint Origin world had declined day by day. Only a few true Buddhas remained in the Tempest Temple. Sensing Zhang Chen's killing intent, the 2 eminent monks didn't dare to utter another word. However, they didn't leave, but secretly informed the people of the Tempest Temple. Zhang Chen treated them as if they were nothing. The Great Lei Temple was a very powerful temple, and this place was the western region. He didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Lei Temple right now. If he really killed someone from the Great Lei Temple, it would bring him trouble. Zhang Chen's gaze returned to Luo Chongqing. At this moment, Luo Chongqing had already lost all hope. In his eyes, Zhang Chen was a madman, a mad devil. He even dared to hurt the eminent monks of the Tempest Temple. He even tore off their arms. Was there anything in this world that he wouldn't dare to do? Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Let's write off all the debts between us. From now on, my Tianyi Gate will no longer be your enemy. You have already killed so many people of the Tianyi Gate. You have already taken your revenge. Moreover, your family is safe and sound. You have gained a lot from this. Luo Chongqing opened his mouth and begged for mercy. What a joke. If I didn't return in time, I'm afraid that my family would have been annihilated by you all. You even captured my father to threaten me. Do you think you can write off all the debts with just a few words? What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? Let me tell you, you are going to die today. A lot of people are going to die with you. Jiang Chen's dragon eyes were cold. He didn't want to waste any more time. His sharp claws pierced through Luo Chongqing's body, instantly destroying him. At this point, the two 7th-grade minor saints of the Tianyi Gate had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. Luo Chongqing was killed by the eminent monks of the Tempest Temples. The two eminent monks of the Tempest Temple had witnessed Jiang Chen killing Luo Chongqing. Jiang Chen's way of treating them as heir had made them feel endless humiliation. Not only did he not put them in his eyes, he also didn't put the dignity of the Tempest Temple in his eyes. The two of them gritted their teeth but didn't dare to say anything. This half-human half-dragon man in front of them was simply a madman. He was a peerless devil. Anyone who provoked him must die. Master, Luo Chongqing's death caused a wave of wailing in the Tianyi Gate. It was a kind of sorrow that all the heirs had been killed. Everyone felt despair. Before today, they were still very proud of being the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate was still one of the top major powers in the Western domain. However, the collapse would only last for a moment. What awaited them next would be the ultimate destruction. No one knew how many people of the Tianyi Gate could survive after falling into the hands of such a god of death. You have already killed the master of the Tianyi Gate. Can you let the others go? The eminent monk in the distance said. Swoosh. Jiang Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to them. With a sway of his body, he rushed into the camp of the minor saints in a blink of an eye. The 5 elemental sphere spread out and surrounded all the minor saints. In order to destroy a major power, one must completely destroy it. Jiang Chen never liked to leave behind future troubles. He could spare the elders and disciples of the Tianyi Gate who were below the minor saint realm, but every minor saint was a potential threat. Jiang Chen wouldn't allow such a threat to exist at all times. Ugh! Jiang Chen went on a killing spree. The group of minor saints began to let out earth-shattering screams as they fell into the 5 elemental sphere. Everything was under Jiang Chen's control. No one could escape from it. What awaited them was only death. The scene was bloody. The entire Tianyi Gate was facing the real destruction. This was an unprecedented disaster for the Tianyi Gate. Because the minor saints were divided into 2 groups to deal with De Huang Dog and Yan Chenyu respectively, Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere didn't cover all of them at once. The remaining minor saints didn't dare to hesitate when they saw the situation. They didn't care about their sex anymore and immediately ran away. It would be too late if they didn't run now. Jiang Chen was a peerless evil star who killed without blinking an eye. Even the eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple couldn't save them. Only by running away would they have a chance of survival. None of you can run away. Jiang Chen's chi was monstrous. The 5 elemental sphere expanded all of a sudden. All the minor saints who were trying to escape were enveloped by the 5 elemental sphere. Ugh! The screams continued. Jiang Chen was like a peerless devil. He started a massacre in his 5 elemental sphere. 20 to 30 minor saints fell one by one. In just a few blinks, half of them had died in Jiang Chen's hands. Even a powerful 6th-grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Below, all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate were looking at the one-sided massacre with pale faces. It was a feeling of helplessness, despair and deep fear. They had never thought that such a calamity would happen. It was too cruel. They had never seen such a cruel person before. Save us, eminent monks. Save us. A minor saint who was trapped cried out to the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. The faces of the 2 eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple turned pale. They were here to suppress Jiang Chen and solve the crisis of Tianyi Gate. But now they had become spectators, watching Jiang Chen kill the people of Tianyi Gate with their own eyes. They couldn't do anything but watch helplessly. This was the biggest humiliation in their lives. Even the dignity of the Great Lightning Tune Temple was trampled mercilessly by Jiang Chen. "Stop! You madman! The Great Lightning Tune Temple will never let you go!" The eminent monk shouted loudly, but Jiang Chen didn't seem to hear him. He was still crazily killing those minor saints. The only way to stop him is to stop him directly. "Why don't you give it a try?" Tyrant stood at the side and said sarcastically. The eminent monk looked at Tyrant and gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to tear this shameless monk into pieces. How could a little monk, a junior, dare to disrespect him? However, he didn't have the guts to personally stop Jiang Chen. His companion's arm had been torn off. He was afraid that he would be killed if he went forward. Arg! The ending of Tianyi Gate had been decided. Under Jiang Chen's crazy slaughter, all the minor saint elders of Tianyi Gate were killed without exception. From now on, Tianyi Gate had become a third-rate power in the western region. It had been a long time since the fall of so many minor saints in the western region. Jiang Chen retracted his qi and his dragon form, returning to his original appearance. His clothes were as white as snow. It was hard to associate him with the murderous maniac that he used to be. Chapter 794. Jiang Chen's words made all the disciples and elders of Tianyi Gate feel relieved, but at the same time, they also felt a strong sense of sadness. They felt relieved because they would be able to live. Jiang Chen wasn't a madman who would kill indiscriminately. He didn't kill them all. In fact, the ones who decided to go to the eastern continent to deal with Martial Saint Dynasty were only the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate. It had nothing to do with these people. Countless disciples were wailing. Jiang Chen's words had destroyed the foundation of Heavenly Sect. From now on, they would lose their home. The place where they had lived for so long was gone all of a sudden. It was imaginable how heavy their mood was. "That's right. You are Jiang Chen? You're finished. You're a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. Buddha will never forgive you for committing such a great sin of killing." The senior monk had a grieved look. They had never seen such a cruel person before. "Shut your mouth if you want to die." Jiang Chen glared at the senior monk Lang Lang. If the senior monk wasn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would be a dead man by now. Yan Chenyu and the others came near to Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog looked at the Starlight Tower that had been activated and said, "The power of the stars in there is good stuff." Jiang Chen nodded. The power of the stars in the Starlight Tower had been accumulated for an unknown period of time. Whether it was the quantity or the purity, it was incomparable to ordinary stars. The power of the stars was useless to Jiang Chen, but it was very useful to Nangong Wentian and Nebula Kid. If Nangong Wentian could obtain a large amount of the power of the stars in the Starlight Shield, he would be able to break through to the Minor Saint realm without any hindrance. Ba! Just as Jiang Chen was about to put away the Starlight Pagoda, another loud sound resounded through the heavens. Everyone saw a huge golden light that looked like a huge millstone in the distance. Vaguely, some runes could be seen on the surface of the golden light. It was a pure yang energy that could crush all evils in this world. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Another great warrior from the Great Leiyin Temple had come. It looked like it would be impossible for him to settle this peacefully today. Because of his relationship with Great Master Ran Feng, as well as the fact that both Great Master Ran Feng and Tyrant were from the Great Leiyin Temple, Jiang Chen didn't want to have a bad relationship with the Great Leiyin Temple. However, since they were trying to stop him from taking revenge, there was no way he could back down. The golden light flickered and turned into an old monk wearing a kasaya. This old monk had an incomparably strong physique. There was a string of runes engraved on his neck. His body was covered with pure Buddha light, as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. Most importantly, his cultivation grade was too strong. Although he hadn't stepped into the Great Saint Buddha realm, he was already at the peak of 9th grade Minor Saint, only a step away from the Great Saint realm. Moreover, Jiang Chen knew this person. Back in Green Lotus Mountain, this monk was the one who invited Great Master Ran Feng to join the Great Lightning Tune Temple. His name was Yuan Ji, a 9th grade Minor Saint. He was very terrifying. If he really attacked, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to resist him. Fa! Another sanctimonious old monk has come. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. De Huang Dog didn't know how to conceal his voice. Therefore, his words were heard clearly by Great Master Yuan Ji. However, Great Master Yuan Ji was an eminent monk after all. He only gave De Huang Dog a glance before retracting his gaze. Great Master Yuanji's gaze swept across the messy Tianyi Gate. There was also the pungent smell of blood in the air. In addition, there were the destroyed buildings and the experts who were killed. A trace of anger emerged on his face. Great Master Yuanji, you have to seek justice for us. The two eminent monks who saw Great Master Yuanji just now rushed forward to greet him. The monk with the severed arm was gnashing his teeth in anger. Only now did Great Master Yuanji see the miserable state of the two eminent monks of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, especially when he saw one of them had his arm torn off. His white bones were exposed. The anger in his eyes flared up. In this Western domain, no one had ever dared to harm the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple in public. This was equivalent to making the entire Buddha sect their enemy. Benefactor, why did you kill so many people of Tianyi Gate? Great Master Yuanji shifted his gaze to Jiang Chen. This is a personal grudge between me and Tianyi Gate. It has nothing to do with your Great Lightning Tune Temple. We will mind our own business. I hope that your Great Lightning Tune Temple won't meddle in other people's business. Jiang Chen said. Evildoer, how dare you speak to Great Master Yuanji in such a tone? This is unforgivable. The eminent monk roared at Jiang Chen. The appearance of Great Master Yuanji had given him a powerful backer. He no longer had to be afraid of Jiang Chen. He didn't believe that a puny third-grade minor saint like Jiang Chen could deal with a ninth-grade minor saint like Great Master Yuanji. They weren't on the same level. Great Master Yuanji, this man is cruel by nature. He has already turned into a devil. He killed the innocent and tore off one of my arms. He doesn't put the Great Lightning Tune Temple in his eyes at all. And that little monk, as a disciple of Buddha sect, he has joined hands with an evildoer. He has really brought shame to the Buddha sect. The monk with the severed arm said. Both of them told Great Master Yuanji everything that had happened here with some embellishments, including Tyrant. Only then did Great Master Yuanji notice Tyrant's presence. His expression changed because he was no stranger to this little monk. Over the years, he had visited Green Lotus Mountain many times to look for Great Master Ran Feng, so he knew very well that Great Master Ran Feng had a disciple. You are the disciple of Ran Feng? Great Master Yuanji asked. That's right. Tyrant admitted immediately. Being the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng was an incomparably glorious thing in his heart. What? Great Master Ran Feng's disciple? How dare you mix around with a monster? Once you return to the Great Lei Temple, you will definitely be punished. Even though Ran Feng has joined our Great Lei Temple, it's only in name. He stays at Green Lotus Mountain all day and has never been to the Great Lei Temple. Even that little monk rarely goes to the Great Lei Temple. After knowing Tyrant's identity, the two eminent monks were a little surprised. After all, Great Master Ran Feng's disciple could not be neglected. Little monk, this matter involves the reputation of Buddhism. If you repent now and draw a clear line between yourself and this evildoer, I can pretend that nothing happened and let bygones be bygones. Grandmaster Yuanji said to Tyrant. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. I have a bottom line. The people of Tianyi Gate deserve to die. I killed them just now. Of course, I didn't kill them. I sent them to the Pure Land of Bliss to repent. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words were filled with righteousness. In fact, he was saying that he was not in the wrong. They were the ones who were in the wrong and deserved to die. Hearing this, not to mention the two eminent monks, even Grandmaster Yuanji felt like fainting. He thought to himself that Great Master Ran Feng had actually raised such a top-notch disciple. The words he said in a serious manner were enough to infuriate people to death. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were already used to it. This monk had always said shocking things. Whenever he didn't say something that would infuriate people, it wouldn't be Tyrant's style. In that case, I will punish you on behalf of your master. Also, Benefactor Jiang Chen, I want you to go to the Great Lei Temple to receive punishment and repent, Grandmaster Yuanji said. The Great Lei Temple had ruled the western region for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. A big sect was almost annihilated. Such a thing happened in the western region, and it made the Great Lei Temple lose a lot of face. As the culprit, Jiang Chen must be punished by the Great Lei Temple. I, Ran Feng, have no right to punish my disciple. Right at this moment, another deep and resounding voice sounded. Following that, an old monk wearing a simple and unadorned imperial robe walked out from the void and stopped in front of Grandmaster Yuanji. The old monk looked to be in his 60s or 70s, and his face was covered with white beard. It was Great Master Ran Feng. Master. Tyrant came in front of Great Master Ran Feng and bowed deeply. Greetings, Great Master Ran Feng. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng. He knew that Great Master Ran Feng would definitely appear. This old monk looked gentle, but as the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus, he naturally had a domineering aura. He knew how important Tyrant was to Great Master Ran Feng, and Great Master Ran Feng would definitely protect his disciple. Just like what he said earlier, even if his disciple made a mistake, it was not up to others to punish him. And not bad at all. Great Master Ran Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Chen. He couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Jiang Chen was definitely the most abnormal genius he had ever seen. Tyrant's improvement was already very scary, and he only advanced to the minor saint realm after obtaining the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus, a first-grade minor saint. However, Jiang Chen was now a third-grade minor saint. What was more terrifying was that Jiang Chen was able to kill a seventh-grade minor saint with a mere third-grade minor saint. Such abnormal combat strength was unheard of. Even with Great Master Ran Feng's knowledge and experience, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Great Master Ran Feng didn't blame Jiang Chen for annihilating the Tianyi Gate. He saw hope in Jiang Chen. There were some things that one could only rely on oneself. It was impossible to rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple. From another point of view, Great Master Ran Feng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple weren't on the same side. This could be seen from the fact that he had been staying in Green Lotus Mountain for so many years, and the fact that the Great Lightning Tune Temple had never invited him. Old friend Ran Feng, long time no see. When Great Master Yuan Ji saw Ran Feng, he immediately greeted him. However, his tone wasn't as courteous and enthusiastic as before. Jiang Chen guessed that perhaps after the Great Laiyin Temple invited Great Master Ran Feng to join them, he still didn't get what he wanted, and was disappointed with him. Yuan Ji, you just said that you want to teach my disciple a lesson. Since when is it your turn to teach my disciple a lesson? Great Master Ran Feng, who had always been kind and gentle, suddenly became fierce. Chapter 795. This old man is Tyrant's master. He is indeed domineering. It was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ran Feng. He was instantly impressed by Great Master Ran Feng's domineering manner. The old monk looked kind and gentle, but he didn't expect him to be so domineering. He didn't even give face to the minor saint of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Of course. Jiang Chen smiled. This was De Huang Dog's first time meeting Great Master Ran Feng. He had already seen Great Master Ran Feng when he was in the Western Domain. In order to save him, Great Master Ran Feng sent out his divine sense and killed a 9th-grade combat king with a single glance. Ran Feng, let's not talk about your disciple's matter for now. I hope that your appearance isn't because of this evildoer. Yuan Ji was obviously afraid of Great Master Ran Feng. He turned his attention to Jiang Chen. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to punish the little monk. With Great Master Ran Feng's temper, he would definitely stop him. However, Jiang Chen must be punished today. Evildoer? Why does this sound so unpleasant? Jiang Chen is a rare and peerless genius. The grudge between him and Tianyi Gate is a grudge of life and death. If Tianyi Gate wants to kill him, he will eliminate Tianyi Gate. Isn't this reasonable? Besides, Jiang Chen only killed those minor saints. He didn't kill any innocent people. There are too many grudges like this in Saint Origin World. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple want to get involved in all of them? Great Master Ran Feng said leisurely. His appearance this time was obviously because of Jiang Chen. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here to chat with Yuan Ji. In his heart, Jiang Chen was more important than the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple. He couldn't rely on the Great Lightning Tune Temple, but he could rely on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen would be of great help to him in the future. Ran Feng, don't forget your identity. You are now an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. You have to think about the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. But now, you are siding with an outsider. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Chen has destroyed the Order of the Western Domain by killing all the higher-ups of Tianyi Gate, how dare he hurt an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple? This is no different from slapping the face of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Such an evildoer must be eliminated. For your sake, I will spare his life, but he must go to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive his punishment. Yuan Ji was also angry. All these years, he had been in frequent contact with Great Master Ran Feng, but it was all for a specific purpose. Later on, Great Master Ran Feng joined the Great Laiyin Temple, and it was indeed due to Yuan Ji's efforts. However, ever since Great Master Ran Feng joined the Great Laiyin Temple, not only did the Great Laiyin Temple not obtain any benefits from him, this Great Master didn't even step through the doorstep of the Great Laiyin Temple. This situation made Yuan Ji very angry, and it also made him understand that wanting to get what he wanted from Great Master Ran Feng was simply a delusion. I have already given your Great Lightning Tune Temple a lot of face. The fact that the two of them are still standing here is the best proof. Jiang Chen said. What he said was the truth. He and the Tianyi Gate were mortal enemies. There was no possibility of reconciliation. The two 7th-grade minor saints of the Great Lightning Tune Temple had come to stop him from annihilating the Tianyi Gate. According to Jiang Chen's temper, he would have killed both of them directly. The fact that they were still standing here showed that Jiang Chen had already given the Great Lightning Tune Temple some face. Evildoer. Such a thing has never happened in the Western domain before. You must be punished, and this is already considered a light punishment. Yuan Ji shouted loudly. Yuan Ji, for the sake of our many years of friendship, why don't you give me some face and let this matter go? In the future, Jiang Chen and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will not interfere with each other's business. What do you think? Great Master Ran Feng said. After all, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was too powerful. To Jiang Chen, it was better not to offend them. All right, as long as you hand over the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go. What do you think? Yuan Ji looked at Great Master Ran Feng. All along, the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple had been coveting the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. They said that it was something that was passed down by Ancestor Green Lotus. I have already said that my master didn't leave any inheritance behind. Great Master Ran Feng didn't show it on his face, but he was sneering in his heart. After so many years, the Great Lightning Tune Temple still hadn't given up. This was the real reason why the Great Lightning Tune Temple looked for him. Ran Feng, stop pretending. You know what the Great Lightning Tune Temple wants. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus obtained the supreme scripture of Buddhism, and he must have passed it down. We don't want his other inheritance, just this scripture. Ran Feng, you should understand that this is something that belongs to Buddhism, not an individual. The Great Lightning Tune Temple is the holy land of Buddhism, and the scripture should be kept in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. If you hand it over, you will have made a great contribution to Buddhism, and the Great Lightning Tune Temple will let bygones be bygones. Yuan Ji said. It's a pity that you can't agree to my condition. Great Master Ran Feng shook his head. Ran Feng, the Great Lightning Tune Temple will never agree to your condition. That place isn't easy to enter. Yuan Ji said loudly. Jiang Chen stood on the side and furrowed his brows. Because of him, the conflict between the Great Laiyin Temple and Great Master Ran Feng had once again intensified. He had no idea what kind of condition Great Master Ran Feng wanted the Great Laiyin Temple to promise him, but he guessed that it was related to Ancestor Green Lotus. If Ancestor Green Lotus hadn't ascended to the immortal realm, there must be some unspeakable secret behind it. Then there's nothing else to say. Today, I will protect Jiang Chen. Yuan Ji, whether you give me face or not, I will protect Jiang Chen. Great Master Ran Feng's attitude became tough again. Since he couldn't convince Ran Feng, there was nothing else he could say. Then, I have no choice but to exchange pointers with you, Brother Ran Feng. Yuan Ji's chi fluctuated, perfectly displaying the strength of a 9th-grade minor saint. He hadn't fought with Great Master Ran Feng for all these years, but he wanted to see how strong the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus was. You are no longer qualified to fight with me. Great Master Ran Feng remained indifferent and said in an indifferent tone. What did you say? Yuan Ji glared at Great Master Ran Feng and released an even stronger aura. An incomparably dazzling Buddhist Dharma seal was shot out by him. The huge Dharma seal looked like a golden barrier, like a huge compass. It carried a powerful aura and crazily attacked Great Master Ran Feng. In the face of Yuan Ji's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression didn't change. He showed an indifferent expression. He casually stretched out a finger and pointed at the void in front of him. A popping sound was heard. The Buddhist seal that Yuan Ji had unleashed was instantly destroyed. All the attacks were shattered into nothingness. Even the void returned to its original state. In other words, A casual point from Great Master Ran Feng could blow away the chi wave created by Yuan Ji. The attack of a 9th-grade minor saint didn't even leave a trace in the void. What? Chapter 796. Yuan Ji was right. The appearance of a great sage was a major event. The Great Lei Yin Temple would definitely be alerted. Almost as soon as Yuan Ji's voice faded, two imposing auras emerged in the sky. A great sage was extremely powerful. They could travel millions of miles with just a great void teleportation. If the great sage of the Great Lei Yin Temple wanted to make a move, it would only take a few seconds for them to appear here from the moment they sensed Great Sage aura of Great Sage Ran Feng. This was also the reason why Great Master Ran Feng didn't run away with Jiang Chen. As long as the Great Lightning Tune Temple didn't let them off, they wouldn't be able to escape. Today's grudge must be settled. The two Buddhas of the Great Lei Yin Temple appeared. The golden light emanating from their bodies was much stronger than Yuan Ji's. Both of them had a golden Buddha mark on their glabella, which made them look extremely mystical. These two Buddhas looked much younger than Great Master Ran Feng. They seemed to be in their 50s. They had a dignified demeanor, and even their eyes were golden. Ran Feng, you have advanced to the Great Saint realm. Congratulations! One of the Buddhas said with a smile when he saw Great Master Ran Feng advancing to the Great Saint realm. They were naturally happy to see a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple after sensing the chi of a great saint. Great Master Ran Feng frowned. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned ugly. The cultivation of these two Buddhas was very high. One of them was the same as Great Master Ran Feng, a first-grade great saint, but the other had already reached the second-grade great saint. One should know that it was very difficult to cross the gap between each level in the Great Saint realm. Uncle Master Tiandang, Ran Feng has colluded with evildoers and is going against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Yuan Ji bowed to one of the Buddhas. Even with his status and age, he still had to address him as Uncle Master. This showed how honorable the other party's position in the Great Tempest Temple was. Yuan Ji used his telepathic thoughts to tell the two Buddhas everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Yuan Ji, the facial expression of Great Master Tiandang and the other Buddha changed. The way they looked at Great Master Ran Feng changed instantly. Master, what should we do now? Tyrant was a little worried. Each of the Buddhas was from the Tian generation of Buddha sect. Each of them was very profound and difficult to deal with. Now that there were two of them, it would be even more difficult to deal with them. Ran Feng, your ascension to the Buddha realm is a matter worthy of celebration. I'm happy for you, but don't go astray and associate yourself with this evildoer. The Tianyi school is a great force in the western region. Now, all the high-level members were killed by this evildoer without any explanation. As the leader of the western region, the Big Lei Yin Temple must take care of this. Master Tiandang said. Great Master Tiandang, this is a personal enmity between Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. I hope that the Great Lightning Tune Temple can give me some face and stop this matter. Jiang Chen is my good friend. Little friend Jiang Chen contributed a lot to the advancement of the Great Sage realm. Besides, little friend Jiang Chen didn't kill the people of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I, Ran Feng, am also an important person. Can't I give you some face? Great Master Ran Feng said. It was impossible for them to hand Jiang Chen over to the Great Lei Yin Temple. If Jiang Chen fell into the hands of the Great Lei Yin Temple, he would definitely be imprisoned as a monster. If that happened, Jiang Chen's life would be finished. Ran Feng, I think Yuan Ji has told you everything that needs to be said. Jiang Chen must be punished. If you insist on protecting him, I can only use force. Great Master Tiandang's tone suddenly became fierce. Yuan Ji had told him everything, especially about the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus and the lost scriptures of Buddhism. Since Great Master Ran Feng didn't want to cooperate, there was no need to be polite. He couldn't ruin the reputation of the Great Lightning Tune Temple for an outsider who didn't have his heart in the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Amit Ba. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together and stood in front of Jiang Chen. He didn't take a step back. There was nothing more to say. He was using his actions to protect Jiang Chen. Humph. An old man who has just advanced to the Buddha realm. I would like to see what kind of ability he has. Senior brother Tiandang, stand here and don't move. Let me test his strength. I want to see how extraordinary the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is. Great Master Tian Hong harumphed coldly. He took a step forward and stopped not far from Great Master Ran Feng. Like Great Master Ran Feng, he was also a first-grade Great Saint. However, Great Master Ran Feng had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint while he had been stuck in this realm for a long time. Ran Feng, make your move. Great Master Tian Hong's eyes sparkled. His qi was unparalleled. I dare not. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression didn't change. Little Chenzi, who do you think is more powerful between my master and him? Little Saint Monk asked. Great Master Ran Feng has taken the 9 yang less rond pill. His potential has been stimulated once again, allowing him to break through his bottleneck. He must be stronger than before. Besides, do you think that the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus will be weak? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, but he was feeling gloomy. In his past life, when he was dominating the world, these old monks were like small shrimps in front of him. He could easily kill them all with just a breath of air. However, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. His current strength wasn't good enough. Encountering such a scene, he could only watch. He didn't even have the qualification to participate. In that case, I will make my move first. Swaying palm. Tian Hong's qi fluctuated. Endless golden light spread out. He struck out the palm technique of Buddha sect. A huge palm print was condensed, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. The entire void changed dramatically. As soon as he made his move, he locked on to Great Master Ran Feng. Under the control of his domain, a new battlefield was opened up. Otherwise, the attack of a great saint would cause the sky to collapse and the earth to sink, injuring the innocent. In the face of Tian Hong's powerful attack, Great Master Ran Feng's expression didn't change. He struck out his palm leisurely. It was an ordinary palm that didn't contain any profound meaning of Buddha sect, but it was such an ordinary palm that shattered Tian Hong's swaying palm. Dang dang dang. Great Master Tian Hong received a strong impact. He retreated a few steps before regaining his balance. He felt a tightness in his chest. It was an indescribable discomfort. The invisible domain was trembling. His face turned pale, looking at Great Master Ran Feng in shock. Impossible. Great Master Tian Hong was incomparably shocked. His cultivation had stagnated at the first-grade Great Saint for at least 20 years. He had reached the peak of the first-grade Great Saint, but Great Master Ran Feng, who had just stepped into the first-grade Great Saint, was able to repel him with just a single strike. What surprised Great Master Tian Hong even more was that Great Master Ran Feng didn't use any of the Buddhist sect's supreme arts, but Great Master Ran Feng was able to use the powerful swaying palm. Just imagine, if Great Master Ran Feng also used a powerful Buddhist sect's supreme art, Great Master Tian Hong's ending wouldn't be as simple as being pushed back. Amitabha. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together. From the beginning until now, he had been behaving calmly. This was his first battle after advancing to the Great Saint realm. Although he had defeated his opponent, he didn't show the slightest bit of excitement. This showed his temperament. Chapter 797. Good. Tyrant shouted and leaped forward. He wasn't as calm as Great Master Ran Feng. Besides, how could he not be excited when he saw his master's divine power? In Tyrant's eyes, besides being his master and father, his master was also his idol. Previously, he was worried that Great Master Ran Feng, who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, wouldn't be a match for Great Master Tian Hong. Now, it seemed like Jiang Chen's eyesight was really good. His previous worries were completely unnecessary. Great Master Ran Feng's ferociousness had not only defeated Great Master Tian Hong, but also did it with such ease. This old monk is truly ferocious. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and drooled. Yan Qinyu didn't say anything, but she was also shocked by Great Master Ran Feng's means. This was the first time she saw a great saint in action. She deeply felt the terror of a great saint. There was still a long way to go in the path of cultivation. I don't believe that a first-grade Great Saint who has just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint is stronger than me. Great Master Tian Hong was infuriated. His qi rose once more, preparing for another battle with Great Master Ran Feng. Anyone who had reached the Great Saint realm would have their own pride. Great Master Tian Hong absolutely didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a first-grade Great Saint who had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint. That strike just now had completely disgraced him. Junior brother Tian Hong, let me do it. Great Master Tian Dang spoke. He had already noticed that the gap between Great Master Ran Feng and Great Master Ran Feng wasn't small. Although Great Master Ran Feng had just advanced to the Great Saint Realm, his strength was still very strong. Great Master Tianhong was no match for him. If he continued to fight, not only would he not be able to avenge himself, he would also be humiliated even more. Yes, senior brother. Although Great Master Tianhong was unwilling, he still obeyed his senior brother's words. Immediately, he retreated. Dong. Great Master Tiandang took a step forward. A loud sound echoed in the void. Great Master Tiandong's foot directly entered the space. A cold wind blew out from the space. It was a powerful spatial turbulence. Although it affected Great Master Tiandong's body, it couldn't harm him at all. Tyrant and a Huang dog started to worry. Great Master Tiandang was much stronger than Tianhong. There was a gap of 1 level between the two of them. On their side, there was only one great saint, Great Master Ran Feng. Now that both sides had shed all pretense of cordiality, Great Master Ran Feng was determined to protect Jiang Chen. He wouldn't care even if he had to go against the Great Lei Yin Temple. Jiang Chen was touched by Great Master Ran Feng's action. In the past, he was a good friend of Ancestor Green Lotus. He had never thought that he would be involved with a descendant of Ancestor Green Lotus. Jiang Chen swore that no matter what the outcome of today's matter was, he would remember Great Master Ran Feng's kindness. No matter what kind of difficulties Great Master Ran Feng would face in the future, he would spare no effort to help Great Master Ran Feng. The disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is truly extraordinary. He has such powerful strength even though he has just advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Even I have to admire him. Ran Feng, we are all people of Buddha sect. We don't want to make things too unpleasant. If you withdraw from the dispute now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Great Master Tiandang said. Ba. Let's do it. Great Master Ran Feng's facial expression remained unchanged. His words stunned Great Master Tiandang. He didn't expect that Great Master Ran Feng would ask him to take action. He really didn't know where Great Master Ran Feng got the confidence to fight him with a mere first-grade Great Saint. All right. Let me see how many means the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus has. Great Master Tiandang was a little angry. In his point of view, this Ran Feng didn't know how to appreciate his kindness. Great Master Ran Feng would never back down. Putting aside the fact that he had to protect Jiang Chen, the identity of the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus made it impossible for him to back down. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to his master's name. Mi Luo Dharma Seal. Great Master Tiandang made his move. It was the same powerful Dharma seal of Buddha sect. A huge seal was conjured. It was a few hundred meters in size, like a huge heavenly barrier. There was a powerful shadow of Mi Luo on it. The divine aura of a second-grade Great Saint was many times stronger than Tianhong. In the face of Great Master Tiandong's attack, Great Master Ran Feng's eyes glittered with brilliance. His chi rose abruptly. It was many times stronger than when he was dealing with Tianhong. Feeling the tyrannical chi waves from Great Master Ran Feng's body, Great Master Tianhong's facial expression turned even uglier. He suddenly understood that Ran Feng had already held back when he was dealing with him. Hung Long. Great Master Ran Feng slowly raised his palm and slapped forward lightly. No one knew how much power was contained in this slap. A huge Ming King Dharma seal was struck out. After the Ming King Dharma seal appeared, it was as if it had come to life, suppressing everything like a mountain. The Mi Luo Dharma seal cast by Great Master Tiandang was inferior to the Ming King Dharma seal in essence. The supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect was incomparable to any ordinary Dharma seal. Naturally, its power was incomparable. Fortunately, Great Master Tiandong's cultivation base was a grade higher. Otherwise, the chi unleashed by the Ming King Dharma seal would be enough to destroy the Mi Luo Dharma seal. Amidst the powerful vibration, Great Master Tiandong's Ming King Dharma seal was destroyed. Under the tremendous attack, Great Master Tiandang was forced to take a step back. When he looked at Great Master Ran Feng again, he was like a towering pine tree. Hua! The entire scene was in an uproar. No one knew how many people were shocked by this scene. Great Master Tianhong and the two 7th-grade minor saints gaped at Great Master Ran Feng in disbelief. Even Tyrant and a Huang dog were dumbfounded. The only one who had a normal reaction was Jiang Chen. Wow! Master is too awesome. Master is the best. Tyrant laughed heartily. He didn't look like a disciple of Buddha sect anymore. He rarely saw his master in action. He didn't expect his master to be so ferocious. He had just advanced to the first-grade Great Saint, but he was able to repel a second-grade Great Saint. Could he be any more awesome? Of course, the one who was most surprised was Great Master Tiandang himself. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated by Ran Feng. He was a mighty second-grade Great Saint, but he was defeated by a newly advanced first-grade Great Saint. This was such a shameful thing. However, Great Master Tiandang suddenly thought of Great Master Ran Feng's seal just now. His eyes lit up all of a sudden. Ran Feng, what you used just now is one of the 3 great supreme seals of Buddha sect, the unmovable Bright King seal. The 3 great seals have been lost for a long time. In the entire Saint Origin world, only Ancestor Green Lotus knows how to use it. If you can hand over the cultivation method of the 3 great seals to the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I will let this matter go and I won't make things difficult for Jiang Chen. What do you say? Great Master Tiandong's eyes were burning with passion. The 3 supreme mudras of Buddhism, now that they had reappeared in the world, how could he not be excited? Furthermore, being defeated by the Fudo mudras, he suddenly didn't feel ashamed anymore. If the Great Layin Temple could obtain the 3 supreme mudras, he would be the hero of the entire Great Layin Temple. He would even be qualified to cultivate the 3 supreme mudras. Not to mention cultivating all of them, even cultivating just one of them would bring him endless benefits. This belongs to my master. I don't have the right to hand it over to anyone else. If you have the ability, you can ask my master for it. Great Master Ran Feng said. His words stunned Jiang Chen. It seemed like his guess was right. Ancestor Green Lotus wasn't dead, nor had he ascended. He was still in Saint Origin world. In that case, I will suppress you now. Great Master Tiandong's chi fluctuated violently once more. Both of his hands danced in the air, pinching out a complicated seal and launched another attack at Great Master Ran Feng. At the same time, he secretly sent out his divine sense to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to suppress Great Master Ran Feng with the help of the Supreme Seal. At this moment, he needed a higher-level Buddha. Great Sage was a supreme existence. To ordinary cultivators, it was a distant existence. No matter which region one was in, it was extremely difficult to see one. Today, so many great sages had appeared in the Western domain. Such a scene was really rare. Great Master Ran Feng remained indifferent to Great Master Tiandong's attack. He used the Akalanatha seal again. The powerful Supreme Seal was enough for him to challenge those who were at a higher level than him. Jiang Chen suddenly saw the demeanor of Ancestor Green Lotus from Great Master Ran Feng. Of course, there was still a huge gap between the current Great Master Ran Feng and Ancestor Green Lotus when he was at his peak. Jiang Chen was recognized as the greatest saint in the world. He didn't respect anyone. If there was one person that he admired, it would be Ancestor Green Lotus. If there was a ranking in Saint Origin world, he would be ranked first. No one would dare to compete with Ancestor Green Lotus for the second place. Hong Long. Just as Great Master Ran Feng and Great Master Tiandang were engaged in a fierce battle, a loud rumble was heard in the sky. A bright Buddha light that looked like a Milky Way hung in the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Immediately, Ran Feng and Great Master Ran Feng stopped their battle and raised their heads to look at the sky. For God's sake, another great saint has come. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. The Great Lightning Tune Temple would never stop today. What a powerful chi. I'm afraid that it's a third-grade great saint. My master won't be able to withstand it. Tyrant frowned. His face was full of worry. It seemed like there was no way to resolve this matter peacefully. Although his master's divine power was matchless, he had just stepped into the great saint realm. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for him to fight against the entire Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. Jiang Chen's expression turned gloomy. He didn't expect such a scene to happen. He thought that the Great Layin Temple would interfere in the conflict between him and the Heavenly Sect, and that they would step forward to stop him. At that time, Great Master Ran Feng would be the only one who could solve the problem. Chapter 798. The sudden appearance of a third-grade Great Saint Buddha changed the situation again. Great Master Ran Feng couldn't help but shake his head. It was impossible for him to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone. It was already very good that he could hold on until now. Great Master Ran Feng turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. He saw a calm expression on Jiang Chen's face, and not a single ripple could be seen in his eyes. Even when facing such a situation, Jiang Chen was still able to maintain his composure. Just this mentality alone was enough for Great Master Ran Feng to give Jiang Chen a thumbs up. This was a peerless genius, and he was destined to become a dragon that soared through the 9 heavens. No matter what, Great Master Ran Feng had to protect Jiang Chen and prevent him from falling into the hands of the Great Lei Temple. However, that was his master's inheritance. How could he give it to someone else? The 3rd grade Great Saint appeared. He was also an old monk with a fat head and big ears. There was an obvious mark of an old monk, which was his ears. His ears were big and long, with a dangling earlobe that looked like a meatball, shrouded in golden brilliance. Senior brother Tian Ho, Tian Dang and Tian Hong hastily bowed to greet the newcomer. No one would dare to neglect a mighty 3rd grade Great Saint. Such a figure would be highly regarded in any place in Saint Origin world. While greeting, Great Master Tian Dang had already told Buddha Tian Ho everything that had happened here using divine sense. After listening to Tian Dang's narration, Great Master Tian Ho sighed, as if he was feeling sorry and disappointed. Finally, Buddha Tian Ho's eyes fell on Great Master Ran Feng. His eyes seemed gentle, but they were incomparably sharp, like 2 sharp blades that could make one's soul tremble. Junior brother Ran Feng, you really disappoint me, Great Master Tian Ho said with a sigh. I just want to make a compromise. Jiang Chen is my best friend. Besides, this is between little friend Jiang Chen and the Tianyi Gate. There are so many kinds of grudges in this world. Does the Great Lightning Tune Temple have to intervene in all of them? Great Master Ran Feng said. This is the Western region, so it's different. The place where our Buddhist sect is located must be a symbol of peace. There must be no mass killings. This is related to the face of the Buddhist sect. If we let Jiang Chen go today, who in the Western region will still obey the Great Lei Temple? Master Tian Ho said. Obey? Rule. These 2 words are too incongruous when used in Buddhism. Buddhism is particular about meticulousness and the pursuit of virtue. But now, the Tempest Temple has given birth to the idea of ruling and fighting for hegemony. They even care about their appearance. The true meaning of Buddhism is getting further and further away from us. Great Master Ran Feng also sighed. The current Great Lei Temple could no longer represent the Buddhist sect. It could only represent itself, a powerful force, and a giant in the Western regions. It had long lost the elegance of the Buddha. Bastard, Ran Feng, how dare you criticize the Great Lei Temple like that? Great Master Tiandang flew into a rage again. Junior brother Ran Feng, you don't have to say any unnecessary words. In order to defend the dignity of the Great Lei Temple, I must punish this evildoer and bring him back to the Great Lei Temple for punishment. Great Master Tian Ho's chi fluctuated. It seemed like he was about to attack. The power of a 3rd grade Great Saint was incomparable to the 2nd grade Great Saint Tian Dang. Great Master Ran Feng could deal with Tian Dang and Tian Hong, but he couldn't deal with Great Master Tian Ho even if he had the 3 supreme Dharma seals. Hold on. Great Master Ran Feng spoke. Junior brother Ran Feng, do you really think you can stop me? Great Master Tian Ho's eyes widened. Ran Feng is willing to exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for the peace between little friend Jiang Chen and the Great Lei Temple. Great Master Ran Feng said. What? A few exclamations were heard at the same time. Even Jiang Chen widened his eyes, looking at Great Master Ran Feng in disbelief. He didn't expect that Great Master Ran Feng would exchange the 3 supreme Dharma seals for him. That was the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. It had always been regarded as more important than his own life by Great Master Ran Feng. However, in order to save Jiang Chen, Great Master Ran Feng made such a decision. This made Jiang Chen feel very uncomfortable. Master. Tyrant looked very angry. Of course, he wasn't angry because his master had taken out the Dharma seals to save Jiang Chen. If he was in Jiang Chen's position, he would have made the same decision. Jiang Chen was his life and death brother, more important than anything else. What he was angry about was the Great Lei Temple. Even a fool could see the current situation. The grudge between Jiang Chen and Tianyi Gate was just a fuse. The Great Lei Temple had been eyeing the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus for a long time. In his impression, his master had never been threatened. Today's incident made him feel helpless and aggrieved. Motherfucker! De Huang Dog cursed. If it wasn't for his weak strength, He was afraid that he would have pounced on these bald donkeys and bitten them to death. Junior brother Ran Feng. A monk doesn't lie. Is what you said true? Great Master Tian Ho instantly retracted his chi. When he mentioned the supreme Dharma seals, blazing sparks flashed in his eyes. Compared to the 3 supreme Dharma seals, a puny Jiang Chen was nothing. I don't agree. Great Master Ran Feng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Chen. He took a step forward and stood opposite to Great Master Tian Ho. Even in the face of a powerful third-grade great saint, his facial expression didn't change. Little friend Jiang Chen. Great Master Ran Feng looked at Jiang Chen. I, Jiang Chen, appreciate Grandmaster's kindness. However, if the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus is given away to someone else because of me, I won't be able to rest easy. What Grandmaster has done for me today is more than enough. I will always remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you in the future. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Great Master Ran Feng. After that, he looked at Tian Ho and the other 2 and said in an indifferent tone, You people from the Great Lightning Tune Temple really like to meddle in other people's business. In that case, I'll follow you to the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Little Chenzi, you can't go. Tyrant became anxious on the spot. Although the Great Lightning Tune Temple was a sacred place of Buddha sect, the punishment for demons and ghosts was extremely terrifying. They had now regarded Jiang Chen as a demon. Once Jiang Chen arrived at the Great Lightning Tune Temple, he would certainly be punished and the consequences would be unimaginable. Good. It's good that you took the initiative to stand out. However, not only you but also that woman and that dog. The 3 of you will be going to the Great Lightning Tune Temple to receive your punishment. You will have to pay for the sins you have committed in the Tianyi Gate. Great Master Tian Ho's tone was calm, but everyone could sense the anger in his heart. He didn't care about the bullshit Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. What he cared about was the supreme Dharma seal of Buddha sect. He was so close to getting it, but this Jiang Chen wanted to stop him. It was so infuriating. No way. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was instantly enraged. The Great Lightning Tune Temple was asking for a mile after giving him an inch. If he went to the Great Lightning Tune Temple alone to receive the punishment, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Besides, with his methods, it wouldn't be easy for the Great Lightning Tune Temple to punish him. However, Great Master Tian Ho actually wanted to send a Huang dog and Yen Chenyu to the Great Lightning Tune Temple together. This was something that Jiang Chen couldn't accept. He could be hurt, but he would never allow others to hurt the people around him. Motherfucker, old bald donkey, Master Dog will bite your head off sooner or later. The Huang dog couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. Such a crazy evildoer will only be a scourge if he stays in this world. Let me deal with him first. Great Master Tian Dang, who was at the side, locked his gaze on the Huang dog. After that, he suddenly stretched out his palm and shrouded the Huang dog. He wanted to kill the Huang dog on the spot. Stop. Jiang Chen's eyes turned red. His opponent's attack was too fast and the gap in their strength was too huge. It was impossible for him to stop it. Great Master Ran Feng was locked by Tian Ho, so he couldn't rescue the Huang dog in time. Tian Dang's palm was about to hit the Huang dog's body. If this attack landed on his body, the consequences would be imaginable. The Huang dog would be turned into powder and die tragically on the spot. Hell! At this moment, a howl resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a high-pitched voice was heard. Old bald donkey, who gave you the courage to touch the people of my demon race? As this domineering voice rang out, a terrifying rainbow-colored claw pierced through the void. The claw looked incomparably beautiful. The rainbow-colored brilliance flowed like a rainbow across the sky. Of course, under this beauty, there was an infinite amount of terror and destructive power hidden. Ka-cha! The terrifying 7-colored sharp claw shattered Tian Dang's attack in an instant. At the same time, it grabbed one of his arms. Everyone saw that Tian Dang's arm, a dignified second-grade great saint, was torn off by the sharp claw. Blood splattered everywhere. Who? Not far away, Tian Ho's countenance drastically changed. He immediately blasted out a palm strike. At this moment, an illusory figure appeared in the air. That illusory figure radiated a multicolored light. It was the most beautiful light in the world. That illusory figure casually blasted out a beam of light, directly shattering Tian Ho's attack. Dunk! The void trembled. A middle-aged man wearing a 7-colored feather robe emerged from the void. He disappeared with every step he took. In a blink of an eye, he arrived above the battlefield. He didn't look majestic. He had a medium build. His eyes were radiating seven-colored divine light. His demonic chi soared to the sky. There was a mark on his glabella. It was the mark of a peacock. Peacock King. Great Master Tian Ho exclaimed. He recognized the man. He was a super great demon of the Pure Land. No one dared to provoke him. He had never thought that he would appear here today. Awesome! De Huang Dog was very excited. This Peacock King was too awesome. He had torn the arm of a second-grade Great Saint and suppressed a third-grade Great Saint. His demonic chi was monstrous and domineering. Chapter 799. The atmosphere of the scene became incomparably solemn because of the sudden appearance of the Peacock King. Even Great Master Tian Ho lost his previous chi. Although the Great Lightning Tune Temple was the ruler of the Western Domain and was a powerful holy land of Buddha sect, they weren't willing to provoke the demon race. Not to mention the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Even the other 7 families in the Pure Land didn't want to offend the demon race. The demon race was one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. The people of the demon race were ferocious, overbearing and unreasonable. It was very difficult to take advantage of the demon race. Furthermore, this Peacock King was a great saint of the demon race. He couldn't be offended. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the Peacock King. More than 100 years ago, he knew that there was a peerless genius in the demon race. However, at that time, the Peacock King was merely a minor demon saint. It was impossible for him to reach the level of experts like Jiang Chen. Now that more than 100 years had passed, the Peacock King had grown into the terrifying Peacock King. The Peacock King in front of him was already a 4th-grade Great Saint of the demon race, a level stronger than Great Master Tian Ho. Moreover, the peacock was a very rare and powerful beast. The peacock was one of the top existences in the demon race and held a pivotal position. A beast like the Peacock King had incomparably terrifying combat strength. It was very difficult for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. His appearance could represent the demon race. Therefore, even though this was the territory of the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they didn't dare to be too arrogant in front of the Peacock King. The Peacock King appeared at the critical moment to help Jiang Chen, and even hurt the Buddha of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. It was obvious that the Peacock King had come for De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen didn't have any relationship with the demon race. It must be because the demon race knew about the existence of De Huang Dog. He was a dragon horse, a true divine beast. Peacock King, the hands of the demon race have stretched too far. How dare you interfere in our Western domain? Great Master Tian Ho said furiously. The Peacock King was extremely arrogant. He didn't even look at Great Master Tian Ho and treated him like air. He treated Great Master Tian Ho's words like farts. His gaze fell on De Huang Dog. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of De Huang Dog. All of a sudden, his rainbow-colored pupils shone brilliantly and enveloped De Huang Dog's entire body. De Huang Dog struggled violently but found that it was to no avail. Since he couldn't break free, De Huang Dog simply stopped moving. Of course, he didn't feel any hostility from the Peacock King. Moreover, this ferocious fellow had torn off one of Tiandang's arms the moment he appeared. It was obvious that he was on his side. Jiang Chen didn't stop the Peacock King. He knew that the Peacock King was confirming the bloodline of De Huang Dog. When he found out that De Huang Dog had the true bloodline of a divine beast, not only would he not harm De Huang Dog, he would also be wild with joy. Divine beasts that were blessed by the heavens had long been extinct in this world. They could only be seen in higher planes. The demon race had existed in Saint Origin World for so many years, but no one with the true bloodline of a divine beast had appeared. It was already a blessing to have a few mutated species among the major races. If the demon race could get their hands on a divine beast and bring it back to cultivate, the demon race would certainly flourish in the future. The appearance of the Peacock King was enough to show how much importance the demon race attached to De Huang Dog. The Peacock King's eyes became brighter and brighter. He had completely sensed the bloodline of a divine beast in De Huang Dog. The surprise on his face was indescribable. Swoosh! The Peacock King retracted the 7-colored radiance. Originally, he was wild with joy, but all of a sudden, he slapped the head of De Huang Dog with his palm, producing a sound of iron striking. For God's sake, why did you slap me? De Huang Dog glared at the Peacock King angrily. Was this guy sick? Didn't he know that it was impolite to slap someone's head at the first meeting? Motherfucker, you have the bloodline of a powerful mutated dragon horse, but you look like a dog. This is outrageous. The Peacock King said and slapped the head of De Huang Dog a few more times. Only then did he calm down. Jiang Chen, Tyrant, and Yan Chenyu couldn't help but laugh. De Huang Dog was slapped so many times by the Peacock King, but he didn't show any anger. Finally, there was someone who could take care of this bastard. However, they could also see that although the Peacock King was slapping De Huang Dog, he didn't use any force. Otherwise, with his cultivation, no matter how hard the De Huang Dog's head was, it would be smashed into pieces. The Peacock King was overjoyed, but he was depressed about the dog's appearance. I'm doing this to disguise myself. De Huang Dog quickly distanced himself from the Peacock King. Not bad. Your reaction is fast, and your head is quite hard too. You are indeed worthy of the bloodline of a divine beast. No matter what you look like, the bloodline of a divine beast can't be faked. Haha, our demon race is going to prosper. The Peacock King laughed heartily. Then, the Peacock King turned around and looked at the Buddhas of the Great Lain Temple. He immediately scolded, "Bald donkey, your Great Lain Temple is really something. How dare you kill the geniuses of the demon race? Are you going to declare war on the demon race?" Peacock King, don't go too far. This isn't the territory of your demon race. You better not get involved in the business of the Great Lain Temple. Great Master Tian Ho was furious. He was a highly respected Buddha, but he couldn't stand being scolded as a bald donkey. Haha, old bald donkey, who do you think you are? If I don't give face to the Great Lain Temple, I will slap you to death. Since I, the Peacock King, want to meddle in other people's business, I will definitely meddle in it. Today, I will bring my people away. Ask the abbot of the Great Lain Temple to come and see if he can stop me. The Peacock King was too arrogant. He didn't even put the Great Lain Temple in his eyes. You, Great Master Tian Ho was infuriated, but he didn't lose his temper. He didn't dare to go against the Peacock King directly. Who didn't know about the Peacock King's ferocious name? If he was angered and killed, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. You? This is the Western region. If you dare to kill the geniuses of the demon race, I will directly smash your bald donkey head. The Peacock King didn't give any face to the senior monks of the Great Lain Temple. Wakaka. De Huang Dog laughed and jumped up and down in the air. He kept sticking his tongue out at the senior monks of the Great Lain Temple. The only thing he didn't do was shake his butt at their faces. The faces of the people of the Great Lain Temple turned ashen. They were so angry that their lips turned purple. They simply couldn't bear it. However, there was nothing they could do. The demon race wasn't to be trifled with. Moreover, they had a backer who was much stronger than the Great Lain Temple. Just the Peacock King in front of them was enough to make them suffer. Great Master Tian Ho shook his head and said to the Peacock King, "Peacock King, the genius of your demon race is still fine. Not only did we not hurt him, but you also tore off one of our great sage's arms. You still have the advantage. Now, take this dog and leave. I hope the demon race won't get involved in other matters." No way. Jiang Chen is my life and death brother. His matter is my matter. Peacock King, you must kill these bald donkeys now. Otherwise, I will not join the demon race. Peacock King said. Big Yellow opened his mouth. He was a man who would never forgive his enemies. Now that they had the upper hand, Big Yellow wouldn't let this matter rest. These few old monks were so arrogant just now that they had almost stewed him. He had to vent his anger on them. Motherfucker, you're even fiercer than me. This is the Western regions. It's not good to kill me directly. The Peacock King rolled his eyes. De Huang Dog actually used joining the demon race to threaten him. Are you going to kill me or not? If you don't kill me, I won't join the demon race. De Huang Dog was enraged. You dare to threaten me? In this world, no one dares to threaten me, the Peacock King. You damned dog. You dare to threaten me? Do you know the consequences? The Peacock King glared at De Huang Dog, but his attitude changed instantly when he saw that De Huang Dog didn't care about him. Good, you have character. I like it. Pooh, Jiang Chen and Tyrant almost vomited blood. Today, they finally saw what a weirdo was. The Peacock King against De Huang Dog was like a big weirdo against a small weirdo. Peacock King, how dare you attack us in the Western regions? Great Master Tianhou shouted. He threatened me, and now you, bald donkeys, dare to threaten me? I will kill you all today. Let's see what your great Lei Yin temple can do. The Peacock King was a guy who couldn't stand being threatened. According to his character, he might just go up and bleed these Buddhas one by one. It ba. At this time, Great Master Ran Feng took a step forward and said to the Peacock King, Peacock King, let's not make things too big. Otherwise, it won't do anyone any good. Since Great Master Ran Feng said so, then forget it. Count yourself lucky, bald donkeys. De Huang Dog said. In fact, he was very clear that if the Peacock King really killed these few eminent monks, the Great Lei Yin Temple would never let it go. After all, Jiang Chen's current cultivation was still too weak. Making things too big would do him no good. As long as Jiang Chen's matter was settled, De Huang Dog didn't care whether these eminent monks were killed or not. Alright, I will give Great Master Ran Feng some face. Alright, I'll give Great Master Ran Feng some face. Ancestor Green Lotus is the Buddha I admire the most. He's a true transcendent being, unlike the current Great Lei Yin Temple that's fighting for power and influence. I think the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus is more pleasing to the eye. All of you bald donkeys, listen up. With me, Peacock King, here, don't even think about touching a single hair of Jiang Chen. The Peacock King's attitude towards Great Master Ran Feng was obviously much better. After all, the reputation of Ancestor Green Lotus was not just for show. Chapter 800. Today's Buddhism was no longer the same as it used to be. Great Master Tianhou could only choose to remain silent in the face of the Peacock King's strength. However, he immediately looked at Great Master Ran Feng and said, Junior Brother Ran Feng, you said that as long as we release Jiang Chen, you will hand over the 3 great supreme magical seals. Do you agree? Great Master Tianhou had already made up his mind. As long as he could get the 3 great supreme magical seals, it would be the biggest gain. Compared to Jiang Chen, the 3 great supreme magical seals were much more precious. I did say that, but I regret it now. This is the grudge between the Great Lei Yin Temple and Jiang Chen. I won't interfere anymore. You can punish Jiang Chen. I won't interfere. Great Master Ran Feng said with a straight face. The people of the Great Lei Yin Temple almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Tyrant and De Huang Dog laughed out loud. They didn't expect this old monk to be so shameless. Now that the Peacock King had appeared, they couldn't do anything about it. What a joke! How could the Great Lightning Tune Temple hand over the seal so easily? Since Peacock King was here, it would be impossible for Great Master Tianhou and the others to deal with Jiang Chen. It was too naive of them to think that they could get the Supreme Dharma seal with what they said just now. Great Master Ran Feng wasn't a fool. He had no choice but to hand over the seal just now. Now that Peacock King had appeared, he was no longer needed. Senior Brother Tianhou, what should we do now? Should we call the experts of the temple? Tianhong transmitted his voice to Great Master Tianhou. Great Master Tiandong's face turned pale. He was very depressed after having one of his arms torn off by the Peacock King. However, it was not difficult for him to regrow a severed arm after becoming a great saint. Such an injury was nothing to him. Great Master Tianhou frowned and thought for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, No need. Let's go. Are we just going to let it go? Great Master Tiandang was very unwilling. There's no need to incur the wrath of the demon race for the sake of a nobody. Let's set our sights on Ancestor Green Lotus inheritance first. As long as we can obtain it, the Tempest Temple will be able to return to its peak. After Great Master Tianhou finished speaking, he left with the people of the Great Lei Yin Temple. There was no point in staying here. They couldn't defeat the Peacock King. Staying here would only bring disgrace to themselves. He left just like that, De Huang Dog said. Obviously, he did not expect the people from the Tempest Temple to leave so decisively. That means they are wise, the Peacock King said arrogantly. After the men from the Great Lei Yin Temple left, Jiang Chen and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. For Jiang Chen, he was still too weak right now, and it wasn't suitable for him to offend a superpower like the Great Lei Yin Temple. It would be best if both parties could live in harmony. Thank you, Peacock King, for lending a helping hand. I, Jiang Chen, will remember this favor. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at the Peacock King. He was a man who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. Those who helped him would definitely repay the favor in the future. Plus, he didn't dislike the demon race. The way the demon race acted was similar to the devil religion. They were swift and decisive, especially people like the Peacock King. Jiang Chen was willing to have dealings with them. Good. You are a very good young man. I heard that you have conquered the heaven, earth, profound and yellow domains, creating a precedent in the divine continent. Today, you have eliminated a major power like the Tianyi Gate with your third-grade minor saint cultivation. This is really rare. I like domineering people the most. I don't care what kind of major power they are. As long as they offend me, I will kill them. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just report my name to me. The Peacock King patted on Jiang Chen's shoulder. His words were full of praise. He was also a rare genius in the demon race, but compared to the current Jiang Chen, he was still far behind. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't surprised that the Peacock King was so familiar with his matters. If the demon race wanted to inquire about De Huang Dog, they would definitely know everything about him. Moreover, such a big incident had happened in the 4 domains. Even the major families in the Pure Land would know about it. You, follow me to the demon race. The Peacock King looked at De Huang Dog. This dog was the main reason why he came here. If it wasn't for De Huang Dog, he wouldn't have the leisure to care about the grudge between the Great Lightning Tune Temple and Jiang Chen. I won't go. What's so good about the demon race? De Huang Dog curled his lips. What did you say? The Peacock King's eyes widened. If this was said by someone else, he would have been slapped to death on the spot. However, he didn't have any temper towards this dog. De Huang, the demon race is one of the 8 major families in the Pure Land. They have a deep foundation. You have the bloodline of a divine beast. If you go to the demon race, you will definitely be nurtured with great resources. Moreover, your status will not be low in the future. With your current cultivation level, going to the demon race is indeed a good choice. Jiang Chen said. He knew that the reason why De Huang Dog didn't want to go to the demon race was because he didn't want to be separated from him. Both of them had been together since they were in the Origin Mountain Range. They had never been separated. No one could compare to their deep relationship. Jiang Chen naturally didn't want to be separated from De Huang Dog, but he didn't want to delay De Huang Dog's future. De Huang Dog was now a 3rd-grade minor demon saint. It wouldn't be easy for him to continue to improve his strength. However, the demon race was different. Each of the 8 major families in the Pure Land had a deep foundation. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. Therefore, he would be nurtured with great importance by the demon race. Otherwise, the Peacock King wouldn't have shown up in person. Moreover, with De Huang Dog's talent, his cultivation would certainly improve by leaps and bounds after he went to the demon race. It was very likely that he would break through to the Great Sage Realm in the shortest time possible. At that time, he would be of great help to Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. Then, he shook his head and said, "All right, I will go with you to the demon race." Today, it was all thanks to the Peacock King's help. So, Yi Shiwen still had to give him face. Moreover, De Huang Dog was a demon after all. Going to the demon race could be considered as his final destination. That's right. I will protect you when you go to the demon race. The Peacock King pretended to pat the dog's head again. This master dog's divine might is matchless. I need you to protect me. De Huang Dog said in a deadpan manner, "Fuck." The Peacock King had an impulse to beat the dog's head. It was unknown how many people in the demon race wanted to let him, the Peacock King, look at them, but they didn't have the chance. This dog actually didn't appreciate his kindness. Jiang Chen smiled. He could see that the Peacock King liked De Huang very much. With the Peacock King around, De Huang wouldn't suffer any grievances when he went to the demon race. Of course, even without the Peacock King, De Huang Dog wasn't someone who would suffer losses. Kid, without this master dog to protect you in the future, you have to be careful. If you encounter any trouble, you can always come to the demon race to look for me. De Huang Dog left these words for Jiang Chen and then disappeared with the Peacock King. Jiang Chen, Yan Chenyu, and Tyrant looked at the place where De Huang Dog and the Peacock King disappeared. They didn't look away for a long time. De Huang left just like that. Yan Chenyu was a little reluctant. Going to the demon race will bring him endless benefits. As for the Pure Land, we will be going there soon. Jiang Chen said. Little friend Jiang Chen, Since the matter has been resolved, this old monk will be going back. Great Master Ran Feng put his palms together in front of Jiang Chen. Great Master, after what happened today, the relationship between you and the Great Lei Temple has been completely ruined. Moreover, the 3 supreme seals of Buddhism have been exposed. I'm afraid that the Great Lei Temple will not let this matter rest. Jiang Chen said. He was a little worried. The Great Lei Temple's goal was very clear. Although Great Master Ran Feng had reached the Great Saint Realm, there was still a huge gap between him and the Great Lei Temple. In order to obtain the seals, the Great Lei Temple would definitely find a way to deal with Great Master Ran Feng. Little friend, don't worry. This old monk has his own countermeasures. After Great Master Ran Feng finished his words, he disappeared and left the place. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Initially, he wanted to ask about Ancestor Green Lotus, but he didn't expect Great Master Ran Feng to just leave like that. However, this also made him understand that it wasn't time for him to reveal the secrets hidden in Great Master Ran Feng's heart. At least, with the current situation, Jiang Chen and Tyrant were still very weak. My master has pinned all his hopes on me. I must not let him down. Tyrant looked at the place where Great Master Ran Feng disappeared. He was a smart person. He naturally knew that his master had a secret in his heart. However, he had never told him about it because his strength was still too weak. Tyrant secretly swore that he must improve his strength as soon as possible, so that no one could bully his master in the future. All right. The matter of the Tianyi Gate has come to an end. Let's collect the power of the stars in the Starlight Tower and leave. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew towards the Starlight Tower. The people of the Tianyi Gate had seen everything clearly. Until now, all of them were still in a state of deep shock. They would never forget what had happened today for the rest of their lives. So many terrifying great saint experts had appeared. Even the great saint of the demon race, Peacock King, had appeared. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen, the main culprit of the destruction of the Tianyi Gate, didn't receive any punishment. This indicated that from today onwards, the name of the Tianyi Gate would be completely erased from Saint Origin World, just like what Jiang Chen had said. There was still a large amount of power of the stars in the Starlight Tower. Jiang Chen took out the Starlight Shield and absorbed all the power of the stars. A powerful minor saint weapon would have a certain amount of storage space. The more powerful the weapon, the bigger the storage space. The storage space of the Starlight Shield was bigger than the Starlight Tower. Therefore it was very easy for it to store the power of the stars. Chapter 801. The Tianyi Gate was annihilated. Jiang Chen didn't care how much turmoil this incident would bring to the Western Domain. He left with Tyrant and Yan Chenyu. De Huang Dog had gone to the demon race and wouldn't be back in a short period of time. Although the grudge between Xuanyu and Tianyi Gate had been resolved, there were still more things waiting for Jiang Chen. Although he was already a third-grade minor saint, the enemies that he had to face were much stronger than before. It made Jiang Chen more eager to improve his cultivation. Next, Jiang Chen was going to the Pure Land. The Pure Land was a vast and boundless domain. It was much bigger than any of the 8 domains. Wu Ningzhu was an ancient people. De Huang Dog was in the demon race. Both of them had gone to the Pure Land. The Saint Cliff that Jiang Chen fell from in his previous life was also in the Pure Land. It was only a matter of time before Jiang Chen went to the Pure Land. Wu Ningzhu's matter must be resolved in the Pure Land. Now, the Great Lightning Tune Temple was involved in this matter. Because of Jiang Chen, Great Master Ran Feng and the Great Lightning Tune Temple had completely fallen out. It was imaginable that even if Great Master Ran Feng had the time to deal with the Great Lightning Tune Temple, his life wouldn't be any better. Moreover, the secret of Ancestor Green Lotus was involved in this matter. These secrets could only be accessed by a great saint. Jiang Chen deeply felt that his strength wasn't enough. After returning to the Nebula sect, Jiang Chen didn't waste any time and went straight to Nangong Wentian. Currently, Nangong Wentian was in seclusion to break through to the minor saint realm. He was forcefully awakened by Jiang Chen. Little Chenzi, you are back? Needless to say, the Tianyi Gate must have been annihilated by you. Where is De Huang? Nangong Wentian could basically guess the ending of the Tianyi Gate when he saw Jiang Chen's powerful return. However, he was puzzled that De Huang Dog didn't come back with him. De Huang has been taken away by the great saint of the demon race. Yan Chenyu said. The Monster Clan, one of the 8 clans of the Pure Land, Why did they take De Huang away? Nangong Wentian was stunned. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending? De Huang is a dragon horse and has a powerful bloodline of a divine beast. If the demon clan can get their hands on De Huang, not only will they get a great potential stock, they will also get a peerless genius. More importantly, divine beasts generally symbolize auspiciousness. The demon clan has the bloodline of a divine beast, which can bring a certain amount of luck to the demon clan. Tyrant said. In that case, this dog has gone to the demon race to be a lord. Nangong Wentian came to a sudden realization, and immediately became envious and jealous. All right, let's cut the crap. I'm going to the Pure Land soon. All of you must improve your strength. This Starlight Shield is a powerful Minor Saint weapon. Its grade has already reached the peak of Minor Saint weapon. It's comparable to the Brilliant Mirror. After you refine it and combine it with the Myriad Star Ruler, your power will be boundless. Jiang Chen took out the Starlight Shield and placed it in front of Nangong Wentian. Nangong Wentian's gaze landed on the Starlight Shield, and his eyes instantly shone brightly. Ever since he started cultivating the boundless star transformation, his sensitivity towards the power of the stars had become more and more acute. One look and he could tell that the shield in front of him was a rare treasure. Little Chenzi, you are so nice to me. If you were a girl, I would definitely bear your child. Nangong Wentian said in a serious tone. Slap. Jiang Chen kicked Nangong Wentian's face, leaving a deep footprint. Half of his face swelled up. Damn you! You don't have to be so cruel. Nangong Wentian was about to cry. Cut the crap. This Starlight Shield contains a large amount of power of the stars. It's enough for you to break through to the Minor Saint realm. Hurry up and go into seclusion. Jiang Chen pointed at Nangong Wentian's nose and shouted. Got it. Nangong Wentian quickly turned and left. However, he only took 2 steps before he turned back to Jiang Chen and said, "Oh right, Yen has returned to the Maoyin cult. It seems like the Maoyin cult's devil blood pool has undergone some changes. Only Gu Tianma's physique can suppress it." After saying that, Nangong Wentian went into seclusion again. Will Yen be alright? Yan Chenyu said worriedly. Don't worry. Gu Tianma's physique is unparalleled. He is the devil of all devils. The devil blood pool will only bring benefits to Yen. We don't have to worry about him. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't worried about Gu Tianma at all. Gu Tianma's bloodline would only grow stronger with his growth. His potential was basically limitless. Xiaoyu, you stay here with Tyrant. I will go and find Master. Jiang Chen said and flew towards the center of Nebula Sect. Helping Nebula Kid reforge the Nebula Sword might be the last thing he would do in Xuanyu. He would leave after that. In a sealed space, Nebula Kid was sitting cross-legged on a futon, cultivating. He felt the space in the hall trembling. He opened his eyes and saw Jiang Chen appearing in front of him like a ghost. He could feel that the current Jiang Chen was already a 3rd-grade minor saint. Although he guessed that it was because of the Heavenly Saint's sword, he still couldn't accept such a rapid advancement. However, he felt relieved after thinking about it. Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person after all. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. It was only a matter of time before he became a great saint. He wasn't someone that Nebula Kid could compare with. Jiang Chen, you are getting more and more powerful. If I'm not mistaken, you should be leaving soon. Nebula Kid said with a smile. He knew that Jiang Chen would go to the Pure Land. It was impossible for someone like Jiang Chen to stay in a small place like Xuanyu. That's right. I came back this time to help you reforge the Nebula Sword. After that, I will leave. Jiang Chen said, Master, please take out your sword. After hearing this, Nebula Kid's eyes lit up. He thought that Jiang Chen was a man of his words. Without hesitation, he took out his sword. Even though the Nebula Sword had lost part of the Heavenly Saint's sword, it was still an incomparably sharp sword. Kong Jiang Chen waved his arm and another sword appeared in his hand. This sword was glowing with azure light. It looked extremely mystical. After it appeared, it made a buzzing sound and trembled violently. Compared to Nebula Kid's sword, this sword was much stronger. Good sword. Nebula Kid's eyes sparkled. He couldn't help but praise it. He didn't ask Jiang Chen where did he get this sword from. There was no need to ask. It was imaginable that if he could fuse this sword with his own sword and forge a new Nebula Sword, its power would be much stronger than the previous one. Jiang Chen didn't know the name of this sword, but he knew that it was the sword used by the Supreme Elder of Nebula Sect. A 7th grade minor saint combat weapon wouldn't be weak. Nebula Kid's eyes fell on Jiang Chen's hand. Forging a combat weapon was an incomparably difficult task. There were very few blacksmiths in Saint Origin World. They were even rarer than alchemists. However, there were many cultivators who could forge their own natal weapon. That was why blacksmiths weren't as famous as alchemists. However, in Saint Origin World, there was a big family of blacksmiths that was respected by countless of people. It was the Bin family, one of the 8 families in Pure Land. The people of this family were born with great talent in forging. The quality of the combat weapons that they forged was also the best. Nebula Kid didn't doubt Jiang Chen's skills. Although he hadn't seen the abilities of the greatest saint in the world, he had heard about it. This was a peerless genius that would only appear once every 10,000 years in Saint Origin World. He was proficient in alchemy and weapon forging. Apart from his combat strength, he was also an excellent alchemist and blacksmith. Forging battle weapons and concocting elixirs were different approaches, but they had the same result. The main thing that was tested was the refinement of the soul energy and the control of the flames. In Jiang Chen's hand, the 2 swords fused together very quickly. It wasn't difficult to forge a new nebula sword. To Jiang Chen, it was a very simple task because the 2 swords were related to the Star Force. There wasn't any repulsion between the 2 swords. Thus, the fusion was a matter of course. 2 hours later, a loud howl sounded. The nebula sword was reforged. It was radiating a bright blue light. It was flying back and forth in the air above the palace like a blue dragon. It looked extremely mystical. Nebula Kid's eyes were incomparably bright. Looking at the new nebula sword, his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. Nebula Kid grabbed the nebula sword with his big hand. The nebula sword immediately fell into his hand. Feeling the power and transformation of the sword, Nebula Kid couldn't help but laugh out loud. He instilled his divine sense into the nebula sword. His whole body had a close connection with the sword. This is great! Nebula Kid was very excited. Compared to the nebula sword that had fused with a fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword, this sword was more suitable for him. Just like what Jiang Chen had said, the fragment of the Heavenly Saint's sword didn't belong to him. Forcefully fusing with it would only make him stronger temporarily. However, the sword in front of him was different. He could definitely forge it into his own natal weapon. Master, the deal between you and me has been completed. Of course, I, Jiang Chen, will always be a member of the Nebula Sect. Sooner or later, I will move the Nebula Sect to the Pure Land. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated as he said, I absolutely believe in your ability. When do you plan to go to the Pure Land? Nebula Kid asked. If it was someone else who said such arrogant words, Nebula Kid would just casually laugh and treat it as a fart. However, it was Jiang Chen who said it. He had 100 reasons to believe that this dream would come true sooner or later. Since the matters here have been settled, I don't want to waste any more time. I plan to leave tomorrow. Jiang Chen said. Thinking of entering the Pure Land again, his excitement couldn't help but be ignited. It was just like the time when he came to the Divine Continent from the Eastern Continent. I'll leave the Nebula Sect to you. Jiang Chen held his fists towards Nebula Kid and left. He had already prepared to leave for the Pure Land tomorrow. Chapter 802. Congratulations, Father, for advancing to the 6th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Dan King. Currently, Dan King had successfully advanced to the 6th grade minor saint and was much stronger than before. This is all thanks to your 9 Yang less Rond pill. Without the 9 Yang less Rond pill, I wouldn't have been able to break through the bottleneck so quickly. Dan King said. His words were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. Father, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Although he didn't put Dan King in his eyes due to his current strength, he still respected Dan King very much. This was a person worthy of being friends with. Putting aside the fact that Dan King had helped Wu Ningzhu a lot and helped him obtain the Mulberry Divine Tree, Jiang Chen was very grateful to Dan King for helping him during the crisis of Nebula Sect. Chen Heir, now that the matter in Xuanyu has been settled and the 4 domains have basically been conquered by you, your next target should be the Pure Land, right? Dan King said. Although he hadn't been in contact with Jiang Chen for a long time, he knew a genius like Jiang Chen very well. A genius like Jiang Chen wouldn't be satisfied with a peaceful life. His next step would definitely be the Pure Land. Moreover, since Wu Ningzhu had gone to the ancient people's palace, Jiang Chen would definitely go there as well. That's right. I am preparing to go to the Pure Land. Jiang Chen said. Chen heir, your foundation is too strong. I can see that every time you advance, you will need to consume a huge amount of energy. Now that you have advanced to the minor saint realm, the heaven elixir won't be of much use to you in the near future. At that time, you will need to consume even more saint elixir. However, you should know that the saint elixir is an extremely rare and precious energy pill. It won't be an easy task to obtain a huge amount of saint elixir. Even if you concoct it yourself, I'm afraid that you won't have enough time to concoct it. Have you thought about this? Dan King said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen frowned. What Dan King was worried about was exactly what he was worried about. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and was blessed by the heavens. It was a peerless skill. However, the only downside of it was that the amount of energy pills required for each advancement was too huge. In Saint Origin World, energy pills were divided into 4 grades: Human Elixir, Earth Elixir, Heaven Elixir, and Saint Elixir. To the current Jiang Chen, Human Elixir and Earth Elixir were useless. Once he reached the high realm of Minor Saint, Heaven Elixir wouldn't be able to support him anymore. At that time, he would need a huge amount of Saint Elixir. Moreover, the amount of Saint Elixir would be enormous. He was only in the Minor Saint realm now. There were still 9 more levels of Great Saint. Jiang Chen didn't even dare to imagine the consumption of Saint Elixir. Moreover, the Saint Elixir was different from the Heaven Elixir. It was extremely precious. Some low-level Great Saints rarely used the Saint Elixir to cultivate. If a monster like Jiang Chen kept using the Saint Elixir, he was afraid that even the big families in the Pure Land wouldn't be able to afford it. Such a huge support was terrifying just thinking about it. However, Jiang Chen's gaze immediately fell on Dan King. Dan King wouldn't come to me for no reason. There must be a reason why Dan King said this. Godfather, you are right. Foster father, you are right. This is also the thing that worries me the most. The Saint rank Restoration Dawn are too precious, and my consumption is too great. I can't see anything in a short time, but once I advance to the Great Sage realm, I will have to worry about it. Foster father suddenly telling me this. Could it be that you have a solution? Asked Jiang Chen. He didn't want to be unable to advance to the Great Saint realm because he didn't have a large amount of Saint Elixir to support him. That would be really depressing. He had left a treasure in the Pure Land which contained a large amount of Saint Elixir. However, he had been there once and was blocked by a heavenly barrier. It was impossible for him to retrieve the treasure in a short time. Moreover, even if he managed to retrieve the treasure, the amount of Saint Elixir inside would not be enough to support his consumption. Although Jiang Chen was the greatest saint in the past, cultivating the Shenyuan art and the dragon transformation art were 2 different things. The huge consumption of Saint Elixir was incomparable. Chen heir, have you heard of the Void Triangular Domain? Asked Dan King. Void Triangular Domain? Jiang Chen was stunned. He immediately started to search his memory. However, he couldn't find any information about the Void Triangular Domain. Godfather, I don't think there is a place called Void Triangular Domain in the Divine Continent. Jiang Chen used to travel across the Divine Continent. If there was a place called Void Triangular Domain, he would have heard of it even if he had never been there. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Void Triangular Domain isn't located in the Saint Origin World. It's a special place in the Void. It's an independent spatial zone. Said Dan King. Not located in the Saint Origin World? Jiang Chen was surprised. He became interested in the Void Triangular Domain. He knew that Dan King wasn't just talking about it. That's right. The origin of the Void Triangular Domain can be traced back to 100 years ago. The Saint Origin World was a completely sealed world. The spatial law was completely sealed. That's right. The emergence of Void Triangular Domain can be traced back to 100 years ago. Back then, Saint Origin World was a completely sealed world. The spatial law was completely sealed. The Great Saint was the final destination. Even the peerless Great Saint who stood at the peak of this world would eventually turn into a pile of soil and disappear in the long river of history. 100 years ago, a peerless genius was born. He stood at the peak of this world but he wasn't willing to give up. So he stood in the sky above the Saint Cliff and split open the gate of the immortal world with his sword, creating a new path for the great saints of Saint Origin world. He was the greatest saint. If I'm not mistaken, he was also called Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, the greatest saint fell after splitting open the gate of the immortal world. Dan King said and told Jiang Chen about the history of the greatest saint. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to feel the feeling of being told about his heroic deeds by an outsider. After listening to the story, Jiang Chen understood that the emergence of Void Triangular Domain must have something to do with him splitting open the gate of the immortal world. The heroic deeds of the greatest saint isn't a secret. I know about it. But what does it have to do with Void Triangular Domain? Jiang Chen asked. When the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, the spatial zone of the Saint Origin world was shaken. A series of changes happened. Many weak spatial zones appeared and alien races appeared. Void Triangular Domain appeared at that time. Due to the shaking of the world barrier, a spatial link was formed between Void Triangular Domain and Void Triangular Domain. It's a special spatial zone. The reason why it's called Void Triangular Domain is because it has a spatial node with Saint Origin world and two other worlds. One is the Boundless Land and the other is the Black-Yellow Continent. Dan King said. After listening to Dan King's introduction, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked despite his calm temperament. He knew that there were many planes in this heavens and earth. Each plane was a world, and Saint Origin world was just one of the many planes. However, because of the barrier of the world and the restriction of the origin of the world, it was very difficult to connect the planes. Therefore, it was very difficult to travel from one world to another. Without a doubt, the existence of Void Triangular Domain had connected the three worlds, forming a common node. However, what puzzled Jiang Chen was why there weren't any cultivators from the Boundless Land and the Black-Yellow Continent in Saint Origin world. You must be wondering why the structure of Saint Origin world hasn't changed since Void Triangular Domain connected the three worlds. The reason is because of Void Triangular Domain. For example, if a cultivator wants to travel from the Boundless Land to Saint Origin world, he or she needs to enter Void Triangular Domain first. Then, he or she can travel to Saint Origin world through the spatial node. Although Void Triangular Domain is an independent world, the world barrier is extremely weak. It can't withstand the chi of a great saint. Once a great saint appears in Void Triangular Domain, he or she will be attacked by the origin of the domain. Therefore, no great saint has ever entered Void Triangular Domain, and no one has ever thought of going to another world through Void Triangular Domain. Dan King explained. So that's how it is. Jiang Chen was enlightened. Great saints couldn't enter Void Triangular Domain. Only a fool would be willing to enter another world. For example, if a minor saint came to Saint Origin world from the Boundless Land, he or she would be treated as an outsider. If he or she offended a major power, they might just kill him or her. That would be a tragedy. If that's the case, what's the purpose of the existence of Void Triangular Domain? It has nothing to do with the consumption of energy for my advancement, right? Jiang Chen asked. If Void Triangular Domain was an independent world, he wouldn't be interested in it anymore. It's very meaningful. The existence of Void Triangular Domain is equivalent to providing a place for the three worlds to trade. You should know that the species and treasures in each world are different. If they can be traded with each other, it would be a win-win situation. More importantly, Void Triangular Domain produces a kind of mineral called true meta stone. This kind of true meta stone contains pure light energy. After a cultivator absorbs it, he or she can directly convert it into energy. The energy contained in a high-grade true meta stone is even denser than a saint elixir. Dan King had a smile on his face. His intention was clear. He looked at Jiang Chen. Sure enough, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard about the true meta stone. How do I enter Void Triangular Domain? Jiang Chen got straight to the point. This true meta stone was very important to him. It would be a necessary treasure for him to advance to the Great Saint realm in the future. Chapter 803. Chen Er, don't be anxious. I know how important true metastones are to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you. Let me tell you about the situation in Void Triangular Domain. Dan King said. In order to enter Void Triangular Domain, one must first understand the situation on the other side and know what he was going to face. Void Triangular Domain is an independent world. In other words, although this world is very small, it is not even as big as a domain in the Divine Continent. However, it is a complete world with its own origin. This world is very special. It is formed by two special elements, the dark element and the light element. There is a kind of human living in this world. They are born with the ability to absorb the dark element to cultivate. Their bodies are very strong. They call themselves the Dark Generation. Dan King paused for a while and continued. In Void Triangular Domain, the dark energy is the support of the Dark Generation's cultivation. The light energy is the source of the true meta stones. The physique of the Dark Generation is very special. They basically rely on the dark element to cultivate. Therefore, true meta stones are useless to them. Therefore, they use a large amount of true meta stones to trade with the cultivators from other worlds. Due to the limitation of their physique and conditions, there are no alchemists, blacksmiths or beasts in the Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen was enlightened. Therefore, the Dark Generation, the ruler of Void Triangular Domain, used their useless true meta stones to trade for pills, combat weapons and even demonic and devil souls from other worlds to strengthen themselves. That's right. Because of this, the Void Triangular Domain has become a unique trading place for many years. It is the largest trading place that connects the cultivators from the three worlds. In the Void Triangular Domain, not only can you exchange a large amount of true meta stones, you can also trade with the cultivators from the Boundless Land and the Black-Yellow Continent to exchange for their treasures. Dan King said. A powerful trading point in the Void Triangular Domain. This is really surprising. Jiang Chen sighed. This situation was caused by the sword that he had used in the past. The Void Triangular Domain opens once every 3 years as the people of the Dark Generation are still cautious against the cultivators from the other three worlds. The resources that they could get from this trade are enough to last them for 3 years. The domain will open again in half a month's time. Dan King said. How are we going to enter the passage to Void Triangular Domain? Jiang Chen quickly asked. He was concerned about how to enter the Void Triangular Domain. After listening to Dan King's explanation, Jiang Chen's interest in the Void Triangular Domain was piqued. In the Divine Continent, there are 8 spatial passageways that lead to the spatial nodes of Void Triangular Domain. They belong to the 8 clans of the Pure Land. Apart from that, the Dark Generation has also distributed a lot of spatial talismans that lead to the spatial nodes. Most of the people who can get these talismans are alchemists. The Dark Generation has a very good attitude towards alchemists. I happen to have a spatial talisman with me. Not only can it lead to the Void Triangular Domain, it can also be used to enter the domain. Of course, each spatial talisman can bring a lot of people into the domain. Dan King said and took out a talisman that was emitting dark energy. The talisman contained a very strong spatial energy. It looked very mystical. This talisman is different from the ordinary spatial teleportation talisman. It can only help us find the precise coordinates of the spatial nodes. As for entering the domain, we need to open up a spatial passageway by ourselves. Therefore, this talisman is not a one-time use item. It can be used at will. Of course, it can only be used once every 3 years. Dan King said. Jiang Chen nodded. To powerful minor saints like them, finding the coordinates was enough. Opening up a spatial passageway was a piece of cake for them. Once every 3 years. I'm sure there will be a lot of people participating in this event. Jiang Chen said. Of course, the true metastone is useless to the Dark Generation. However, it is very useful to the cultivators of Saint Origin World. Compared to the Saint Elixir, the supreme grade true metastone is purer and denser. More importantly, it is a natural true metastone that doesn't require much effort to concoct. The reason why the Saint Elixir is so rare is because it is very difficult to concoct. The 8 clans of the Pure Land will send their people to Void Triangular Domain. I have been there once before. This will be my second time. Dan King said. The 8 clans of the Pure Land? It's not bad to meet them in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Finally, it was time to meet the 8 clans of the Pure Land. He looked at Dan King and asked, When are we departing? I will depart tomorrow. You should get ready as well. Although there is still half a month before the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the distance to the Void Triangular Domain is too far. I'm afraid that it will take us at least half a month to reach there. The royal family of the Dark Generation will hold a grand trade fair half a month after we arrive at the Void Triangular Domain. During this half a month, the cultivators from the 3 worlds will be able to visit any city in Void Triangular Domain freely. Dan King said. If that's the case, let's depart tomorrow. Jiang Chen nodded. It was better to be early than late. It was pointless for him to stay in the Nebula sect anymore. He was going to the Pure Land tomorrow, but the arrival of Dan King had changed his target. He decided to go to Void Triangular Domain first. He would be able to obtain great benefits there. Once he became stronger, he would be more confident in going to the Pure Land. Moreover, he would still have to meet the people from the Pure Land in Void Triangular Domain. He might even have the chance to meet the people from the other two worlds. On the same day, Dan King didn't leave the Nebula sect. Jiang Chen told Tyrant and Yan Chenyu about Void Triangular Domain. Both of them were shocked. Even Tyrant didn't know about the existence of Void Triangular Domain. It seemed like Great Master Ran Feng didn't tell him about it. However, Tyrant was very interested in Void Triangular Domain. Of course he wanted to go with them. Perhaps he might be able to obtain great benefits. As for Yan Chenyu, she would follow wherever Jiang Chen went. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen, Dan King, Yan Chenyu and Tyrant left the Nebula sect. This time, only the four of them were going to Void Triangular Domain. Nangong Wentian and Han Yan were in seclusion, trying to break through to the Minor Saint realm. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't want to disturb them. Moreover, most of those who were going to Void Triangular Domain were experts. Those below the Minor Saint realm wouldn't be able to display their full strength. On top of a desolate mountain range, Dan King took out a spatial talisman. He sent his divine sense into it and the talisman exploded, turning into a dark light spot. This light spot was trembling constantly. It could enter and exit the void at will, guiding Jiang Chen and the others in the right direction. If it was nighttime, one wouldn't be able to see this dark light spot with naked eyes. However, that was only true for ordinary people. To minor saints like Jiang Chen, they could see a fly from thousands of miles away, let alone a dark spot that was right in front of them. Jiang Chen reached out his hand and tore the void. Qi-La the void was torn open. Immediately, the four of them entered the void and began to teleport. Inside the void, the four of them were concentrating on following the dark spot. They didn't dare to be careless. Senior Dan King, you said that Void Triangular Domain couldn't withstand the power of a great saint. Does that mean that there are no great saints in the Dark Generation? Tyrant asked curiously. That's right. In the entire Void Triangular Domain, the highest cultivation grade is only a peak 9th grade minor saint. The origin of this world doesn't allow the existence of great saints. Dan King said. Don't the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation want to advance to the Great Saint realm? I think that once the cultivators of the Dark Generation reach the peak of 9th grade minor saint, they would reach an agreement with the Boundless World, Black Yellow World and Saint Origin World. Then they would be able to break through to a higher realm. I don't think they would be willing to stay at 9th grade minor saint until they die of old age. Tyrant asked. That's not the case. Due to the special physique of the people of Dark Generation, cultivation will become extremely difficult once they leave Void Triangular Domain. Take our Saint Origin World as an example. It is a complete world. Yin and Yang, 5 elements and all kinds of elements exist. The dark energy is very weak. Therefore, there are only 2 options for the cultivators of Dark Generation after they reach the 9th grade minor saint. One is to wait for death. The other is to enter the turbulent current of the spatial zone to find a world with rich dark element. However, the chances of finding a world with rich dark element are very slim. Dan King explained. These are not our concern. Our target this time is the true meta stones. A large amount of true meta stones. As for the life and death of the Dark Generation, it has nothing to do with us. Jiang Chen said. Currently, he was only interested in true meta stones. As for the Dark Generation, in his eyes, they were an alien race that could only rely on the power of darkness to cultivate. In essence, they were no different from monsters. Those who had absorbed the power of darkness for a long period of time were no different from the devil race in terms of character and behavior. Jiang Chen did not have a good impression of this race. Chen Er is right. These are not our concern. The journey to Void Triangular Domain is very far. It will take half a month. We can't afford to be idle during this time. We have to make good use of this time to concoct a large amount of pills. We will be able to exchange them for more treasures. Dan King reminded. The pills that the Dark Generation needs shouldn't be energy pills like the human elixir, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's not it. Our energy elixirs still contain a lot of medicinal ingredients. However, they are only energy elixirs after all. Although the Dark Generation also needs them, most of their attention is on other elixirs. All kinds of elixirs are extremely precious to them. Chapter 804. Until now, Jiang Chen had basically understood everything about the Void Triangular Domain and the Dark Generation. Before Jiang Chen went to do something, he had to find out more about it. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win every battle, especially in a place like Void Triangular Domain. The bigger the trading place, the more people and forces would participate in it. There would be more conflicts and conflicts. A trading place like Void Triangular Domain was definitely the grandest trading place that Jiang Chen had ever come across. The experts of the three great worlds would be there. The 8 families of the Pure Land, the forces of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, and the Dark Generation of the Void Triangular Domain. It was impossible that there wouldn't be any sparks when so many forces were gathered here. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't care about it. The more chaotic the scene was, the more he liked it. Only when there were battles would there be passion. He was a man who never lacked passion. Furthermore, his current cultivation grade was enough for him to gain a foothold in a place like Void Triangular Domain. With Jiang Chen's current strength, killing a 7th grade minor saint would be as easy as killing a chicken under his dragon form. He would even be able to put up a fight against an ordinary 8th grade minor saint. Perhaps, he would be able to find some great fortune in Void Triangular Domain. At that time, his cultivation grade would improve again. At that time, no one below the Great Saint Realm would be a threat to him. In the next half a month, Yan Chenyu and Tyrant were responsible for moving forward according to the direction of the spatial talisman. Jiang Chen and Dan King began concocting various kinds of pills. Both of them were experts with great wealth. Dan King had an unknown amount of medicinal ingredients stored in Dan King County. The amount of medicinal ingredients that Dan King brought with him was enough for him to concoct pills for a year without stopping. In addition to the large amount of finished pills that he brought with him, he was well prepared for this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen's wealth was even stronger than Dan King's. He had killed and robbed along the way. The amount of medicinal ingredients and pills he had was no less than Dan King's. Hoo-hoo! Inside the silent spatial zone, the strong wind was whistling. Jiang Chen and Dan King summoned their powerful flames and began concocting pills. Whether it was the concoction technique or the speed, Jiang Chen was way ahead of Dan King. For example, Dan King would need 30 minutes to concoct 10 pills with 100% effectiveness. However, Jiang Chen only needed 5 minutes to concoct 20 pills with 100% effectiveness. Yan Chenyu and Tyrant, who were watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. There was no comparison between Jiang Chen and Dan King. Dan King claimed that he was a Dan King. It was imaginable how profound his attainment in alchemy was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the title of Dan King. However, as a dignified Dan King, he was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen in his field of expertise. To Dan King, this was a heavy blow to his ego. Sigh. Dan King couldn't help but sigh. His face was filled with a bitter smile. This was the first time he felt so defeated in the history of concocting pills. However, when he thought of Jiang Chen's strength and saw Jiang Chen's equipment, he felt a little better. Chen is truly a peerless genius. Not only is his combat strength terrifying, his alchemy skills are also unparalleled. His alchemy skills are probably one of the best even in the Dan clan of the 8 great clans. His flame is the strongest yang flame in the world, the legendary True Thunder Fire. There's also another flame that is on par with the True Thunder Dragon flame. There are very few people in this world who can possess these two kinds of flames at the same time. I'm afraid that only Chen can possess these two kinds of flames at the same time. Even the Fire Clan of the 8 great clans doesn't possess these two kinds of flames. It's simply terrifying. Furthermore, his soul power is at least 10 times stronger than mine. There's simply no way to compete with such a powerful combination of soul power and flame. That's right. Dan King was full of praise for Jiang Chen. It was hard for him not to praise Jiang Chen when he encountered such a monstrous existence. Half a month passed unknowingly. The 4 of them had been flying in the spatial zone for half a month. Under the guidance of the spatial talisman, they had already left Saint Origin World and arrived at the spatial node between Saint Origin World and Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen and Dan King had already collected all the flames in the spatial zone. Half a month's worth of preparation was more than enough. In addition to Jiang Chen's strength, it was more than enough for them to deal with anything. Plus, Jiang Chen still had another powerful technique, which was to rob others if they couldn't handle it. When they arrived at the spatial node, they could clearly see the spatial node in front of them. It was like a huge door that was 100 zhang wide. However, it was sealed and hadn't been opened yet. At this moment, there were already a lot of people standing outside the spatial node. They were standing in different directions. Most of them had powerful cultivation and had a certain status in Saint Origin world. However, judging from their cultivation and qi, they weren't from the 8 major families. These people are the ones who have obtained the spatial talisman of Black King family. Most of them are famous alchemists. Just like us, they have come here in advance to have a look around Void Triangular Domain. Dan King said. There were at least 200 people in front of them. Saint Origin world was just too big. Apart from the 8 major domains, there were also some special places where there were geniuses. For example, Dan Yuan City, where Dan King came from. It was a place that didn't belong to any of the 8 major domains. Why are there so many people? The geniuses of the 8 major families haven't appeared yet. Tyrant looked at the crowd. As a genius, he also wanted to see the demeanor of the geniuses of the 8 major families. The geniuses of the 8 major families have distinguished identities. Since the spatial node hasn't been opened yet, they won't appear so early. Plus, they have their own spatial passageway that can lead them directly to this place. They are much faster than us. Most of them are famous alchemists. Some of them are their trusted followers or people from their own forces. There are also people from the Pure Land. Dan King explained. There were 8 major families in the Pure Land. However, the Pure Land was boundless and there were a lot of forces there. Most of them were the subordinates of the 8 major families. They had to obey the orders of the 8 major families. Brother Dan King, I didn't expect you to be so proactive. You have come before the spatial node has been opened. At this time, a voice was heard from the left not far away. Jiang Chen and the rest looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a group of 7 to 8 people standing together. The one in the lead seemed to be around 50 years old. He was wearing a Dan robe. He looked wise and valiant. There was a faint soul power overflowing from the surface of his body. One look and anyone could tell that he was a powerful alchemist. His cultivation grade was also extraordinary. He was already a 6th grade minor saint. However, his appearance was similar to Dan King. Isn't Brother Yuan faster than me? I heard that your son has entered the Dan family. Congratulations. Dan King looked at the man and said indifferently. From his tone, one could tell that he didn't like this powerful alchemist. Haha, my son isn't talented, but he has the talent of alchemy. Not too long ago, he had just become a disciple of the Pill race. That's really something. I've heard that Brother Pill King had organized a son-in-law selection previously. To think that one of your adopted daughters turned out to be someone from the ancient race. She was forcefully taken away by the ancient race, and in the end, your son-in-law selection was just too ridiculous. Oh right. I've heard that the son-in-law you've chosen is a pretty incredible genius. The alchemist's face was filled with a sense of superiority. He specifically mentioned the matter of the Dan King's son-in-law selection. It was obvious that he was mocking and ridiculing the Dan King. First, he said that he was the son of the Dan King and became a disciple of the Dan King. Using this, he mocked the Dan King for not having a son. He had finally taken in a foster daughter, and she was even someone from the Gu clan. This man is so annoying. Tyrant said. His name is Yuan Zhong. He is also an alchemist. Our relationship has never been good. Now that his son, Yuan Hao, has been accepted as a disciple of the Dan family, he has become even more arrogant. Naturally, he will mock me whenever he sees me. Dan King Lung said. Brother Dan King, why didn't your son-in-law come with you? Let us see how talented your son-in-law is. By the way, your son-in-law is only a combat emperor, isn't he? It's embarrassing to bring a combat emperor to the grand meeting of Void Triangular Domain. Yuan Zhong had completely turned on the rhythm of mocking and ridiculing. Dan King still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took a step forward and said, I am the son-in-law of Dan King. Coincidentally, I am also an alchemist. I can see that your son's concoction technique is very ordinary. Although he is already a 2nd grade minor saint, it is obvious that he relied on pills to increase his cultivation level. This kind of foundation is very unstable and his future will be very limited. Since when did the Dan family become so bad that they would accept any Tom, Dick, or Harry? Jiang Chen's eyes fell on an arrogant young man beside Yu Wenzhong. This man was already a rare second-grade minor saint. It was very rare to reach this level at such a young age. Unfortunately, Yu Wenhao's cultivation level was forcefully increased by using pills. His foundation was very unstable. A person like him wouldn't have a good future in the future. What did you say? How dare you call me a Tom, Dick, or Harry? I don't know where you came from. How dare you talk to me like that and insult the Dan family? You are courting death. Yu Wenhao was enraged on the spot. He was a young alchemist, a genius with the support of the Dan family. Naturally, his arrogance soared to the sky. Even the forces in the Pure Land had to be polite to him. No matter where he went, he would be respected. But today, a kid who came out of nowhere dared to call him a cat or a dog. What kind of humiliation was this? It was simply unbearable. Dan King, I didn't expect your son-in-law to be so rude. Chapter 805. Brother Yuan, this son-in-law of mine doesn't have a good temper. I advise you to be more polite when you talk to him. I am reminding you out of goodwill. Dan King said with a smile. That Yu Wenhao was a rare genius in alchemy, but compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Jiang Chen was huge. To put it bluntly, whether it was in alchemy or cultivation, the two of them weren't on the same level. Yu Wenhao would only be trampled by Jiang Chen if he wanted to feel superior to Jiang Chen. Dong. Before Yu Wenzhong could say anything, Yu Wenhao had already lost his patience. He took a step forward, creating cracking sounds in the void. Cracks appeared on the interior of the spatial zone. He unleashed his second-grade minor saint's qi. His arrogance soared to the sky. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Of course, that was because he couldn't see through Jiang Chen's cultivation grade. Brat, how dare you scold me in public and humiliate the Dan family? Any one of these words can send you to a graveless death. Today, Yu Wenhao, will kill you. Tell me, what is your name? I don't kill nameless people. Yu Wenhao's murderous intent soared to the sky. He must kill Jiang Chen. Yu Wenhao is truly terrifying. He has already become a second-grade minor saint at such a young age. Yu Wenzhong is also a famous alchemist in the Pure Land. His son has also entered the Dan family. Naturally, he has the right to be arrogant. That Dan King who came out of nowhere has offended Yu Wenhao and his son. Isn't he courting death? That's right. The current Yu Wenzhong is no longer the same as before. Not only has he advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, he has also climbed up the tree of the Dan family. Ordinary people can't afford to offend him. That son-in-law of Dan King really doesn't know the meaning of death. Young people are full of vigor. However, a loose tongue can cause trouble. This man dared to call Yu Wenhao a nobody. Naturally, Yu Wenhao won't let this matter go. There's going to be a good show to watch since the spatial node hasn't been opened yet. The surrounding people were all discussing. Most of the people present were famous figures in the alchemy world. Although they were all in different regions, they still knew some of the famous figures in the alchemy world. For example, Dan King and Yu Wenzhong were both famous figures in the alchemy world. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen announced his name indifferently. People like Yu Wenhao, he was too lazy to even look at them. If they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't even bother with them. However, it seemed like he couldn't back down now. Since Yu Wenzhong was Dan King's enemy, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to him. If Yu Wenzhong wanted to step on Dan King to feel superior, then Jiang Chen would use his fists to shatter the sense of superiority and take it back for Dan King. Jiang Chen? This name sounds so familiar. I remember now. I heard that the heaven, earth, profound, and yellow domains were in chaos, and a heaven-defying monstrous genius called Jiang Chen made a sudden appearance and swept through the 4 domains. Could it be this fellow before us? It can't be that coincidental, right? What's the relationship between Jiang Chen and Dan King? If it's true, I'm afraid Yu Wenhao is no match for him. Many people sighed. The commotion in the 4 domains was too big. Even the people who lived far away had heard about it. Therefore, when they heard the name Jiang Chen, they would associate him with the heaven-defying monstrous genius who had turned the 4 domains upside down. Of course, there were still some who didn't know about it. Yu Wenzhong and his son were one of them. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen had announced his name, Yu Wenhao still didn't put him in his eyes. Kid, if you kneel down and kowtow to my son, you might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, based on what you said just now, you will definitely die. Not even your godfather can save you. Yu Wenzhong pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and said arrogantly. Tyrant and Dan King looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh. They saw a trace of pity in each other's eyes, but it was for Yu Wenzhong and his son, not for Jiang Chen. I'm in a good mood now. If you and your son kneel down and kowtow to me, I might consider sparing your lives, Jiang Chen said arrogantly. He had already made up his mind. If this father and son dared to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Courting death. Yu Wenhao was enraged. He had a high status, and had never been humiliated like this before. It had always been him who humiliated others. This white-robed man in front of him was really courting death. Since that was the case, he would fulfill his wish. Yu Wenhao made his move. He casually grabbed at Jiang Chen. The airflow in the air was condensed. An incomparably bright palm was conjured by him and slapped at Jiang Chen. The terrifying attack of a second-grade minor saint was extremely frightening, but it was nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. He didn't even bother to look at it. He just casually pointed his finger and destroyed the palm that Yu Wenhao had conjured. What? Yu Wenhao was shocked. He didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful. Unfortunately, everything was over when Jiang Chen unleashed his qi. The response to Yu Wenhao was Jiang Chen's attack. Jiang Chen didn't even move from his original spot. Instead, he threw a punch at Yu Wenhao. It was a simple punch that didn't contain any combat skills. The sharp wind generated by the punch directly hit Yu Wenhao's body. It was so fast that Yu Wenhao didn't even have the time to dodge. Arg! Yu Wenhao let out a blood-curdling scream. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Yu Wenhao was blown up by Jiang Chen's punch. He turned into a mist of blood and vanished in the void. However, he let out a heart-wrenching roar. That was his son's death. He had spent a lot of effort to nurture his son. His son had always been his greatest pride. His son had just entered the Dan family not long ago. His future was immeasurable. His son was supposed to have a bright future, but now, he had lost everything. His son, whom he was proud of, was killed by a brat who came out of nowhere with a single punch. He was a 6th-grade minor saint, but he couldn't do anything to save his son. Yu Wenzhong's eyes turned red when he saw his son being killed in front of him. He let out a heart-wrenching roar. It was heart-wrenching. It was too painful. Hatred. It was monstrous hatred. Yu Wenzhong was infuriated like an enraged lion. His eyes were like a venomous snake, locking onto Jiang Chen's body in an instant. Amazing. That Yu Wenhao was a 2nd-grade minor saint, but he was killed by a punch so easily. How strong is that white-robed youth? There's no doubt about it. He must be the Jiang Chen who caused chaos in the 4 big domains. Only he has such a powerful strength. Did you all notice that his qi fluctuated just now? He has exposed his cultivation grade. He is a 3rd-grade minor saint. That Yu Wenhao is only a 2nd-grade minor saint. Isn't he courting death by going after Jiang Chen? However, this Jiang Chen is too cruel. He killed the moment he arrived. He didn't put Yu Wenzhong in his eyes at all. Yu Wenhao is going to be enraged this time. Yu Wenhao is his favorite son. Now that he has joined the Dan family, his bright future has been ruined. Jiang Chen is too audacious. Even if he isn't afraid of Yu Wenzhong, isn't he afraid of the Dan family? After all, Yu Wenhao is already a member of the Dan family. I really don't know how much courage he has to kill a member of the Dan family. Everyone was shocked. Many of them were discussing the incident. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Yu Wenhao had a special identity. Apart from being an alchemist, he was also a member of the Dan family. Even if he was just an ordinary outer disciple, he would still be regarded as a superior existence once he had the name of the Dan family. Killing a member of the Dan family was equivalent to provoking the Dan family. Who in the entire divine continent would have such courage? Brat, I want you to die. No, I won't let you die so easily. I will let you experience 100 kinds of tortures in this world before I kill you to avenge my son. Yu Wenzhong roared at Jiang Chen. His qi of a 6th-grade minor saint was unleashed perfectly. A surge of qi that was mixed with anger hovered in the sky. He swore that he would kill Jiang Chen to avenge his son. Yu Wenzhong, I have already warned you before that this son-in-law of mine isn't someone you can mess with. But you still want to provoke him. Now that your son is dead, you have only yourself to blame. However, I still want to advise you to calm down. Of course, if you want to go down there and reunite with your son, I think your wish will come true. Dan King crossed his arms in front of his chest and began his counterattack. The current Dan King was much more complacent than Yuan Zhong. Who asked you to show off your son in front of me? Now that your son has been killed, you don't have to show off anymore, do you? Suddenly, Dan King felt that bringing Jiang Chen along was an incomparably joyful thing. Destroying Yuan Zhong's prestige was truly satisfying. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he would have been angered to death by Yuan Zhong. How could Yuan Zhong listen to Dan King's words? Dan King's words didn't calm him down at all. Instead, he went into a frenzied state. Immediately, he struck out a large piece of dazzling light. It was like an ocean of yuan force, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, pressing down on Jiang Chen. You have to die too. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. He struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw with intense killing intent slammed on Yuan Zhong's energy attack. The ocean of yuan force was like a piece of paper under the true dragon palm. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was forcefully torn into pieces. A mere 6th grade minor saint. Even if he didn't transform into his dragon form, Jiang Chen would still be able to deal with him effortlessly. Dong. Chapter 806. Yuan Zhong's expression changed drastically. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was without a real battle with him. Just like this moment, when Jiang Chen destroyed his energy attack, Yuan Zhong instantly woke up from his frenzied state. In his eyes, the power of Jiang Chen's attack was like an ancient barbaric beast. It was so terrifying that even a 6th grade minor saint like him felt powerless. However, he didn't have the time to be shocked. Jiang Chen's attack came again like a violent storm. Every step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps made Yuan Zhong feel a mountain-like pressure. If Jiang Chen's pressure was like an ocean, then Yuan Zhong was like a small boat floating in the middle of the waves. He could be destroyed at any time. He was just too weak. Bang! The 3rd step of the Azure Dragon 5 steps landed on Yuan Zhong's body. Even though Yuan Zhong had tried his best to resist, he still couldn't stop the terrifying true dragon combat technique. The mountain-like energy felt like the sky was pressing down on him. Yuan Zhong felt that his body was being torn apart bit by bit. Arg! Finally, Yuan Zhong let out a shrill scream. Half of his body was crushed by Jiang Chen's foot. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, he would have ended up like his son under the attack of Jiang Chen, dying on the spot. Yuan Zhong dragged the remaining half of his body and retreated into the distance, dripping with blood. At this moment, Yuan Zhong no longer had any of the arrogance from before. He endured the pain and stared at the white-clothed young man standing in the wind, as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Who are you? How can a 3rd grade minor saint have such powerful combat strength? Even the top geniuses of the 8 families couldn't do this. Yuan Zhong couldn't help but shake his head. It wasn't a big problem for a powerful 6th grade minor saint to suffer such injuries. Chen Er's growth is just too fast. He could easily kill a 6th grade minor saint. If he is in his dragon form, I'm afraid that even a 7th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. Yuan Zhong has kicked an iron plate today. He deserved it. Dan King couldn't help but sigh. If he knew that Jiang Chen had gone to the Western Domain to annihilate the Tianyi Gate and killed 2 7th grade minor saints, he would be shocked. The ending of Yuan Zhong and his son was because they made a huge mistake. They thought that the leader of this expedition was Dan King, and neglected the existence of Jiang Chen. As a matter of fact, although Dan King had brought Jiang Chen here, Jiang Chen was the real backbone of the 4 of them. He was the real leader and had the absolute right to speak. Moreover, Dan King knew Jiang Chen too well. He was a lawless genius. There was no one that he wouldn't dare to offend. It would be useless to use the name of Dan family to intimidate him. Jiang Chen would never hesitate to kill those he wanted to kill. That's right. Perhaps, Jiang Chen didn't put the father and son in his eyes at all. It was Yu Wenhao who threatened to kill Jiang Chen because of a few words, which aroused Jiang Chen's killing intent. It was a tragedy. However, in this world, all kinds of tragedies were happening every day. Moreover, it was Yu Wenhao and his son who were courting death. Death was death. They would eventually disappear from this world, never to be remembered by anyone. My God! What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? He's just a 3rd-grade minor saint, but he could easily kill a 6th-grade minor saint. Isn't this too absurd? That's right. Even the top 10 geniuses of the Sky ranking of Pure Land wouldn't be able to kill a 6th-grade minor saint when he's just a 3rd-grade minor saint. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It's a tragedy for Yu Wenhao and his son. Their son was killed and their father is in such a sorry state. I wonder if Jiang Chen will kill them. However, if he does that, he will offend the Dan family. Given the temper of the 8 families, they will surely seek revenge on Jiang Chen. The onlookers were shocked. They wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect that it would turn into a massacre. A young man who came out of nowhere killed the father and son in the most brutal way. Among those who came with Yu Wenzhong, there were a few 1st and 2nd-grade minor saints. Most of them were old. There were 2 young men who were only at the 9th-grade combat emperor. Such people were nothing in the Pure Land. At this moment, their faces were filled with horror. At first, they had the same thought as Yu Wenhao. They didn't put this young man in their eyes, but now, it seemed like they had made an unforgivable mistake. Jiang Chen's qi didn't diminish. He walked towards Yu Wenzhong step by step. His overbearing qi had scared Yu Wenzhong to death. He was regretting his decision. He should have waited for the opening of Void Triangular Domain. Why did he have to provoke this evil star? What a shameless mouth! Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? Yu Wenzhong shouted with a lack of confidence. He was considered half a member of the Dan family. He didn't believe that the reputation of the Dan family couldn't subdue a young man. Jiang Chen responded to him with his actions. The first thing he did was to slap him. This slap carried a terrifying energy wave. If Yu Wenzhong was hit by it, he would be slapped to death. Yu Wenzhong was scared out of his wits. Immediately, he took out his combat weapon. It was a dazzling sword that was thrust towards Jiang Chen's palm. Unfortunately, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block any attack from Jiang Chen. Even if he was at his peak condition, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm changed, avoiding the sharp sword. Then, his palm turned into a cold light and cut off Yu Wenzhong's palm with a chi-lob sound. The sword fell into Jiang Chen's hand. This wasn't a low-grade minor saint weapon. It was a rare treasure. He could exchange it for a lot of true metastones in Void Triangular Domain. Arg! Yu Wenzhong let out another blood-curdling scream. The remaining half of his body retreated as he shouted, Jiang Chen, you are a crazy devil. My son is a member of the Dan family. I am also half a member of the Dan family. Dan family will never forgive you for killing my son and me. Unfortunately, threats were useless against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held the long sword in his hand and cut off Yu Wenzhong's head with lightning speed. It was the most humiliating way to die under one's own combat weapon. Humph! After killing Yu Wenzhong so casually, Jiang Chen harumphed coldly and kept his sword. Then, he slowly returned to Dan King's side. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Chen's performance was as calm as the wind and clouds. It was as if killing 2 people was no different from slaughtering 2 chickens. His brutal means made it hard for people to associate him with such a handsome young man. Those who followed Yu Wenzhong and his son were trembling with fear. They had seen Jiang Chen kill Yu Wenzhong with their own eyes, but they couldn't do anything to help. In other words, they didn't even have the courage to step forward to help. Jiang Chen, you have offended the Dan family. You won't have a good ending. A 2nd-grade minor saint old man shouted after gathering his courage. Jiang Chen glared at the old man. With just a single glance, the old man was so scared that his body started trembling, and he didn't dare say another word. He even had a feeling that if Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, all he needed to do was to look at him. He had never seen such a terrifying and brutal man in his life. Dan family? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. When he was still in the Pure Land, the people of Dan family would shiver in fear when they heard his name. The 8 families of the Pure Land. Desolate family, Hua family, Dan family, Bin family, Ancient people, Demon family, Shi family and Narang family. Every family had their own advantages and powerful bloodline. In terms of combat strength, the Dan family could only be ranked last. Although an alchemist was a respectable person, most of them had spent their entire life on concocting pills. That was why their combat strength was relatively weak. Of course, there were some who were exceptional in concocting pills and had powerful combat strength. Jiang Chen was one of them. Jiang Chen was one of them. He was an abnormal being among the abnormal beings. Moreover, the reputation of the 8 families could only suppress the others but not Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had been unstoppable in the Pure Land in his previous life, and he could do the same in his current life. After killing Yuan Hao, Jiang Chen had no intention of letting Yuan Zhong go. Only when the enemy was dead would they not be a threat to him. Everyone was quietly waiting for the opening of Void Triangular Domain. No one dared to provoke Jiang Chen anymore. Intentionally or unintentionally, the other groups kept a distance from Jiang Chen and his friends. Firstly, they didn't want to stand together with an evil star. One wrong move and their lives would be in danger. Secondly, Jiang Chen and his friends had offended the Dan family. They didn't dare to get close to the Dan family. If the Dan family took revenge in the future, they would be implicated. No one was willing to risk their lives. Chen Er, isn't this a bit too much? Yuan Hao is a member of the Dan family after all. Dan King said in a low voice. Father, you should know that some people are like dogs. If you don't kill them, they will continue to bite you. You have seen what happened today. You don't need to be polite to those who want to kill you. If you don't kill them, you will face all kinds of troubles. As for the Dan family, they better not provoke me. Jiang Chen said coldly. Tyrant nodded to Jiang Chen's words. He didn't think that Jiang Chen was bragging. From the Liang province to the Nebula sect, Jiang Chen's strength had been proven. Back then, the Liang province and the Nebula sect were the overlords to Jiang Chen. However, in the end, they were all destroyed by Jiang Chen. Ka at this moment, the spatial gate in front of them produced a cracking sound. The gate was pulled to both sides, revealing a small gap. Countless rays of light shone through the gap. These rays of light carried the chi of another world. Look, the void triangular domain is about to open. The spatial gate is opening. Chapter 807. Ka. The illusory door was slowly pulled open by an invisible spatial force. The light inside the door shone on everyone's body like silk. Immediately, Jiang Chen felt a strong qi of light. Such a pure qi. The element of light is very useful to me. This is the qi of light of void triangular domain. This trip is worth it. As long as I cultivate here, I will be able to improve at any time. I can imagine that the true metastone is very beneficial to me. Tyrant was incomparably surprised. The qi of light was too pure. It coincided with the cultivation technique of Buddha sect. To put it bluntly, as long as Tyrant cultivated here, he would be able to improve at any time given his innate talent. The 2 types of energy in void triangular domain are alternating day and night. The qi of light now indicates that it is daytime in void triangular domain. If it is nighttime, the energy of darkness will cover up the energy of light. Dan King explained. He had been to void triangular domain before. Therefore, he had a better understanding of this place. Very soon, the 100 zhong large door was fully opened. Everyone entered the door and rushed towards void triangular domain. Jiang Chen and Dan King didn't waste any time and entered the door. However, they didn't arrive at the center of void triangular domain after entering the door. Instead, spatial passageways appeared in front of them. These spatial passageways could send them to different cities. Void triangular domain was an independent world. The Dark Generation lived in this world. Basically, they were equivalent to the humans in Saint Origin world. Naturally, there were a lot of them and they were divided into different regions. Under Dan King's lead, they entered a random passageway. As for the others, perhaps they were trying to keep a distance from them. They chose a different passageway. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. If the others didn't follow them, it would save him a lot of trouble. With a flash of light, Jiang Chen and the others walked out of the spatial passageway and immediately entered a bright world. Below them was a mountain range, but there were no plants growing on it, only towering peaks. This is also the reason why there are no alchemists in the Dark Generation. Even if an alchemist from the outside came here, it would be useless because there are no medicinal ingredients here. Of course, after the Dark Generation was connected to the other 3 worlds, they have accumulated a lot of medicinal ingredients and treasures, all of which were exchanged using true essence stones. In addition, every 3 years, the major cities of the Dark Generation can make a lot of money from the trade fair. In addition to individual trades, the cultivators of the 3 forces will also take a share of the profits. Dan King explained. He's simply a rich landlord. Tyrant smiled. The Dark Generation really knew how to do business. They were using all kinds of methods to strengthen themselves. That's for sure. Void Triangular Domain is the territory of the Dark Generation. Even the people of the 8 families will have to behave themselves and do things according to the rules of the Dark Generation. Dan King said. Jiang Chen agreed with this point. The Dark Generation ruled the entire world. This place couldn't withstand the chi of a great saint. Therefore, a 9th grade minor saint was the strongest existence here. No matter how strong the 8 families were in Saint Origin World, they wouldn't be able to do anything in Void Triangular Domain. If they were to go against the Dark Generation, they would only suffer. Father, have you been here before? Jiang Chen looked into the distance. There were mountains everywhere. The sky was bright, but there wasn't even a single cloud. No, I haven't been here before. But the spatial passageway has sent us here. There must be a city nearby. Let's go and have a look, Dan King said. The 4 of them chose a direction and flew towards it. Father, you said that there will be a large-scale trade fair in half a month's time. Where will it be held? Jiang Chen asked. Normally, a large-scale trade fair would be accompanied by a large-scale auction. At that time, there would be all kinds of treasures. Jiang Chen's interest was in the large-scale trade fair. The large-scale trade fair will be held in the King City of Void Triangular Domain. The large-scale trade fair will be held in King City of Void Triangular Domain. That's where the Imperial family of Dark Generation resides. Ordinary people aren't qualified to enter King City, but during the large-scale trade fair, King City will be open to all of us. I was fortunate enough to be there once, but I could only be a spectator. When the time comes, there will be a large-scale auction where all kinds of treasures from the 3 great worlds will be auctioned. Some of them have seen before, some of them have never seen before. There will be all kinds of rare treasures that will dazzle my eyes. The major powers of the Boundless Continent, the Black-Yellow Continent, the 8 major families of Saint Origin World and the Imperial family of Dark Generation. It's hard to imagine how spectacular the scene will be. Ordinary people like us will have to thank the heavens if we can even get a seat in the corner of the auction hall. Not to mention the treatment of the distinguished guests. That's right. That's right. Dan King's eyes sparkled as he recalled the scene of the large-scale auction in King City. Jiang Chen and Tyrant exchanged a glance. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were looking forward to such a scene as well. They were looking forward to the various treasures that would be auctioned at that time. This time, they had to get all the benefits they wanted. They couldn't return empty-handed. Very soon, a city appeared in front of them. It wasn't a big city. It was only 100 miles in circumference. In terms of scale, it was indeed small compared to those super cities in Saint Origin World which were 1,000 miles in circumference. The whole city was built with a rare kind of rock. Under the radiance of the radiance, it emitted rays of light, making the city look majestic and noble. Let's go and have a look at the city in front of us. There are experts guarding every city in Void Triangular Domain. There are trading points everywhere in each city. We can exchange some true metastones there. If we meet any cultivators from the Boundless World or the Black-Yellow World, we can trade with them. Dan King said. The name of the city in front of them was Dark Mulberry City. Every city in Void Triangular Domain had the word dark at the beginning of its name. It represented the Dark Generation. Even the King City had the word dark at the beginning of its name. It was called Dark Black King City. The 4 of them strode towards the city gate. Similar to the cities in Saint Origin World, there were guards in black armor standing on both sides of the city gate. These guards were all combat emperors, 4th grade combat emperors. The leader of the guards was a 5th grade combat emperor. Brother Chen, the Dark Generation seems to be very powerful. It's just an ordinary city and the gods are all 4th grade combat emperors. Yan Chenyu said in surprise. Xiaoyu, this isn't strange at all. The people of the Dark Generation will automatically absorb the dark force from the world's origin to cultivate due to their special physique. Their cultivation speed is very fast. Under normal circumstances, a 20-year-old youth can reach the combat emperor grade. However, their speed of growth will slow down after they reach the combat emperor grade. Therefore, these gods are only 4th grade combat emperors, so there's no need to be too surprised. Dan King explained. What a heaven-defying physique. Tyrant clicked his tongue and said that it was strange. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head. The advantage of the Dark Generation was really enviable. Halt! Intruder! One of the guards shouted at Jiang Chen and the others. Then he came up to them. Which world did you come from? The guard's tone was incomparably arrogant. He didn't show the slightest bit of respect even though he was facing a minor saint expert. In their hearts, these humans were all outsiders. The bloodline of the Dark Generation was incomparably noble. In Void Triangular Domain, no matter how strong an outsider was, he or she would have to restrain themselves and not act recklessly. There was a saying that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress a snake in its own territory. In Void Triangular Domain, the dragon had to coil up and the tiger had to lie down. Saint Origin World. Dan King said in a strong tone. The guards of the Dark Generation didn't put them in their eyes, but Dan King was a dignified minor saint. Naturally, he wouldn't put a combat emperor in his eyes. Plus, he was an alchemist. Even in Void Triangular Domain, he was a respectable existence. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. He had cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique. He could see through the opponent with just a glance. There was a strong dark force flowing in the opponent's body. That dark force could erupt at any time. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these people of the Dark Generation looked like humans, but their nature was similar to monsters. It seems like the people of Saint Origin World have arrived. It seems like Void Triangular Domain has already been opened. If you want to enter the city, you will need to pay something as a fee. The guard said. Fee. Void Triangular Domain has been open for so many years. The people of the three worlds have never asked for a fee before. Dan King was a little angry. He didn't care about some benefits. With his identity as Dan King, he could just take out a few ordinary pills and send these guards away. However, his tone was depressing. The rules have changed. If you want to enter Dark Mulberry City, you will need to pay something. The guard had a smug smile on his face. Bastard. At this time, a loud shout was heard from behind. The 5th grade combat emperor guard walked forward and gave the 4th grade combat emperor 2 slaps on his face, causing him to be dazed for a moment. Captain. Although he was slapped, the guard was still respectful. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. In the Dark Generation, strength was the most important thing. Chapter 808. The captain seemed to know how to do things and he looked like an experienced man. However, the way he looked at Yan Chenyu just now was captured by Jiang Chen. The way he looked at Yan Chenyu made him feel uncomfortable and disgusted. However, there wasn't any lust in the captain's eyes. There was only amazement in his eyes. Imagine, a 5th grade combat emperor, no matter how courageous he was, no matter how high his status was, he wouldn't dare to do anything to a powerful minor saint. However, Jiang Chen was sure that the reason why the captain didn't charge the guards was because he saw Yan Chenyu's face. Jiang Chen Lang gave the captain a glance and strode towards the Dark Mulberry City. After all, they had just arrived at Void Triangular Domain. They didn't want to stir up any trouble the moment they arrived. When the 4 of them had gone far away, the guard said in a low voice, Captain, these are all minor saint experts. They are all very wealthy. Why did you let them go? What do you know? Don't let a small profit hinder our young master's good plan. The captain glared at the guard. Young master's good plan? Young master doesn't seem to know them. The guard didn't seem to be confused. You are really stupid. You should know our young master's hobby. He likes to play with the beauties from the 3 great worlds. Every 3 years, the opening of Void Triangular Domain is the time when young master is most excited. Look at that white-clothed lady. She is truly a stunner. Young master has played with many beauties before, but compared to this lady, she is like the heaven and earth. I have secretly sent a message to young master. Young master will never let go of such a prey. As long as young master can get her, it will be a great merit for us and we will be rewarded handsomely. The captain said with a wise and far-sighted look. Captain is indeed wise. When the time comes, as long as young master is happy, he can just casually reward us with some good treasures. It will be boundless for us, haha. The guard's eyes shone brightly as if he had seen a very beautiful future. However, his laughter only lasted for less than a second before it abruptly stopped. A layer of frost suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. Even the captain beside him was not able to avoid it. The 2 of them were completely frozen. Their expressions were still the same, but they had completely turned into 2 ice men. If one were to sense carefully, they would discover that their vitality had completely disappeared. They were completely dead. The other two guards sensed the abnormality and hurriedly went forward to check. Captain, what's wrong? Not good, the captain is dead. One of the guards cried out in alarm. Someone assassinated the captain. It must be the work of those people who just entered. Our dark generation doesn't have such methods. Hurry up and inform the commander. Another guard began to shout. Yen Chenyu, who had already entered the dark mulberry city, looked gloomy and her eyes were even colder. She was no longer the weak little girl she used to be. If anyone dared to have any thoughts about her, the consequences would be unbearable. The young master they are talking about should be the son of the city lord. Every city in the void triangular domain has a city lord. The city lord is directly under the jurisdiction of the royal family. The city lord has a noble status and is very powerful. As far as I know, there are many nobles in the dark generation who like female cultivators from other worlds. Every time the void triangular domain is opened, many female cultivators would disappear without any reason. It seems like we have met them today. Dan King smiled bitterly. Although they had walked far away, they could still hear the conversation between the captain and the guard. Our main purpose this time is to get true meta stones. Since the so-called young master is looking for trouble, we might as well pay a visit to the city lord's mansion, Jiang Chen said. He knew that the captain had already sent a message to the so-called young master. Trouble would come to them sooner or later. Moreover, it was impossible for them to hide in the dark mulberry city. If that was the case, they might as well face it head-on. Jiang Chen needed to pay a visit to the city lord's mansion if he wanted to get a lot of true meta stones. The city lord's mansion was undoubtedly the place with the most true meta stones in the entire dark mulberry city. Rumble. However, not long after Jiang Chen and the others left the dark mulberry city, a thunderous sound erupted in the sky above the city. Then, dozens of people wearing black armors appeared. Without saying a word, they immediately locked onto Jiang Chen and the other three and surrounded them. Are you the ones who killed the guards? A tall and sturdy man said. His chi was the strongest among them. There was a dark mark on his glabella. His cultivation grade was high. He was a powerful third-grade minor saint. There were a few minor saint experts following behind him. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but frown. Due to the unique characteristics of the dark generation, they were able to transmit information to each other very quickly and they were discovered in an instant. At this time, the two guards who were stationed outside the city gate flew over. When they saw Jiang Chen and the others, they said loudly, "Third Commander, it's them. They are from Saint Origin World. The captain died just as they entered the city. They must be the culprit." One of the guards pointed at Jiang Chen and the other three. Humph! Outsiders dare to commit murder in dark mulberry city? You really don't know the meaning of death. I advise you all to surrender without a fight. Don't resist pointlessly. The third commander harumphed coldly, but he didn't attack because he could tell that these people weren't easy to deal with, especially the middle-aged man whose cultivation grade was far higher than his. If a fight really broke out, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the strong sense of superiority of the dark generation made him incomparably arrogant. For a long time, those who came from the other three worlds had always been honest in their transactions. No matter how strong they were, they wouldn't dare to offend the people of the dark generation. Get out of my way! Jiang Chen shouted Lung Leng. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. Brat, I think you are courting death. The third commander bellowed and immediately shot out a black beam of light at Jiang Chen. The beam of light carried a powerful dark energy that carried a strong destructive force. Facing such an attack, Jiang Chen didn't even bat an eyelid. He casually stretched out his palm and smashed the black light beam into pieces. Then, he grabbed the third commander and pulled him closer. An ocean-like pressure acted on the third commander's body. The third commander's facial expression changed dramatically. He looked at the white-robed man in disbelief. He could feel the intense killing intent coming from the white-robed man. You dare to kill me? The third commander was somewhat afraid. Jiang Chen didn't say anything but answered him with his actions. The third commander was crushed to death by Jiang Chen's strength. He didn't show any mercy. Jiang Chen's motto was that he wouldn't offend others if they didn't offend him, but if they offended him, he would use his strength to speak. If he didn't kill, then he wouldn't kill. If he wanted to kill, then he would kill ruthlessly. Since Yen Chenyu killed the two guards of the Dark Generation, The enmity between him and the Dark Generation had been formed. Since he had already killed 2 guards, he didn't mind killing a few more. At this moment, a black bead the size of a fist flew out from the dead 3rd commander's body. Jiang Chen was startled at first, but he quickly understood what was going on. He grabbed the black bead with his hand. The people of the Dark Generation are no different from monsters. However, this dark spirit is quite useful to me. I will keep it. Jiang Chen's face revealed a hint of surprise. This bead was similar to the demon soul of the demonic beasts and the devil soul of the devils. It was the dark spirit of the Dark Generation. It contained a huge amount of energy. This was the dark spirit left behind by a 3rd-grade minor saint. It was priceless. More importantly, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation art could transform the dark essence of the dark spirit into pure energy essence and be absorbed by him. From this point of view, there was basically no difference between the Dark Generation and the devil race in Jiang Chen's eyes. Due to the difference in the environment of this world, the people of the Dark Generation were much stronger than the devil race. To Jiang Chen, be it the devil soul or the dark spirit, they were all high-grade tonics. This discovery naturally made Jiang Chen excited. Killing a person of the Dark Generation would give him a certain amount of benefits. Not good. He killed the 3rd commander. Damn it! How dare an outsider kill the commander of the Dark Generation in the city? This has never happened before. Quick! Hurry up and inform the 1st commander and 2nd commander. We must kill these crazy outsiders. The remaining guards' facial expression changed dramatically when they saw the death of their commander. Such a situation had never happened before in Void Triangular Domain. In this world, the Dark Generation was the absolute ruler. No matter how powerful the people in the other worlds were, they wouldn't dare to act rashly here. But today, someone had killed their commander on the street. This was unforgivable. All of you stop. At this moment, another loud shout rang out. The scene instantly quietened down. Everyone saw a man in purple robes descending from the sky. This man walked in the air as though he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. Every movement of his was incomparably elegant. The man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His face was like jade, his eyebrows were sharp, and his thin lips gave off a harsh feeling. His thick black hair draped over his shoulders, yet it didn't seem messy at all. This was a man who was even more beautiful than a woman. His body flashed and landed in the middle of the camp. His movements were elegant and handsome. It was unknown how many young girls would fall for him. Young master. The guards immediately clasped their fists and saluted respectfully when they saw the newcomer. The young master glanced at Jiang Chen and didn't linger for long. His eyes fell on Yan Chenyu. When he saw Yan Chenyu's peerless beauty, even though he had seen countless women, he was still stunned. He couldn't believe that there was such a beauty in this world. Even the fairies in the legends couldn't compare to her beauty. Chapter 809. This young master had an extraordinary temperament and a shocking cultivation grade. He had already reached the 5th grade minor saint at such a young age. The people of Dark Generation really had a unique physique. Such a young genius was rare even in the 8 families of Pure Land. If you don't move your eyes away, I will make sure that you will never be able to see again. Jiang Chen looked at the young master and said coldly. In his mind, Yan Chenyu was a sacred and inviolable person. No one would dare to profane her in front of him. It was already a miracle that this young master was still standing here. Bastard! How dare you lowly humans talk to our young master in such a manner? You are courting death. A minor saint guard shouted at Jiang Chen. Although his cultivation grade wasn't as high as Jiang Chen and the others, his tone was high and mighty. From his tone, one could tell that the people of Dark Generation looked down on humans. They didn't consider themselves as humans. In their minds, they were a very noble race that was blessed by the heavens from birth. In fact, most of the people of Dark Generation were like frogs at the bottom of a well. In their minds, the peak of minor saint was the strongest existence. They had never seen a great saint or someone stronger than a minor saint. Even in the grand meeting of Void Triangular Domain that was held once every 3 years, they didn't see any great saint experts from the 3 big worlds. Therefore they naturally thought that the 3 big worlds were just like them. The strongest experts were at the peak of minor saint. That was why their minds were closed. They didn't know how big the outside world was. Only the experts of the royal families or the 9th grade minor saint knew that there was always someone stronger than them. Therefore, many people of the Dark Generation looked down on outsiders. In their opinion, these outsiders were only trying to obtain true essence stones that were useless to them. They had a natural sense of nobility in their minds. They looked down on humans and classified themselves as a race above humans. If it wasn't for the fact that these human cultivators could bring them rare treasures and pills, they wouldn't even bother to look at humans. This kind of discrimination infuriated Dan King, but he didn't flip out. As a matter of fact, the royal family of Dark Generation was even more arrogant. Even the 8 major families looked down on them. Even though they knew that there were powerful great saints in Saint Origin World, they still couldn't hide the superiority of their bloodline. In their point of view, they were only limited by the laws of this world. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to become great saints. Of course, in the face of the powerful 8 great clans, as well as the top-notch factions of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent, the Royal Dark Tribe had to be polite on the surface. They still needed these factions to provide them with an endless supply of resources. Pah! As soon as the guard finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on his face. The person who did it was the purple-robed young master. Young master, this man has just killed the 3rd commander. The guard's face was full of fear. He didn't know why the young master would suddenly slap him and help an outsider. Although he was a first-grade minor saint expert, he still acted in fear and trepidation in front of the young master. He didn't dare to show any neglect. "Shut up. You have eyes but fail to see. You have neglected my esteemed guest and still dare to talk here? Get lost now." The young master shouted at the surrounding guards. He didn't seem to care about the loss of a 3rd-grade minor saint commander. "Yes, young master." The guards didn't dare to disobey the young master's words. Immediately, they dispersed. Many of them looked at the guard who was slapped with pity. He didn't even know the young master's preference, but he still dared to speak in front of the young master. Wasn't he just looking for trouble? Didn't they see that there was an outstanding beauty among the 4 outsiders? The purple-robed young master clasped his fists at Dan King and the others and said politely, "I am Dark Lu Yun, the young master of the City Lord's mansion. Honored guests, you have come from afar. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you." "Humph." Dan King harumphed coldly. He didn't respond to Dark Lu Yun's words. If he didn't hear the conversation between the 2 guards, he would have thought that Dark Lu Yun was sincere and that he was a good person. However, now that he knew that Dark Lu Yun's target was Yan Chunyu, his impression of Dark Lu Yun was unimaginable. Naturally, he wouldn't give him any face. It seems like the esteemed guest is still angry about the previous incident. We, the Dark Mulberry City, have always been very respectful to the alchemists from the outside. If the esteemed guests don't mind, how about we have a gathering in our mansion? Dark Lu Yun said in a courteous manner. No one knew how many cultivators had been fooled by his false appearance. Dan King didn't agree to it. Instead, he gave Jiang Chen a glance. Dark Lu Yun saw this little action. He instantly understood that the core of these 4 wasn't this powerful alchemist, but this 3rd-grade minor saint white-clothed man. Since young master Dark Lu Yun has invited us, we will naturally accept your invitation. Jiang Chen smiled. He was going to the City Lord's mansion anyway. No matter what kind of tricks Dark Lu Yun had, he would accept it. Good. This brother is really straightforward. I, Dark Lu Yun, like to make friends with such kind of people. May I know your name? Dark Lu Yun said straightforwardly. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. May I know how to address this outstanding beauty? Dark Lu Yun's eyes fell on Yan Chenyu again. Although he was trying his best to conceal it, the feeling of invasion could still be seen from his eyes. Humph. Yan Chenyu harumphed coldly and turned her head away. She didn't even look at Dark Lu Yun. As a matter of fact, she was trying her best not to attack him. She was a 4th-grade minor saint now. She didn't put a 5th-grade minor saint in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to delay Jiang Chen's business, she was afraid that Dark Lu Yun would have turned into a popsicle just like the other 2. Dark Lu Yun was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. With his appearance and demeanor, no woman had ever rejected him. He didn't expect to meet an exception today. She didn't even bother to look at him. This undoubtedly seriously hurt Dark Lu Yun's self-esteem. As the young master of the City Lord's mansion, how could he bear it? A trace of viciousness appeared in the depths of his eyes. However, this viciousness disappeared in a flash and he concealed it very well. Everyone please. Dark Lu Yun made an inviting gesture before turning around and walking in the direction of the city lord's mansion. When he came back to his senses, Dark Liu Yun's expression had completely changed. His smiling face had become extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with viciousness like that of a venomous snake. Damn you, Jiang Chen. You are just a lowly human. How dare you disrespect me and kill my people? I will make sure that you die a graveless death. And this little girl, how dare you act high and mighty in front of me? In this world, there has never been a woman that I, Dark Liu Yun, couldn't handle. Dark Liu Yun's face was filled with a hideous smile. As long as he entered the mansion, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Brother Chen, this man is so annoying. Yan Chenyu whispered to Jiang Chen. Those who are annoying will never have a good ending. Jiang Chen smiled. Little Chenzi, when we arrive at the mansion, are you still going to be controlled by this bastard? Do you have a plan? Tyrant asked. I don't have a plan. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Jiang Chen shrugged. Chen Heir, there must be a lot of experts in the mansion. I think we should find a way to exchange some true metastones and leave. Dan King said. Godfather, even if we want to retreat now, I'm afraid that Dark Lu Yun won't agree to it. I originally wanted to exchange some true essence stones, but I've changed my mind. We must obtain true essence stones, not exchange them. Jiang Chen smiled. His original plan was to exchange true metastones politely. But since the other party wanted to take advantage of him, there was no need to be polite. Moreover, after knowing that the Dark Generation had the Dark Spirit in their bodies, Jiang Chen no longer treated them as his own kind, but as his prey. Dan King shook his head and sighed. This son-in-law of his was really audacious. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. This Dark Lu Yun wouldn't have a good ending after offending Jiang Chen. He could even imagine that the opening of Void Triangular Domain would be more lively because of Jiang Chen's presence. The city lord's mansion was noble and luxurious. Whether it was the buildings outside or the scenery inside, all of them exuded nobility. Outside the main gate of the mansion, there were 4 guards in black armors. These guards were stronger than the guards outside the city gate. The strongest among them was an 8th-grade combat emperor. Seeing Dark Lu Yun and the 4 of them walking towards the mansion, the 4 guards quickly bowed and greeted, Young Master. Dark Lu Yun nodded casually and strode into the mansion. Jiang Chen and the other 4 were calm and composed. They followed Dark Lu Yun into the mansion. The 4 guards looked at Yan Chenyu and smiled knowingly. Did you see that? The prey is here again. The prey this time is really good. It's much better than the previous prey. I'm afraid that the young master's heart is blooming with joy. This girl is too beautiful. The last time the domain opened, the young master had captured a total of 8 beauties and locked them in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. He has been playing with them for 3 years. I think he is already sick of them. This time, the domain will open again. It's time for the young master to show his talent. These people are really unlucky to fall into the young master's hands. It's hard to imagine what will happen to them. The 3 men are going to die for sure. The 4 of them spoke one after another. Basically, they could already see the fate of Jiang Chen and the others. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. They knew their young master's preferences very well. The prey that Dark Lu Yun had set his eyes on wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Chapter 8-10. Following Dark Liu Yun's footsteps, Jiang Chen and the others came to a quiet garden. There was no sun and moon in Void Triangular Domain, so it was hard for plants to grow. However, there were a lot of rare and exotic plants growing in Dark Liu Yun's garden. Jiang Chen took a glance and couldn't help but nod his head. These plants were incomparably precious. They could grow alone in this unique environment. In the middle of the garden, there was a square table made entirely of special rocks. The surface of the table was clear and transparent. It contained extremely pure energy. Even from afar, one could feel the energy fluctuation coming from it. It made one feel relaxed and relaxed. This rock is a great treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Dan King's eyes widened. This is a true meta stone. It's a supreme grade true meta stone. This guy actually used the supreme grade true meta stone to make a table. This table is made from at least 1,000 supreme grade true meta stones. One should know that each true meta stone is equivalent to a saint elixir. Dan King transmitted his voice to them. Jiang Chen and Tyrant almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was what it meant to be a prodigal. A true metastone was equivalent to a saint elixir. This guy used 1,000 saint elixir to make a table. However, this situation made Jiang Chen even more excited. It was imaginable that even in a small city like Dark Mulberry City, the amount of true metastones was inestimable. Moreover, the people of Dark Generation treated the true metastones as decorations. If he could get all the true metastones in Dark Mulberry City, it would be a huge fortune. Dear guests, you have come from afar. I, Dark Lu Yun, did not greet you personally and caused a misunderstanding. It's my fault. My father likes to make friends with alchemists. Since you have come to Dark Mulberry City, I, Dark Lu Yun, will do my best to be a good host. Please. Dark Lu Yun was very polite and made a gesture of invitation. Young Master Dark Lu Yun, you are too polite. Jiang Chen smiled and clasped his fists. Then, he sat down without any hesitation. Dan King and the others also sat down. Men! Dark Lu Yun shouted. As soon as his voice fell, 2 young girls dressed in revealing clothes walked out of the garden. These 2 girls looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. They had not even fully matured yet, but they had already become Dark Liu Yun's maids. Young Master. The 2 young women bowed respectfully towards Dark Lu Yun. Their faces were filled with fear. Today, an esteemed guest has come to fetch my best sequoia dragon tea. Dark Lu Yun said. Yes, young master. The 2 girls answered and returned with the fastest speed possible. They carried 2 trays, and on top of them were exquisite teapots and teacups that were also made entirely from true meta stones. They placed them in front of Jiang Chen and the other 3, and then poured tea for them in a practiced manner. The tea was neither warm nor hot. It was like the blood of a dragon, rolling around in the cup. A faint fragrance overflowed from it, making people feel relaxed and happy. Good tea. Dan King couldn't help but praise. Everyone please. Dark Lu Yun was the first to raise his cup. He drank the tea in one gulp and let out a satisfied groan. Jiang Chen looked at the tea in the cup and sneered. He then drank the tea in one gulp. Good tea. Jiang Chen praised. Seeing Jiang Chen drink the tea in one gulp, Dark Liu Yun's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. He then waved his hand at Dan King and the others. Please have a taste. This tea is rare. Dan King saw that Jiang Chen had drunk the tea and did not doubt him. But just when they were about to drink the tea, Jiang Chen's voice appeared in their minds. The tea is poisoned. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned. Tyrant and Yan Chenyu's reaction was better. They had never doubted Jiang Chen's words. Since Jiang Chen said that the tea was poisoned, then it must be. The only thing that puzzled them was that Jiang Chen knew that the tea was poisoned, but he still drank the tea in one gulp. The one who was truly puzzled was the Dan King. He was a powerful alchemist, and it would be extremely difficult for someone to poison him. However, with the Dan King's eyesight and experience, this tea was indeed the real Sequoia Dragon tea, and there was no poison in it. However, out of his trust in Jiang Chen and his vigilance against Dark Lu Yun, Dan King chose to believe that the tea was poisoned. The 3 of them were smart people. They would not be angry just because the tea was poisoned. After all, they did not have any evidence. Plus, Dark Lu Yun and Jiang Chen had already drunk the tea. The 3 of them followed Jiang Chen's example and drank the tea in one gulp. Seeing this, Dark Lu Yun was overjoyed, especially when he saw Yan Chenyu drink the tea as well. His mood was so good that he could even imagine the scene where Yan Chenyu was under his control. Senior Dan King, my father likes to make friends with alchemists the most. However, my father is not in the mansion today. He will only be back tomorrow. In my opinion, you all can stay in the mansion for the time being. When my father comes back tomorrow, I am sure that he will give you a warm welcome. Dark Lu Yun said. If that is the case, we will have to trouble young master. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brother Jiang is too kind. This is what Dark Lu Yun should do. Everyone, I have already arranged a place for you all to stay. After Dark Lu Yun finished speaking, the 2 young girls walked out again and brought Jiang Chen and the others to their living quarters. Not long after they left, a black silhouette suddenly appeared. It was an old man with a skinny body. His cultivation grade was terrifying. He had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor saint, and was only a step away from advancing to the 7th grade minor saint. Congratulations, young master. You have succeeded again. After the old man appeared, he let out a sinister smile. Humph! That damn Jiang Chen! How dare he speak disrespectfully to me and kill my men? This is unforgivable. Now they are all poisoned, and their life and death are at my command. Jiang Chen said. Dark Lu Yun harumphed coldly. Why didn't young master attack directly? There is no one in Dark Mulberry City that young master can't handle. I can kill that alchemist easily. The old man's voice was gloomy and uncomfortable. There is no need to make a big fuss. In front of me, they are just ants that I can easily pinch to death. That Jiang Chen really annoys me. He showed no respect to me and killed my men. More importantly, he has such a beautiful girl by his side. Only I am qualified to have a girl like her. Why does Jiang Chen deserve to have her? I will let him know the consequences of offending me. A lowly human isn't even qualified to be my slave. Of course I will kill him, but before that, I will let him taste what it means to wish he was dead instead of alive. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he said, I don't need to make a big fuss about it. Now, they have been poisoned by the redwood tree and the dark orchid. The poison will take effect in 6 hours, and at that time, they will lose all of their cultivation. Dark Liu Yun's face was filled with a hideous smile. He looked like a completely different person compared to his previous courteous appearance. Jie, every 3 years in Void Triangular Domain is the time for young master to collect the goods. 6 hours. Looking at the sky, it will be midnight after 6 hours. That will be the time of their death. The old man sneered. Obviously, he had done this many times with Dark Lu Yunj. Jiang Chen and the other 3 followed the 2 young girls to a courtyard. This courtyard was very luxurious. There were exactly 4 rooms and the environment was not bad. Judging from the treatment, Dark Liu Yun's way of treating his guests was undeniable. For distinguished guests, please. The 2 girls made a gesture of invitation. Help me thank young Master Lu Yun for his hospitality. You can leave now. Without my order, don't come near this place. Jiang Chen said to the 2 girls. Yes. The 2 girls responded and left. Jiang Chen could clearly see the pitiful look they gave him when they left. Puff puff after the 2 girls left, Dan King, Yan Chenyu and Tyrant quickly spat out a mouthful of water. It was the Sequoia Dragon tea that they had swallowed earlier. The tea that Yan Chenyu spat out turned into ice cubes. Chen Air, the Sequoia Dragon tea is made from the powder of the Sequoia Dragon tree and a few other herbs. It is not poisonous at all and it is very beneficial to the human body. Why did you say that the tea is poisonous? Dan King asked impatiently. This question had been bothering him for a long time. With his eyesight, if there was something wrong with the tea, it was impossible for him to miss it. Father, Dark Liu Yun's Sequoia Dragon tea is fine. But you didn't notice that there are a few dark orchids hidden in the depths of the garden. The pollen of the dark orchids is colorless and odorless. Even the strongest expert wouldn't be able to notice it. When the Sequoia Dragon tea and the dark orchid's pollen are mixed together, they will form a colorless and odorless poison. After a cultivator absorbs it, he won't feel anything for a short period of time. The poison will take effect 6 hours later, and he will lose all of his cultivation. 3 days is enough for us to die 10,000 times. Jiang Chen said. In this treacherous world of cultivation, a trash who had lost all of his cultivation could be killed with just a breath. What? Dan King exclaimed. Jiang Chen was right. He didn't notice the dark orchids hidden in the garden. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sharp senses, the consequences would be unimaginable. This trash is even more cunning than me. I almost fell into his trap. Thank you, little Chenzi. Tyrant didn't know much about pharmacology, but he could rest assured as long as he was with Jiang Chen. There was only one ending for those who wanted to trick Jiang Chen, and that was to be tricked by Jiang Chen. This Dark Lu Yun is really cunning. It seems like he has used this trick on countless human cultivators. How despicable. But Chen Air, I think you really drank the tea. Why? Dan King cursed Dark Lu Yun in his heart. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen did it. Jiang Chen drank the tea even though he knew it was poisoned. This wasn't Jiang Chen's style. I'm immune to poison. Jiang Chen shrugged. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.